Good morning and welcome to the 2020 Blue Water Summit. My name is Greg Reitman and I am your host for today's summit. It is with great pleasure that I'm able to welcome you to this morning virtually of a gathering of ocean advocates, environmentalists, thought leaders, scientists, and of course storytellers. As our summit falls on a Sunday, those that find themselves in a place of worship, whether it's a church, synagogue, mosque, or out in nature, we felt it was time to send our prayers to George Floyd and his family members. As we reflect on this horrible incident, it occurred on May 25th. I thought we'd begin our journey with a song from my friend, Ronnie Martin.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I am found. I was blind, oh, but now I see. 'Twas grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieved. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Amazing, amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, oh, but now I see.
It's not something that's often discussed, how your food gets to you.
Fish from all around the globe, frozen aboard the factories.
Shipped to China, thawed out, filleted,
processed, refrozen, and sent back to us.
And people don't know it.
That creates an alarm bell in my mind.
We can consume these fish out of the ocean more than any other animal on Earth.
It's rounding up all of the buffalo on the Great Plains.
It's about how much stuff can we take and how much stuff do we need to leave.
Dozens and dozens of Pacific Island observers have died because they bear the truth of what they have been hiding from us.
We've changed the Earth's surface so much. What's ubiquitous around the world is plastic.
Our showers, our sinks, and our toilets all flow through wastewater treatment plants and then to the ocean. Marine mammals are exposed to all that pollution.
That's chemicals, I'm telling you.
They're hiding something.
You want to take everything that you know and turn it against an iconic American company, like an informant. Isn't that right? Isn't that right? Isn't that right?
Yes.
Take 2 deep breaths. Do you realize that one of those 2 breaths were created by the ocean? If we disrupt the system any more than we already have, we are basically ruining our source of life.
Wow, wasn't that wonderful? The theme of the Blue Water Summit is to encourage Planeteers to think broadly about how climate change affects us on planet Earth and deeply about the universal concerns and actions needed to bring us into balance. Let us not forget that the oceans every day give us 3 breaths of life. Without them, we would die. Perhaps it's time to start to put attention on them as if our life depends on it. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning to everybody. Today is Ocean Day. Happy Ocean Day. Ocean is a symbol of consciousness. A drop of water as it falls from the sky dreams of being the ocean. It takes many names and shapes and finally arrives at the ocean and merges with the ocean in sacred prayers. We humans are also similar. As we are born, we are looking for that bubbling bliss, that sacred union that we are all one. Who are you? Now, if I was to tell you, you are not really who you think you are. Your projected self, the self that your conceptual, intellectual, and manipulative mind has created, is not the real you. Hopefully, these 3 months of no work, this lockdown, we have figured out who we really are, our true self. All this time, all these years, we've been looking for answers outside. The Buddhists believe that the whole universe exists within. So it's time to look inside. Within us all is a divinity. My purpose in life is to awaken the divine in every single human being I meet in my life. I believe every single human being is enlightened. They have just forgotten it. Free yourself from who you think you are. In my spiritual journey, I came to realize that we are all one in different karmic bodies, black or white or brown. We all together make the human race. If you were to visualize the human race as a jigsaw puzzle, every single human being is like a piece in that jigsaw. Together, we create the human race. So it's not only Black Lives Matters, but every single one of you out there matters to complete the picture. We are all evolving, and it's time to consider our behavior and more think in the tune of how to heal the planet. No birds ever polluted the sky, nor any fish pollute the ocean. It is the human race that has abused and polluted this planet. Why? It's greed, one of the poisons known to the human mind. which has no limitation. Hopefully, my ultimate dream is that human race has evolved from a singular individual mindset to more a universal being. For an individual singular mindset, a universal body is just a concept. But if you look deep inside you, there's a pure being, pure energy existing in total potentiality. Ocean. So, like ocean is a material example of our consciousness, of our being. And with all the pollution, it also shows our consciousness is in a polluted state. And hopefully, we are evolving. In fact, I can see consciousness in the horizon. With all the sound, noise of the human beings out there, we are all crying out to be conscious. It is time that we realize we are a global community with global issues. No more you and I, but one conscious unity. No more thinking of I'm American, German, French, or English. It is a human race problem we face, like the coronavirus was a very good example. It didn't only affect the Chinese or the Americans or the English. It affects the whole human race. We all human beings born in a meditative form. And depending on what culture you're born into, what religion you're born into, you follow a certain identity. You limit yourselves. But in meditation, in consciousness, you can grow and evolve beyond your individual self and realize we're actually one in global consciousness. It is time that we realize that we are a global community with global issues. Let's all come together, black or white or brown. Together, we got to clean up this planet. It's a pity a handful of people think they own this planet. But no, this planet belongs to each one of us. And it's up to each single one of you to clean and keep this planet healthy. Thank you, Greg Reitman, for creating Ocean Day.
Thank you, Romeo. You know, I realized that we started a little bit early this morning. By accident, I put the broadcast on 10 minutes earlier, so I thought it was 9 and it was 8:50. So in the world of computers and virtual, everything gets a little crazy. But Romeo, we have some time still. We actually have a lot of time before my friend Sean Stone comes on. I'm wondering, you have some, first of all, your words are so wonderful in terms of the subject of Black Lives Matter, and this idea of us learning internally as we all were affected by COVID-19. But I'm wondering if you could share with us some of your ocean poetry. if you could read some for us. Is that possible?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Ocean poetry. Sophie. Poetry, well, I just read this couple of lines, which was the important one. On every single drop of water, as it falls from the sky, dreams of being the ocean. Same as we human beings do. You know, as soon as you're born, we're looking for this communal consciousness. And for me, the ocean has been a symbol of consciousness. And one of the poetries I wrote here about the ocean. These are some of the small poetries. There's even a drop of water falling from the sky, many names and forms it takes as times go by. But when it meets the ocean, it loses all its care. An ocean and a water drop merge in sacred prayers. And about the ocean side, like children on the seashore, we build our castle. Lost in the dreamy world of shells and sandy walls, but then your mother calls you home to love the happy play, and sadly leave the beauty there. It is the world's way. So actually, ocean, more than just a poetry, I mean, it's very short poetry. We have a bit of time. It's more about the concept of the ocean. Like I see, we can visualize ourselves. 80% of our body is water. So we are like a drop of water falling from the sky. And now, if you study the water as it falls from the sky, it takes many forms. It gets observed in the ground. It turns into a little stream, then goes on a river, and then finally arrives, becomes a lake, finally arrives in the ocean. Now, if you study the water, when you have a free fall from the sky, like you are coming from the spiritual realm to this Maya, this illusory world. Now, as a river has current. So when you are a river, you have to go free with the flow. Many rivers form. And no matter how sacred or powerful a river is, when it arrives in the ocean, it loses its name. The sacred Ganges is called Ganges no more, nor the powerful Nile called the Nile. Once it arrives in the ocean, it all becomes the ocean. And that's the aim of all great meditators, to let go of your individual self and realize you are the universe. No matter what tribe you come from, what color your skin is, what religion you belong to, there will come a time, the time of Mahamudra, enlightenment, or when you release your being from your physical self. At that moment, you do have to let go of your individual identity and be one in the universe. So remember, we were born in this planet without any name, religion, or any purpose. The only purpose is to be alive. But our mind creates many dramas and traumas and many material and emotional baggage we gather. Now, on your last flight home, there is no baggage allowance, not even hand luggage. So while you're alive, if we can consciously not carry our material and emotional baggage and be free of all things that you have to think you have to do, things that you have been told you have to do, you have to let go. Let go and free. Be free like the angel. Then you can fly like the angels. It's all about the mind. The human mind can be your best friend or your worst enemy. The mind is the prison. In meditation, it's about shutting your mind. No more thoughts. It's like when you cut the roots of the tree, all the leaves wither. Same way, when you cut your thought pattern, your intellectual, conceptual, manipulative mind, all thoughts, then this whole samsara, the illusion, disappears. This whole concept of this big traumas and dramas, politicians, viruses, disaster has created. Yes, it exists, but it is a mirage. It is an illusion. And I personally feel that the human consciousness has to be educated different. We've been educated to think individually. Rome was not built by one person or in one day. This human race is also not about one person, though we choose among us all as a leader, a president, a king. But at the same time, as many human beings, that many religions, that many point of view. The spiritual journey is to find how are we connected? What is the thing that unifies us? And personally, I've come to a conclusion. It is love. Not just love, but unconditional love. There was a revolution of love in the 60s, but now in 2020, it is a revolution of unconditional love. We must learn to love each other, black or white. Consciously, we have to understand that every single one of us is actually humans. We share this planet, we share this lifetime together. And I personally think it is time that we evolve to realize, no matter Democrat or Congress, all to come together as a human race. This planet has abundance to offer. Human consciousness has to transform what the system has brainwashed of profit-oriented system to conscious, unconditional love-oriented human race. It is time to create a new way of thinking. Meta-human. Deepak Chopra has written a book on meta-human. And he explains very beautifully how we can think different, how we can come together in love and consciousness. So if you really want to be free of all suffering, as the Bible says, do unto others as you would like others to do unto you. No. Remember, every single human being is actually a mirror image of yourself in a different karmic bodies. So my personal advice would be project love, project compassion, unconditional love, and see the world transform in front of you. When will the human race stop all the war, all this discrimination? When will we realize we are all one? This is what is happening in the present day in the market. It is a cry. It's a conscious cry fighting the system, which is like a hungry ghost system. Never enough. The commercial world will have to change. It will have to be not profit-oriented, but more sustainable-oriented. In the rat race and in the path of greed, we were nearly destroying our planet till finally coronavirus came out of nowhere. And suddenly we had to stop. Like Greta Thunberg was one voice that came out saying it's time for the human race to live a conscious life. Stop. And we have stopped. Last 3 months had been a very big experience for the whole human race. And now there's a cry out there of saying Black Lives Matter. So everything what was wrong in the human race, we are now bringing it right. So be a witness to what change is happening in your lifetime. I see a positive change. I see love and compassion flourishing. But if you still again go out after the lockdown with the same old mindset of greed and a hungry ghost mindset, you will definitely suffer because the planet has shifted. Consciousness is in the air. 1999, the last day of 1999, I was in Palm Springs with Deepak, and I was the last speaker there. And my only thing I explained was, in the last millennium, there was only one Buddha. But in the coming millennium, I hope to see thousands of Buddha. Because I see a seed of Buddhahood in every single human being. It's about nurturing and watering that spiritual seed we all have inside. Look inside, deep inside you. No matter if you're black or white, whatever faith you follow, look inside. There's empathy of a human race. Human beings need not race to go find their toilet paper. In my journey, I came to realize, as a Baba, aesthetic Baba in the Himalayas, as long as you see another human being, you will never starve. Have faith in each other. Individual and different conscious beings, groups of conscious centers and people have emerged according to the time. I think it is time for this small pockets of conscious beings come together. It's time to create a Sangha that is inclusive of all Sanghas. It's time to create a religion that is inclusive of all religion. It's time to consciously realize we are all humans with only one dream, to be happy. How? Now, your mind takes you in a roller coaster of trying to find happiness outside in different toys and entertainment. Sensual happiness, that doesn't last. It is about inner happiness. Happiness that is bubbling from within. Love, another energy. Love, the unconditional love I talked about. We all look to be loved outside. That's not what it's about. Love is about generating love from within. Project love. The universe is like a mirror. If you project love, you will get love back. If you project happiness, you will see a happy world. This discrimination that has gone is of the past. Religions are of the past. This separation of humans, of tribes, color, countries will be of the past. I see in the horizon that in the army, in the police, they're soon going to realize we do not want to fight the war of some individual who wants to control or rule the human race. That is going to change. I just wish all those soldiers that goes to war in Afghanistan, Iraq, suddenly consciously realize what they are doing. Why are they sacrificing their human body? For what? It is not their war. It is some political issues, individuals' greed, war. For survival, I think you do not lead most. I remember hearing a story from Elon Musk that the first lot of money he made, he was worried of survival, security. So he had to fight a lot of system. He was put down all the time. He was scared of the future till he fasted. For 6 months, he fasted on $1 a day. So when he realized he could survive with as little as $1 a day, he invested everything he had. He suddenly realized he does not need all this security that human race has found in the money. He did not need it. He believed and had passion. And now today, he's successful. Same way, we human beings have to consciously find security within, in our consciousness, not in the material world. Modern world has been educated to find that security you look for is not in the money, is not in the material realm. See, science needs proof, materialist proof. And most of the things in the world are all based in the unseen world without any proof. This fight that you see on the streets is almost the fight that our forefathers left in our DNA. The white supremacists, the black slavery, all that is of the past. That is not possible today. We human beings have evolved. We were in the Stone Age, Bronze Age, we had Industrial Revolution, we had cyberspace revolution. I think now it's time to have a conscious revolution and to realize that we are spiritual beings, not material beings. We are not machines, but humans. We are not animals, but humans. And it is time to really consider.
Oh, got it. Wow. Romeo, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
We are just, in the back office here of our production. We are all just moved and touched by your words this morning. We were just thinking to ourselves out loud, like the world of COVID-19, and as entertainment professionals, we love to gather and now we've been, sent home in our caves and really and given the time to reflect on our lives and, and our world. And we're just so grateful that we're able to have you. We were just thinking like the world of technology, here you are in Ireland and here we are in San Diego and California, and how we're able to be so connected in real time and to be able to share your beautiful words.
It is like, for example, the physical hygiene. We have learned physical hygiene of washing hands because of the virus. My story would be, what about emotional hygiene? We need to wash up our emotions, thought patterns. And there is a transformation happening. I see it. I see it. I actually, that is one of my greatest dreams, is to have the power to love every single human being I meet in my life unconditionally. And every single human consciousness will grow to that too. When every single one of you learn to love every single human being you meet in your life, your world will transform to love. And Greg, we did Rooted in Peace. We did find that the world was rooted in peace. Now, the ocean, the blue water, you are bringing consciousness. You like it or not, you're actually bringing consciousness in the humans out there that stop being drops of water. Realize when you come together, you will be the vast ocean with infinite possibilities. That is what today, in Ocean Day, we should come to conscious realization. That if we consciously all came together, that we as a human race would be as powerful as the ocean. And we are. If one human race lands on the moon, then the whole human race has landed in the moon. If one human race invents internet, every single human being will get internet. So we have to be consciously develop compassion and love for each other, no matter what color, religion, or nation, nationality. It's not about let's make America great again. Let's make the whole planet great again. That is the new consciousness that is emerging in the human mind. It's no longer separation of religions or nations. That is the new consciousness that will rise out of this lockdown, virus, everything. That has to. No, anybody who thinks otherwise are in a destructive path. And they will be destroyed on the journey. And everyone who is consciously thinking otherwise is going to go flourish. But Greg, tell me more about
Sorry, Romy, what would you like to hear?
What is happening in America?
Well, I think in America's troubled right now. I think a lot of people are depressed, sad. They have no sense of direction, no sense of when normal will go back. What will be the new normal? The lockdown, I think, for many was, it was an internal time, you know, to really see what was working and what wasn't working. And I think, you know, as a country, it's given us the time to really stop and think the kind of country we want to live in and be as Americans. And I think right now America is broken. We don't want to say it out loud. We don't want to acknowledge it, but it's broken. The system is broken. And it needs to really be rethought through. And I think what's occurring here, this new consciousness that's emerging, is this understanding that what was in the past no longer serves us in the future. And we're now coming to reconcile that just within our healthcare, within our communities, within our health and ecosystems, within our food systems, and ultimately as part of our big blue planet. Because once we get beyond, you know, our land and our cities and our counties and our states, we have to start to think about this global village. And for me, perhaps that was the reason why I got involved and thought why UN World Oceans Day needs our attention. Most people, I don't think, realize that the ocean gives us 3 breaths of life every day. Without it, we would die. And I think if we began to understand that premise consciously, I think we would behave in a different way. I don't think we would leave our plastic bottles or our bottle caps on the beach that get, you know, washed out into the sea. I think we'd have a deeper understanding of our aquatic universe and to realize that we have a symbiotic relationship with this aquatic universe, with our whales, our turtles, our sharks, our dolphins, the octopuses, the clams, the underwater, the living creatures that, you know, that they are much a stakeholder as we are on land. And they're not separate. We're holistically intertwined together. And I don't think we realize that, or I didn't realize that. And I think, you know, the intention here is to bring that new awakening, to get people to really understand that idea and to celebrate it, which is part of our communion today. I want to bring into the studio now Sean Stone, who's our next speaker. Hold on one second, Romy. I'm going to bring in Sean. Good morning, Sean. Can you hear us, Sean?
Yeah, good morning. I'm just trying to get some light on my face. For some reason, the camera's so dark.
You are live. Before we conclude, Romeo, do you have any final words that you want to say?
My final words is I love you all unconditionally. And I hope you understand, or in fact, you are starting to understand. The whole human race, as a race, we are evolving. And compassion and love is a consideration in our everyday life. No matter what color, what religion, or what nationality you belong to. There is compassion in the air. With all this pandemic, we are starting to realize how vulnerable we are. It's not about how big guns you have. Even the unseen virus is more powerful than the most powerful atomic bomb. I was told that the warship with all that big airline crafts and fighters, when 80% of the staff was affected by coronavirus.
Wow.
Then what good is that whole ship for? None of that guns work. None of those planes will work. So that's how vulnerable we are as a race. And it is time for the government, the systems, all different systems, especially the medical and the food chain system, to realize that life is not about profit. Life is about sustainability. It's time to consciously sustain. It's time to consciously clean the ocean, because that represents human consciousness. As you were saying, we are very, very connected in the subconscious level. Everything is connected. Now, if you only realize that every leaf in a tree brought a message from the unseen world, would you not look at the tree and say, what a blessing to have a tree? That leaf, every single leaf, brings oxygen to you to breathe. So there, in the unseen world, if you can actually realize how much wisdom and knowledge is there, and mentally, if we can actually keep our mind, shut down our mind, and think with our heart, then you will realize your soul. My last exhibition in New York was about body of light. Beyond our material, emotional, physical body, we also have a body of light. And when we realize our body of light, there will be no more darkness, because the nature of light is in its presence, darkness can't exist. And light will always merge. So my ultimate dream is that we human beings evolve to realize our body of light. So the black, the white, the brown, everybody will merge together, and consciously we will have a conscious human race.
Thank you.
And that is happening.
Yes.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Romeo. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Sean, for joining us this morning on the live stream. Little worried that you weren't going to make it, but I'm glad you're here. But you're here live. I know you're worried. You know, my coordinator, Faith, was just saying he's of the younger generation. He knows tech. Everything's going to be fine. So true. So unequivocally, I'm going to pass the baton to you, Sean, and we'd just love for you to share the opening remarks for the Blue Water Summit.
I feel like Romeo already got us the opening remarks, and it's so beautiful listening to him. I really appreciate his words and his wisdom coming from that lineage. As he does, he really understands the power of the light body. This is something that I've been emphasizing in a lot of my work and my talks of late, emphasizing to people that we are not physical beings. We are spiritual, essentially spiritual beings, but we are energetic beings, which is really what can be proved scientifically, that we are not just physical bodies, flesh and blood and all this. We are at the energetic level, vibrating frequencies. But what is the energy? What is the actual substance that we're made of? And mostly we are made of water. And in these times where so many people can be caught up in division, divisiveness, fear, the one thing I like to emphasize is that we are all blue. We are all blue. We are all made of water. And that is the commonality of all life on Earth that begins with water, whether it's the bacteria and every living thing from the smallest fungus and smallest bacteria, smallest antipod, or what these were, you know, these tiny creatures that we've studied in our biology, from these little, you know, creatures up to us humans, which are currently the rulers of Earth, and yet we are all living from the water, by grace of the water, by the power of water. So I think this is meant to humble us a little bit also in this realization that we are water. We cannot function, we cannot live without drinking it, without connecting to it. Without water, there would be no life, as we know. There would be no rainfall to feed the earth, no other creatures that we need to coexist with would live without water. So the connection of water to all things, to ourselves, to all creatures, is not to say that we are the masters of the earth as we've arrogantly thought for so long. We might be the top of the food chain for the moment, but that is still a chain, a cycle of life as we recognize and know, and must call into more cognizance and awareness around as we enter this new phase, I think, of consciousness. I believe that we are entering, ironically, the era of the water bearer, as it's called astrologically, the Aquarian age, right? So the water bearer means that we change from the age of Pisces, which was the school, which was the hierarchy, which was the idea of being the student or the teacher, the master-student dialectic, the idea of a hierarchy is being shifted now as we enter this age of Aquarius, which is a water bearer, which means that we actually get to carry the wisdom. Actually, we get to embody the spirit of wisdom within each of us, to become more sovereign within ourselves, and to recognize that sovereignty requires humility. Sovereignty requires exchange between two or more sovereign beings. If we become sovereign, we can then look at other things as sovereign within their own right. And if we can start to look at each other as humans, as each sovereign, respecting each as a sovereign, every man, woman, child on this planet, I believe that we also shift the way that we then orient ourselves and see our fellow creatures, from the great to the small to the tiny, and even to the level of the bacteria that exist within us. So coming back to the nature of water and why I believe this Ocean Summit Day is so important, this World Ocean Day. As we've said, everything comes from the water. Nothing can live without the water. It is this great connection that encircles this planet. Some people would say this is not the green planet, but the blue planet. And I'm actually been most intrigued over the years by the work of Dr. Emoto in Japan. I know that some of the Wikipedia ilk would say that this is purely pseudoscience and quackery. But I think that anyone who understands that water is life on this planet, without fetishizing it, must respect that there is some spiritual connection, which is to say an energetic connection that transcends the physical realm, to really, at that energetic level of frequency and vibration, to recognize in Dr. Emoto's work what he found, which is so fascinating, is how vibration of our words, even at the level of intention, consciousness, actually affects the water that we intend our words toward. And his studies were showing how, as we know, the actual molecular structure of water, like the snowflakes, right, is a hexagonal structure, because snowflake is obviously a different form, a different state of water. So the hexagonal shape of water could be more perfectly formed by beautiful words, by a right intention, a pure thought, a pure intention, a pure expression, right? This goes back to the ancient spiritual teachings: right thought, right idea, right thought, right word, right action. These principles, he actually was showing how that created more coherency within water itself. And you think then about how, well, we are not only engaging with water in the sense that we have it all around us if we want to survive, but we are literally water, mostly over 70% water. So if we change the frequency of our thought, of our word, of our intention, how is that creating more coherency within us, as opposed to negative, dark, harsh, mean verbiage, which he showed muddling the water, making it muddy or dirty, or not in the sense dirty, but just incoherent, inconsistent. So the idea of the purity of intention and word, this is such an important point that he gets across, and I would hope that more scientists take up his work throughout the future to make us as humans understand that our relationship to water is our relationship to self. And I think that we all at some point recognize that in ways when we historically, as artists, for example, know that the meaning of water is symbolically meaning rebirth. So whenever you have a character, even in the Christian liturgy, for example, right, the character that goes into the water and gets reborn, right, baptized, that is metaphorically, but also perhaps energetically, a very true thing that if you notice in your life and you go, and you clean yourself, you wash yourself in fresh water, how much you feel rejuvenated, how you let things go from you and move off you, things that you're holding on to and carrying, because in the course of our days and our lives in this realm, we oftentimes get so attached to the physical form, to the heaviness of things that we engage with and experience on a daily basis, are beyond our emotions. Obviously, there's the emotional realm, there's the physical entanglements, there's the stresses of being in societies that demand so much from us. And yet the water is there offering its cooling effect without asking anything from us. And I think this is why we now are coming into a new frequency of consciousness, to recognize the water has been there for us. It has given us life. Just like we say Mother Earth, we could say the same of the birthing waters of the world, the waters that we come out of our mother's womb, and the oceans that have given us life throughout not only human history, but all history on this planet, and has asked nothing of us except to be treated in a way that would allow the oceans to survive, all the creatures, the beautiful creatures within the oceans to survive, to then offer it back to us. And that is one thing that we have seen we are not doing. We are not honoring the oceans. We are not honoring the streams. We are not honoring the waters. There's hardly a place on this planet, I would guess, perhaps a few pockets here and there, where you could turn on your faucet and drink uncontaminated water at this point, where you could drink from a fresh river, where you could drink from any place that hasn't been contaminated. And more importantly, as we see daily, the contamination of the oceans with plastics, for example, amongst many other things being dumped in there. This short-sightedness, this lack of respect. And I think if we know, we obviously are at the forefront of this, and I think many people are now talking about this and engaging and aware of this for the first time, but it is our responsibility to just recognize that the oceans and the waters of the earth have asked nothing of us. They have given us freely. All we had to do was treat it well. And if we spoil these waters, we ruin the opportunity for not only for ourselves, but for all the life that surrounds us, that lives with us on this planet. And then ultimately for our future generations to survive and to thrive this way, as we know, in this toxic world, we will not prevail. We will no longer be the height of the food chain. We will no longer be allowed to live on this planet if we cannot even take care of our waters. So, speaking to the power of water, the necessity of water, there's also, beyond what we are going to talk about today, I'll leave it to the scientists and the doctors and the activists and the people who really know this field to give more detail and explanation on it. But I think just symbolically, energetically, coming back to that point, when we stare off at the water, at the ocean, for example, it is such a blessing to sit by an ocean. I think this is why, isn't it ironic how people in their lives work so hard just to have an opportunity to sit by the ocean. And nowadays, it may be sunbathing and it may be playing games, but to feel the ocean's power, the negative ions, the healing qualities of the negative ions, the freshness of the air. There's a spiritual quality that we all recognize when we go to the ocean. When we go there and we sit with it, and if you can get on a boat and feel the tide and feel the force and feel the power of it, we know that we are dealing with something that is so much stronger and more powerful, more potent than we can ever imagine. So much that is there only at the level of the surface that we engage with. And in the more metaphorical terms, in the artistic interpretation of the ocean, it's always been interesting how the ocean is sort of the unconscious mind of humanity. What we do to the ocean, in a sense, is a reflection of our treatment of our own mind, our own conscious and unconscious. At the conscious level, I would say it's above the surface, right? Our unconscious is what we see above the surface, and how little that really is. Because as vast as the ocean is, we think when you look at it, it feels like it's infinite. That's like our conscious mind. And then you go beneath the surface and you start to feel the powers the turbulence, the tides that are churning and brewing, the creatures that we couldn't even fathom. And I'm sure many people who are going to be talking today have been diving, and they've come across creatures that they probably never even could have fathomed existed. And we know that we have not even gone to the full depths of the deep. So what is in that unconscious mind, which is to say, not only the ocean's tremendous, you could say not the final frontier, but that frontier that is almost like space in its mystery, and how that echoes with our own unconscious minds, and how much we have within us that are ready to be explored, that are bubbling up and boiling up. And obviously we see that in times like this of great transformation, ages of great expression of the unconscious, of that which has been suppressed and hidden, coming to the surface. So the ocean is always there as a metaphor, a spiritual expression, physical necessity, a great blessing. It is embodying all these things that we live with and need on our daily basis. It is an embodiment, an expression, an illustration. It's so necessary to our lives. So with that understanding, I want to make the final point about what the ocean really represents to me. And that is the transitoriness of our existence. That the ocean has been there and will be there. The creatures in it, some of which are more ancient than we are, lasting hundreds of years, for instance, some of these sea creatures. The ephemeral nature of the tide, and how, again, the metaphor that we always draw upon as artists is this tide that's passing and churning and then moving on. The storm comes and explodes, and then it breaks and moves. This is important for us to connect to and respect and understand, because in life we get so caught up with the physical world. We get so caught up with the daily pressures, the stresses, the momentary needs, demands, the wants, the feeling that something is so permanent. And then you look to the ocean and you realize, no, actually, it's just passing. There are literally civilizations that have come and gone and been wiped away. There are ancient cities discovered underneath the oceans, pyramids, obviously great treasures, ships wrecked and fortunes lost in that ocean. It is a great reminder of how impermanent our world, the physical life, is compared to nature. And only things that last that long, like trees, for instance, ancient trees can do that. But the ocean really reminds us of how temporal and how temporary and how ephemeral we are. So with that, I wanted to read a little poem that I wrote. Leave it all to the sea. The things we thought were so great, so important. The emotions we held on to so tight. The thoughts that nagged so urgently. What does the sea do with all our makings, our great imaginings? The sea is like life, sweeping over each moment we fool ourselves into perceiving, while the image has already flowed on. We are engaged with a ghost, mere memory, and that too shall pass. But if I can boil the moment down to the morrow, feast upon the nugget of taste, I can store the essence of feeling in galactic record, to be accessed and drawn upon by you. So we can deepen our connection to source, which is the core of who and what and why we are, even if the moment is as fickle as the sea. So that's the final message, remark, memory to recall that we live our life. The ocean will be there, will always be there. So let us treat us with that great respect that we owe to that which gave us life.
Wow, Sean, I just so moved, so touched. You never let me down. You are brilliant as always, and you are amazing. I know here we are back in the studio, and everybody's just, as we're listening to you, is just really taking to heart just, your ability just to concisely and intelligently say what needs to be said about our water planet, our big blue planet. And we're so appreciative of having you be part of this inaugural World's Ocean Day Blue Summit. Are there any last words you want to say before I bring on our next guest?
No, I think that was it, and I really appreciate you having me, Greg. And I think every day is World Ocean Day, as far as I'm concerned, and we are all blue, and these are the messages we got to keep getting out there, reminding people.
The best way to understand blue mind is to first understand red mind. We're anxious, we're stressed, and that takes its toll. You're going to break down, you're going to fall apart. That's where blue mind comes in. Water is really the basis of life. We are all made of mostly water. We all spent the first 9 months of our lives swimming around in this dark watery pool called our mother. You need water to survive, but you also need water to thrive. Getting us more towards a blue mind state is really important for our personal health, for the health of our families, of our communities, and even our country. We get so much from the waters of the world, and we have so much we can give back. And when that connection starts to flow, amazing things can happen.
Dan's an old pro. He's a pro at this stuff at this point, and it's always a pleasure to see you and speak with you. And last time we chatted, well, let's start with this a quick question. I'll ask you, and then you can ask me. What's your water, Dan? What's the water that you can remember first really falling in love with? Go back as far as you want. Let's just start with something a little personal.
Yeah. Well, first of all, for everyone, because you got your name under there, Jay, you like to go by Jay, right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Just so everyone knows. So when I call Jay, they go, well, Dan is so confused. Why is he calling Wallace Jay? So anyway, that just so we're all in this
clarification.
Together. Yeah. And, you and I have taught together. We've spent time, hanging and also teaching a 3-day deep immersion in what we call blue mindfulness. And it was beautiful to get to know each other and then to join with everyone. And, we did that by the ocean. And I think for me, having grown up in California and grown up in Southern California by the sea in Los Angeles, the ocean was really the first water beyond my mother's womb, as you point out in that beautiful video you did, and in some ways you've got the double beauty there of, the ocean itself being where we evolved from, and the salty water bath being where we developed from. And so I wouldn't have known it until I studied biology, but for me, the ocean was my first really falling in love with, in this terrestrial life of being out in the land, the water, and always feeling like it was a return to water. First, the ocean, by the shore, of course. Well, I could have been on a boat, but I was on the sand. And then later, when I got old enough to ride my bike around Los Angeles, I would go to the canyons we have here. Some of them have become famous in different folk singers' songs by Joni Mitchell and many others, Crosby, Stills and Nash and others. And those would be the canyons before those songs were written. Where as a kid, I would go with my bike, ditch my bike on the side of the road, drop down off the road where a creek was, and I'd spend hours and hours by the creek, really just having the feeling. And then the questions would arise of, am I the water, or am I, the rocks by the water? Am I the birds? Am I the newts that were in the water? Why is this body defining me? And so I think at that moment, it was about 11 or 12, water became kind of a deep experiential reality about questioning what the self is and feeling a much larger self that now the research shows for people in the various ways they can get it. When you do have this larger sense of self, you're actually with more meaning in your life and you're healthier. So that was my journey before I even became a teenager.
Well, I describe in my book, Blue Mind, I describe that about you. And I describe your riding your bike around and observing the waves and the waters and feeling that, I think as Sean Stone said in his final poem there, that ephemeral sense that, that lost moment that's here and gone that makes us feel humbled and insignificant, but also connected. And you describe that as a kid, and I pulled that into my own writing, and here we are talking about that, and I think that that's that humility, that connection, that nothingness, but also that connection to everything, that water, not necessarily uniquely, but water certainly is one of the ways we get to that transcendent place. And, to connect the dots a little bit on where we are as a nation, where we are as a species, and, as a society right now, given, the racial injustices and the protests and the global pandemic and the conflict, the pain, the grief. I look to the water for balance, for relief, for grieving, for creativity in so many ways. And then I think of people who may not know that, or may not have access to that idea, or literally may not have access to creeks and canyons and coastlines. And I think there's some room for us to talk about that as a bridge between, the ocean, the value of a healthy ocean, and what's broken in all of us. And I know you've thought about this topic in many ways, but how do we start to bring blue mindfulness to those who need it most, where we, in the research, we see the biggest benefits of this idea when it is offered to those who are in the most pain or suffering the most, physical or emotionally, who need it the most. And what are your ideas on that? How can we bring this idea? I know this is World Ocean Day. We're talking a lot about what's wrong in the ocean and solutions to plastic pollution and overfishing and climate change. But there's I would say, a deeper piece of this conversation that involves the mind. And I'm so happy to be speaking on World Ocean Day with you about the mind. But what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, a couple of layers to respond exactly to what you're beautifully and painfully talking about, Jay. The first, let's talk about the experience of transcendence that you mentioned. Let's just highlight that and come back to that in a moment. The second, that's so important now, is in this period of realization of the systemic racism that, as I think many people are identifying, is itself a pandemic, racism. So we have the pandemic of a disease, COVID-19, from a virus, SARS, to this new coronavirus, realizing in our mental experience, that is our awareness, the interconnection that the pandemic is unveiling from the virus. And then I think also the pandemic of racism, that hopefully can be a moment of disruption, of loss of lives and loss of livelihood, that as painful as they are, and we sit with the suffering, we try to alleviate that suffering. We can also try to move cultural evolution, the way humanity as a family is, in a more positive direction, acknowledging interconnection. And that comes back to the first point where you talk about transcendence. So just to lay a little bit of science on us, when you study the experience of awe, AWE, and what classically have been called transcendent emotions, like you're using, and they include awe, gratitude, and compassion. When I've worked with the researchers who are deeply in that area, like Dacher Keltner at UC Berkeley, what I suggested to Dacher was, instead of calling it transcendent, why not call it self-expanding, which he was fine with. Because I think part of the plastic pollution, part of the destruction of the ocean, part of the whole environmental crisis we're in, is that human beings have hugely differentiated themselves as if they're not a part of nature. And so they treat the earth like a huge spherical trash can. And then if you look at that ignoring of the deep interconnected nature of life on earth, And compared to racism, it's actually quite similar. What environmental injustice and racial injustice, social injustice have in common is that we don't recognize there are differentiated aspects of nature that all need to be embraced as a whole, this sense of a self that's part of this larger whole for nature, and then for our relationships with each other. When we take this in-group, out-group process that we've had in our primate evolution for probably 50 million years, and then take the last few 100,000 years or even a few million years of human evolution, got more complex, but we've taken the in-group, out-group process, and then what we do is we use the mind, unfortunately, especially under threat, categorizes people as in-group or out-group. So in terms of the racial injustice, by intensifying how we say, oh, your skin color and you and I have hardly any pigment, so people would racialize us as white. And I wish we had people who had more pigment in their skin who would be racialized as black or brown, you know, on this thing. But to really recognize our responsibility as people with low pigment that are called white is to recognize white privilege is the idea that in a white dominant society like the United States, or even like many of the, you know, westernized countries in this world, you know, we have this attitude toward people with more pigment that we dehumanize them, especially under threat. And this is a violation of the interconnection of our human family. It'd be as if you would say to all girls in a family, oh, you're inferior, which happens a lot. Or you'd say to all people with, you know, darker hair or lighter hair, you're inferior, and the dark hair people are, you know, superior. However you did it, we have a human family where we need to take a deep breath and realize we've succumbed, we've given in to 50 million years of in-group, out-group distinctions with, you know, the last few 100,000 years where genocide is what we do. And these murders of people of color, especially African Americans, is a part of a mental process in the United States where we enslaved people from Africa. We stole them from their homes, from their families. We built an entire nation on the slave labor of people of color, of people who are now we call black. And this problem has got to be identified so we go beyond it. And in many ways, talking about this from the relationship of the ocean is exactly what we need to talk about, because as you and I have really literally dove into, the ocean represents our origins. We all came from the ocean, and all humanity came from the same origin, right? We're all siblings, you know? And so in this way, we need to realize, okay, there's family conflict, but how do we rise above it? And in the ocean, how do we take care of embracing the fact that the ocean is our body? It's not separate from us, something we just look at or buy expensive property near. It is our body. So how do we take care of the body of nature? How do we take care of the body of all members of the human family? And so this is a moment with the pandemic of the virus and the pandemic of racism becoming really clear that we can make a difference. And so that's how I think they all kind of come together.
Yeah, and you know, when you really start pulling it back and thinking as a scientist, as a biologist, from an evolutionary perspective, from a neuropsychological perspective, but also from a beautifully poetic perspective and a deeply spiritual perspective and a transcendent perspective, there's such a compatibility between all those perspectives and our shared human condition. And the thing that comes up a lot whether I'm speaking about lakes, rivers, or oceans, or human society, is that when we undervalue anybody or anything, and that's the othering or the outgroup process, when we undervalue each other, when we undervalue the water we depend on, bad things happen every time throughout history, today, tomorrow. And so this conversation is partly about, you know, the understanding value and intrinsic value and emotional value, as well as economic and ecological value of something like an ocean, which is, you know, and it's been said before today that it is the dominant feature of our little blue planet that we call home. So this is not an insignificant conversation. And you know, and I know Greg, organizing this event, has struggled a bit with do we go forward with a conversation about the ocean on World Ocean Day in the midst of these dual pandemics? And my vote is yes, for these reasons we're discussing here, that the ocean is the basis of all life, but it is also a source of such great healing for so many. And if we extend that conversation to include lakes and rivers and, you know, all waters that lead to the ocean as a means of healing, I don't know if there's a more important conversation happening than reconnecting humanity to our wild waters as a way to heal the pain, perhaps reduce anger, help people get, you know, reconnected, not just with the waters, but with themselves, with their families. But let's talk a bit about when we talk about blue mindfulness, what is that? You know, we've sort of pulled that phrase apart. The blue part is the water, the mind, and then the fullness. And when we chatted about that at other occasions, I just really enjoy the dissection of that phrase and then putting it back together as blue mindfulness. So let's do that. I think people will enjoy hearing that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, first of all, it's so beautifully said, Jay. And the you know, the notion that you're talking about the ocean being our home, I just want to say, from, you know, the field I work in is called interpersonal neurobiology, and we have a whole way we basically synthesize all the fields of science into one framework, and then we apply it in different ways, you know, to mental well-being, to environmental well-being, to social well-being. And so from the perspective of that field, we see healing coming from a process that we simply call integration, which is where you honor differences and you promote linkages. And in our case, what we'd be saying is that every element of life on Earth needs to be honored, and then promoting compassionate, generative linkages is what the connecting part is. And that would be what we would call integration. It takes those two parts, honoring differences, promoting linkages. So, you know, in this community, it's called PEP, the personal experience of the planetary pandemic, which now has transformed itself as it's grown since the pandemic started to the personal exploration of planetary possibility. We look at how do you apply integration, you know, and we welcome everyone to join the PEP community. And what's beautiful about it is there's something called pervasive leadership, which is, I think, what this Blue Water Summit can really encourage. From an academic point of view, what pervasive leadership is every human being, every individual can be empowered in whatever small ways or larger ways, whatever ways that are unique and special to them, to find a way, let's say, to support the health of water in this case. And so you don't have to be someone who's running an organization or running a summit like this, because sometimes that can feel overwhelming. Oh my God, look how amazing it is they're doing this or that. But everyone in their own way can find a way to bring more integration in the world. That's the way we would say it. So to take the messages you're listening today in the Blue Water Summit and say, how do you bring more integration into the world? Now, in the blue mindfulness question, you know, the blue you've beautifully written about in your book, Blue Mind, Jay, and I love that book and I give it to everyone. I've got it over here. And, you know, I'm seeing the color of my home office here is kind of sort of ocean-y green, blue, whatever it is.
A little bit turtley, I have to point out.
I've got so many turtles around here. I've got to share. This is my version of Adelita right here. You know, she's right near me there. You go.
There you go.
So
I've got a turtle blanket behind me, but anyway, we won't go on down the turtle road.
I think I even saw Greg had a turtle swimming in the back there.
Yeah.
So the issue there is, for the blue part, is that the mind, you know, I've written a bit about that, and I'll just say this, that part of the vulnerability of the human mind is to have categories of self versus other, concepts like I'm better than you because I have, you know, this aspect or that aspect. And then words like race, which are mental constructions, not just population variations that were all different from each other, but actually once you concretize it as a word, then you get something that's very real, which is racism and systemic dismissal of the importance of all human beings, because you then say there's an in-group and an out-group. Oh, you're in that out-group. I'm in the in-group that's better. I'm going to dehumanize you. And literally in terms of the mind in part is related to what happens in your head, but not fully. And the brain in your head can shut off circuits of compassion. So you can treat not only objects like the ocean, like just a meaningless cesspool that you pollute, but you can treat another human being. If you deem them in the out-group, you shut off these circuits of care and compassion. And when you shut them off, the research shows, you treat that person like an object, like a piece of trash, which is what we've seen in these murders of Black individuals. That when a person in authority comes across them and they've shut off their compassion circuits, they just treat them like a piece of trash that should get out of the way. And that's what you see literally in the faces when you see the videos of those folks. And what's sad about it is it's a human vulnerability. It's a human vulnerability to get so preoccupied with self being in this body only. So blue mind, the mind has that to do. And then we have the fun of the fullness, which is integration. But there's also the word mindful, which is different from a full mind. So we have both going on in the playfulness. But the fullness, I would say, is integration. The blue mindfulness, as mindfulness, is really about being aware of what's going on clearly, not emptying your mind, but getting a clear mind. And in that way, blue mindfulness allows you, if you take the blue part of it from your beautiful work and incredible contribution to our world, Jay, the blue mindfulness says, how do I embrace the reality that my mind, built in this body in part and constructed in part by what goes on in my brain, has a vulnerability from 50 million years of history to have what E.O. Wilson, the biologist, called an illusion of separation, a false perception. Albert Einstein called it a delusion of separation. That's a psychotic belief, an absolute false belief. So whether it's a false belief or a false perception, what we want to name is that the human mind can misperceive or misbelieve that there's a self that only exists in your body as a me or I, and that it doesn't really matter what I do. If my skin color is this, I can mistreat you if you have a different skin color. If I'm just of this species, I'll mistreat other species. If this is my little home, I can pollute all the rest of the earth. Who cares? Because this is my spot. It denies the interconnection of everything. And so blue mindfulness, for me, is where the blue part of that term invites us to take a deep breath and realize, okay, we have a vulnerability to misperceive and misbelieve that we are separate. And how do we, in the old term, transcend, but let's talk about it as expand. How do we expand the self? So we have a term, me plus we equals mui. And our approach to this whole blue mindfulness notion would be that, yes, you have a body that has a me, and yes, you have a relationship with people on the planet that's a we, but you need both. You've got to acknowledge that you have a body. You love swimming, and you should be in the water and by the water and think about the water and all this stuff. So that's the me part, great. But the we is equally as important, but you don't give up either one. So we put them together as mui. So this PEP community I'm talking about that's so amazing, that started just during the pandemic, is a mui community where we say, how do we take the disruption of what human beings are doing, even if you put aside that it's affecting people of color much more than people who are white, put aside that it's ending lives and livelihoods and disrupting huge things, unbelievable suffering. But then how do we say, let's take this moment of human disruption where in a way the earth is breathing a sigh of relief because we're not consuming so much, we're not traveling so much, we're not polluting so much. And when I just wake up to the birds around this little home we have, it's just unbelievable. It's never been like this. And the whole nature is saying, if you can disrupt things because of a virus, why not disrupt things because of racism? Why not disrupt things because of environmental destruction? They're equal pandemics, those three things. And so then say, if we can disrupt and rearrange because of a virus, let's do it for these other two acts of violence to life on earth, racism and environmental injustice. And then we say, okay, let's work together to intentionally try to move cultural evolution toward a more integrative, generative way where we have a sense of self that's a we, not just a me. We don't have to obliterate the me and just become a we. We want to be both me and we. That's where the we thing is. And that's where, for me, blue mindfulness is integrating, it's healing, it's embracing the clarity of our vulnerabilities, but then growing beyond them so we can have a different world. And I think we really can if we do this right. So I'm so excited to share it because I think it's really possible.
Yeah. Well, let's talk a little bit about the blue part as it's World Ocean Day. We can talk about the ocean metaphorically and poetically and as a symbol of the interconnectedness, but we've spent some time together. There you go. We've spent time together by the water, in fact, in water, and so talk a little bit about the neurosensory experience of water. And so, my experience and the research that we've put together in my book, Blue Mind, visually, it's different when you're standing at the water, looking at water. It's different than just about everything. There's that soft fascination. There's that simplicity, but there's not boredom, and it sort of holds you there in a mesmerizing kind of way. And then auditorily, the sound of water. So whether it's a creek or a waterfall or the rain, or your shower or the waves in the ocean. And then somatically, if you're submerged, floating, swimming, in a boat even, that's a different experience. So the experience of water in all of its forms, domestic, wild, urban, and even virtual. Greg has chosen Lake Tahoe as the background of our conversation. It influences us, the color, the view. So, from a scientific perspective, that's often left out of the ocean conservation conversation. And I think it's powerful to bring it in. I think it's an accelerator of the progress we can have. I think when we bring, that background that you just provided, of the me and the we, and this other perspective that's really left out of most conservation conversations. But I think when we bring it in, it really is an accelerator for our work, but for building a bigger blue movement, if you will, a more inclusive movement that involves more conversations about emotional and mental health and public health, whether it's our first responders, activists, health professionals who are feeling so burnt out and overwhelmed by red mind. So let's talk about the literal water.
Yeah.
And so your perspective on how that acts on us through our senses is really fascinating.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Jay, as usual, when you speak, I get so inspired, and there's a couple of things I want to address as we get into the blue aspect and the sensory aspect of it. And that is, in this Pathways to Planetary Health movement, I think we're all hoping to be a part of. And I work at the Garrison Institute in New York, a nonprofit organization where we have this initiative called that. And we bring together people, not just about water, but about all aspects of the environment. And they asked me to speak, and I said, "Why are you asking me to speak? Because I just know about the mind, and what does it have to do with ecology? I'm trained in biology, but I'm not an ecologist." They said, "Well, because what we've done has failed." I said, "Well, what do you mean? What have you done?" They go, "Well, we tried to scare people, like with inconvenient truth, and less people got interested." I said, "What?" And I said, "What else did you try?" They said, "Well, we tried to inform people." And I said, "Well, how did it go?" They go, "Less people interested." So I said, "So what are you going to do?" They go, "Well, that's why we brought you." And I go, "Oh my God, that's not good because this is my area especially." So I said, "Well, if you've tried to scare people and it didn't work," they go, "Didn't work." I said, "You tried to inform them, didn't work. I said, "Maybe you need to transform them." And they go, "What do you mean?"
Let me add in that we also tried guilt and shame.
And guilt and shame. Exactly.
That didn't work.
That didn't work.
As poorly as fear and anger. So yeah.
Yeah. So this is where they took out I guess they were desperate. So they had me come, So I said, we need to transform people, now I would say it from me to mui, right? Mm-hmm. And they got very excited about that and started organizing, this notion that it's like an inside out job, just like you're saying. Now, then to transition from that about the transformation from me to mui, is exactly what you're saying, Jay, because the ocean and water in general brings up something we just ought to name, which is just to go into the brain and the head just for a little bit of a few moments. Essentially, just to make it a little bit simplified, but it's actually this way anatomically. If you put your thumb in the middle and put your fingers over the top, this is the head in the brain in your head. So it'll be oriented this way. And we're going to talk about blue mind in a moment and red mind in a moment. That'll be next. But first, let's just talk about this idea of what constructs the self, the separate self. So to be pretty anatomic, but very simple about it, sensing yourself in the water or feeling the breeze on your skin or just listening to the sounds of birds. Sensation. Not thinking, but sensing, not thinking about the birds or thinking about the ocean, but sensing the ocean, seeing the ocean, feeling the breeze from the ocean, dropping into the water. Those are sensory things. Those are on the side of the brain in your head, how they're mediated. When I say those are, what I mean is it's the side regions called lateral, the lateral or side regions that activate when you're having sensation. Now, when you're busy thinking, I'm not doing enough. I need to make more money. I need to build bigger factories. Me, mine. The research is really clear. It's the middle parts. And it's something that it's a long story, but it's called the default mode network. And in this book, I wrote The Developing Mind, which is a textbook. The 3rd edition just came out. You'll see an entire chapter about this whole issue of self. But the point is that human brains have this middle area from front to back that constructs its view of the self. And it's very sensitive to what we experience in our learning with each other. So if you're raised in a family, raised in a school, raised in a society, and even science tells you, hey, Jay, your self is in that body there, and that's it. And then you scramble, like, oh my God, my self is in my body. That's it. What am I supposed to do? And then the world tells you, make a lot of money, make a lot of stuff. Get famous, get powerful, whatever. So then you race, you try to make as much money as possible. You're still not happy. You don't feel fulfilled. You go, this doesn't feel right, but I did what they told me to do. Maybe it's not enough money. I better get more. And then you do more. And pretty soon the world is producing so much garbage because everyone's got this hedonic treadmill, it's called, of racing to try to feel fulfilled with a message they got that was a lie, that was mediated in the midline, mostly midline, default mode networks. Now let's take a deep breath and say that what mindfulness does, and then we're going to get to blue mindfulness, is it activates the side sensory circuits. So you can remember sensory side and all of the, what would be an L for, midline would be the mental chatter of self. Mine, me is midline. So that's how you remember it. Me is midline, sensory side. So that's how you can remember it. So now when you do a practice that lets you just soak in the beauty of the visual sensation of water, the feeling on your skin, the sensation of water, the sound of water, all those are sensory side. Amazingly, a number of colleagues have shown this in various institutions. When you put people in the scanner, when you can emphasize side activation of sensation, it inhibits midline me mental chatter. This is an amazing discovery. So, some people would say, well, why doesn't everybody in the world know about this? And I would say, yes. So let's take blue mind. Let's take blue mind and see what everything you write about so beautifully in that book, Jay, is saying, let's let the sensation of being on, in, by, in, under, on top of, next to, all those things you got. I can't list them all, but you have them all there, And so now let's just start with the basics. That's a sensation. Does it echo with our developmental origins in the womb? Absolutely. We used to be at one with the uterus, right? Does it resonate with our evolution in the ocean? Yes, that's where we all came from. All living things came from there. So then at a sensory level, there's an echo, if you will, of developmental for your individual me and shared evolution for the we. This is where the we comes in, where you don't have to give up either one. You don't have to say, oh, Jay and Dan are telling me to give up my individual pursuit of well-being, you know, through meditating, whatever, or exercising, or no, Jay and I are not saying that to you. The we thing lets you have that and wants you to have it, and recognize that we, whether it's all humanity across pigment levels, and we as all living beings on this planet, we, that's where the we comes in, is the approach that allows you to say, I can have my sensory side circuits. I can tell my midline me circuit that, you know something, I get it. You were informed by parents, by school, by society, even by science, that the self was created inside your body alone, or maybe even just in your brain, because people say the mind is the same as the brain, which it's not. It uses the brain, but it uses our relationships just as much as the fully embodied experience. It's embodied, not just in skull, and it's relational, not just inside. It's within and between. That's 500 pages of a book you don't have to read, but there's a whole science behind those statements. And the point is that the ocean is an invitation. Water is an invitation to go beyond, to transcend, to expand self beyond the me midline chatter by dropping into sensation and realizing the interconnected reality of all of life. And the beautiful thing is, when you do this practice, we have a practice called the Wheel of Awareness, where I did it this morning, and I had that feeling every day, even though I'm not seeing the ocean. You drop into what we call the hub. And when Jay and I taught together for a weekend, that hub is exactly pure awareness, this sense of expanding beyond time and beyond the spatial boundaries of your skin, and realizing that beautiful sensory reality that who you are is part of an interconnected whole, where awareness, interconnection, and love are actually the three, if you will, strands of a singular tapestry of life. And that's what we can all do together.
Yeah, it's great. And you mentioned that you don't have to be at the ocean necessarily, or at the water, to obviously move into this mind state we call blue mind. But the water can help you as an on-ramp. And some people who practice mindfulness and meditation have they have a hard time settling down. And so water can be an on-ramp to help you get there. And, some people might call it a crutch. I wouldn't refer to it that way, but whether it's a bath, whether it's a pool, whether it's the rain falling, whether it's the fog and the clouds, or a lake or a river, in putting yourself there with the water can be one of the ways that helps us get to that state of mind.
Yeah.
And sharing that as a practice would be incredibly useful, given the context of the times we're living in, certainly. Totally.
Well, Jay, I'll say two really wild things that I know you and I took quite a time with our workshop colleagues, to go into this. But I'll just say two things about water that they may sound weird, so forgive me for the weirdness of it, but I just want to put them out there. Number one, when you're, let's say, seeing a creek go by, or let's put ourselves at the ocean, you're on the sand, and you're watching a wave come in, right? Now, when you're watching a wave, let's say from 100 yards out, that's now at 50 yards, now at 20 yards, 10 yards, 5 yards, and now it's crashing at your feet. Some people think you're seeing a swell of water, the actual matter called water, H2O, that's, barreling its way toward your feet. And they would actually be mistaken, that it's actually the energy, in large part of the wind, that has made the energy push the molecules 100 yards and push the water next to them. So what's crashing at your feet are not the same water molecules. It's the same energy that got transferred. So on one level, I think the ocean is this profound way of seeing the nature of energy, which I think the mind is really comprised of. Number two, you know, it's a beautiful saying, I think, in lots of traditions, that you may have the misperception that you're a wave, but what you actually are in the metaphor of the ocean is you're the whole ocean, manifesting as the different waves, different flows of energy, if you will. So this is where you realize, oh, wow, does that mean Jay and Dan and everyone else listening to this, we're all interconnected? Yes. And that's what the ocean tells us. So that's one set of things. The other set of things I'll just say, and, you know, when we did the virtual reality, the beautiful thing you had, and we were swimming in the pool together, you know, I had this feeling of it, but this is a long story. But just to say that in the science area where we study energy, it's called physics. And when you study what physicists have found over the last 350 years, since the time of Newton, is that large objects, matter, act in a certain way. But then in the last 100 years, we realized that small things like electrons or photons act in a very different way. And these are two realms of one reality, right? So we have what's called the macro state Newtonian classical physics world, where things are like nouns, they're like entities, your body's there, my body's here. We can interact with each other, but we're fundamentally separated across space and time. When you look at the quantum level, these microstates, the research is really clear. The equations are totally different. And instead of there being entities, there are verb-like events that are massively interconnected instead of the noun-like entities that are separated in the Newtonian realm. Now, I say this because, like, when, let's say you go to the side of a pool and you're in the air and, you know, someone hands you a drink and it's in a plastic cup or whatever, and you drop the cup. That cup is going to go down. And you know that because you're in the air realm. That's how gravity works. But if you were in the water, right, and you had a sippy cup or something, and you're trying to drink when you're under the water, and you drop the cup, it would just float, right? It would just float there. So no one freaks out that the water realm and the air realm have different characteristics. Well, I think the water, in many ways, is an analogy for the quantum realm, where everything seems to be interconnected and flowing together. Whereas the air realm, we have this experience of things, just as a metaphor, that are more like the Newtonian classical macro state realm. So another level, I think, that the ocean evokes in us some longing and some fulfillment is that it reminds us, as if you do the wheel of awareness practice, you can do this every day, that you can learn to swim between the quantum realm in the hub and the more Newtonian classical macro state realm of the rim. And so for those of us in this community that do the wheel every day or do it regularly, you know that the water is a metaphor for the fact that we live in two realms, but we're usually only aware of the classical Newtonian one. We think we're nouns, but at another level, we are also verbs. And this freaks people out. But I think it's also liberating to people to let go of the illusion of separation, you know, and what an artist in the Brooklyn Public Library, she wrote, having abandoned the flimsy fantasy of certainty, I decided to wander. And I think the ocean is an invitation to abandon that flimsy fantasy of certainty and open up to let life happen, which is filled with love and liberation, really, that the ocean, I think, deeply represents for us all.
You know, and what we see in that space, in that mode, or that blue mind state, the blue mindfulness, is just increase, I mean, the research is clear, increased calmness, slower heart rate, slower breathing rate, heightened creativity, more compassion, more curiosity, more connection to each other, more me, less me. And as you described, that shift, you know, to the lateral parts of the brain, like physiologically a shift, our, you know, our breathing, our heart rate, our skin temperature, all of that happening, right?
Yeah, and Jay, so let's really build on that beautiful thing you're saying. Back in our hand model, when this brain is not integrated, when the different parts are not linked, it can enter basically a threat state, which is your red mind state.
Red mind,
you know, fight, flight, freeze, and faint are very unintegrated states. They may be cohesive, but they're not pulling many different things together in a flexible, adaptive, coherent, is the word, energized and stable way. This faces flow of integration. The blue mind state, actually, we can propose is more integrative, that creates everything you just said, the curiosity, the love, the realization that we're a part of a much larger whole. That's an integrated blue mind state versus the red mind state, which is prone to chaos and rigidity, which is basically what we're seeing in a very unintegrative, non-generative world.
You know, I always point out that red mind is incredibly useful. I mean, it's that mode that can be useful in, well, running fast away from a threat or pushing back really hard on a situation that requires that. But if you're in red mind all the time, we know, guarantee you will end up in gray mind, which is burnout.
Yeah.
And that, you know, so that toggling between red and blue as necessary, the regenerative aspects of blue mind and then the, you know, the raging aspects of red mind, or the competitive aspects of red mind, that are very useful. But then if you're stuck in red mind mode, as many of us are often, for all kinds of reasons, whether it's technology, whether it's conflict, racism, and it's the fight or flight mode, we know that will burn us out at the cellular level. It'll drain all of our tanks.
Right.
And that pile of ashes is not really very useful.
Well, let's talk about that, because, you know, I have in this Mui community, we have many people who are extremely activated by the racial injustice that's been here a long time, but that's become very clear. And for the colleagues I have who are people of color, especially, it's been draining for them. And what we've talked about in our PEP meeting just 2 weeks ago, we had presentations about, you know, what it was like to, for example, to be a Black man in this country, to feel like because of the color of your skin, you can walk out on the street and you might be killed because of the color of your skin, what that felt like. And you'll hear a poem from Nico Carey, one of the people who were guests on the community conversation. And Brian Stevenson wrote this incredible article in New Yorker about this whole issue. So what we talked about was this: anger is the emotion that is activated when there's a wrong that needs to be righted. And the movement, even in a blue mind state, and I'll ask you about this, where you can be in touch with the anger that arises, an emotional state, you can stay very integrated and angry and not have that blue mind state of coherence move into, you know, this more non-integrated state of rage, where in fact you can't be as effective. So this transition from, you know, the activation of anger, and this is what we were talking about, is how do we go out and support, whether it's literally at the protests or at the level of government policy or at the level of how organizations function and how they're going to, all the different ways we're going to do this. How do you let the anger be the fuel that drives skillful action that's effective, and that also makes sure that you as an individual don't burn out, versus it moving into the red mind state where your anger wasn't expressed effectively and now becomes rage, and it's actually not good for anyone. So this is where it's not about inhibiting anger or inhibiting action, quite the opposite. It's about supporting the well-being of the individual who is so mobilized to try to change society that we can actually work collectively in an anger state, which is actually constructive, versus a rage state, which, if it's prolonged and out of control, can be destructive to everyone.
Right, that's a really good distinction, that, you know, anger and rage. And the work we've done with veterans, I've learned from them their experience of moving from really professionally from a red mind to a gray mind state. So burnout, they know burnout and they experience it, and, you know, post-traumatic stress and addiction and just the feeling wiped out. but they're moving back and forth between red and gray all the time, and they get back into and red mind is their comfort zone. It's kind of their normal,
right?
And then the gray mind is the burnout, but then they move back and shifting, between, to keep kind of stay with this color coding, shifting between the red and the blue is what they try to accomplish, and sometimes through surf therapy and swimming therapy and float therapies and all the outdoor activities, and can be music or equine,
right?
But oftentimes the water helps them move into this more constructive red and blue versus red and gray.
Right. Well, and I want to channel some of my colleagues who would push back on what I said, and maybe they would say, "Oh yeah, two white guys are saying don't get rageful, just get angry," and they would say rage is the only thing we can feel because this has been hundreds of years of oppression and systematic racism and violence and brutality and murder. How can we not be rageful? And I totally hear that. And my experience being close with them is that those who stay in prolonged states of the red mind state of rage, they literally burn out. And the very thing they want to achieve that they thought the rage would allow them to achieve, it actually hasn't. So this is from very direct experience. And I'll just try to channel them, though, then say that, this is not about blaming people who get in the red state of rage. It's totally understandable, but it's not healthy for them. And it's actually, in the end, not going to be productive for leading to systemic change in the world. Now, we're not saying take a deep breath and just tolerate what's happening and let's just go back to business as usual. No, 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 no. But let's collectively work together with the anger that's a healthy, constructive emotion, that when that can be put into policy, voting that way, protesting that way, talking that way, having conversations that way, then we can get somewhere collectively. And that's how I think we're going to see a generative change come from these very terrifying examples of people being murdered, literally murdered, because they're dehumanized. And that has to, stop.
I'm right there with you. And I'll share an example of the video, the short 1-minute video we started with today. Briefly, there's a man in that video named Harvey Welch, and he's a black man. He died last year. I believe he was 86. When I met him in Carbondale, Illinois, so this is far from the ocean, but it's completely relevant. He said, "Jay, I did not become the man I could have become because as a child here in Carbondale, I wasn't allowed to swim. So I wasn't allowed to explore the waters of the world, let alone my community. The lakes, the beautiful lakes and rivers, and then served in the Air Force overseas, traveled, felt limited in his enjoyment and his experience of his home planet because he was not afforded swim lessons because of the color of his skin." And he said, "I'm still angry." And at that point, he was 82. 82-year-old man, "I'm still angry that I had that experience of racism, not allowed to swim in the public pool. That was in the adjacent community, not allowed to go to the beach." He said, "But I'm going to take that anger and put it into action." And he and his colleagues built the first public swimming pool in Carbondale, Illinois. It opened 3 years ago. And now anyone who wants to learn to swim in that community, any background, can go to the Carbondale Splash Park, beautiful pool, and learn. And adults are learning to swim who are, I met a woman who grew up across the street from a swimming pool, heard the kids her age swimming and laughing throughout her childhood and was not allowed to go in the pool. Heartbreaking, disturbing, wrong. She took swim lessons at 60. Now she wants to paddleboard and she wants to learn to water ski. And all of a sudden she's just, the water world is opened up, which is, as we hear over and over, 71% of the surface of our planet. And so there's that connection. And, whether we're talking about Black Americans or veterans or, kids in cities who just don't even know that they live so close to the ocean, anybody who doesn't have access to their water, their blue mind, and that's been systematically cut off for a lot of people. And I think that's kind of where I think we agree, opening up the access to more kinds of water to more people in order to have these experiences we've been talking about this hour is really part of our goal. And I know it's a shared mission by many people. And I want to be respectful of our allotted time. And I see Greg has joined us.
Yeah, I just it's so funny. I've been watching the chat line and the comments that are coming in, and people are just saying just how extraordinary your presentation was, Jay and Dan Siegel, and just how grateful we are to have you guys this morning. I always say an hour, in presentation time almost feels like 10 minutes. It goes very, very quick. And I just, before we sign off and bring in our next panel, is there anything Dan or Jay you guys want to say?
No, Greg, thanks for organizing this. And Jay, it was fun as usual to be with you. And I do invite people to join our PEP community. You just go to my website, drdansiegel.com, and on the little right side of the homepage, you'll see if you want to join the PEP community, which is now it's the personal exploration of planetary possibility. And it's got a conversation, a community conversation zone. And it's really been an incredible privilege to join with so many people on the planet all around the world to really think, how do we take the disruption that we're experiencing now with the racial injustice, with the planetary issues happening, and with the pandemic, and turn this into a generative world together.
Jarring to see a very beautiful fish swimming alongside a bag of plastic, and that's something that will stick in my mind for a long time.
I'm struck here by what we're seeing. There wasn't a single place that we went that wasn't filled with plastic debris.
I've been a guide in Indonesia, all over Indonesia, since last 20 years. And then I can see a lot of change. Now, a lot of plastic just floating around the sea.
As hard as it is to see the amount of plastic pollution that's hitting this most beautiful spot I've ever seen on the planet, I am so hopeful and motivated to do more.
Walking with the tourism, they start talking about plastic, that it is dirty, and also I read some description about the dangers of the plastic.
We cannot wait any longer. The problem is urgent. We need to address it now, otherwise it's going to affect not just our marine biodiversity, our coastal communities, but the economy as well that depends on the tourism a lot.
I think that the ocean is communicating with us through the plastic, the materials of our own making, because it's something that humans can understand.
Well, I came down here actually to take a water sample to look for microplastics in the water. I just was stopped because, as you can see, this is a wall of so much trash. I mean, it goes 10 feet deep here. A lot of it's photodegraded. You go to pick it up and it just shatters. And that's almost instant microplastics. So I'm feeling a little overwhelmed by the quantity of trash. I don't even know where to begin. I mean, you can't even start to think about cleaning this sort of thing up as an individual.
We filled up tons of bags and we still couldn't collect all of it. It was just kept on coming and coming and coming, and it made me realize we can't solve this problem by collecting all the plastic that's in the oceans. We need to stop it at the source.
Let's not use
single-use plastic. That would be right there, would be such a difference that we could make.
That's really, really breaking my heart because my daughter, she started diving, and I'm worried about that maybe on a couple of years later, she's not gonna see that kind of things that I've seen before.
We in the Western world, we say, throw it away. There is no away. It goes somewhere, and this is where it's going.
We were able to talk about plastic pollution that was on the beach and even hand out metal straws, demonstrated that by sipping out of the natural spring there to get fresh water.
Thank you for your hard work.
No, it's not hard work. It's kind of my happiness.
Gives you energy.
I'm happy to do that, not hard work.
A really important value, which is spirituality. There's magic happening every day in the universe and nature.
We're at a point in our evolution where we're moving into a new phase. We are in a transformational moment. So we have the opportunity right now to make changes, even little by little, day by day, that are going to spread like wildfire. They're going to change the face of humanity, and we are just in time to make this change happen, and I know that this is what we need to do.
Welcome everyone. Happy World Oceans Day. What an exciting moment for us to all come together virtually. For those of you who are new to the Blue Water Summit and are just joining us right now, we're excited to talk about the truth behind plastic. My name's Heather White. I am a consultant, lawyer, and activist. I'm from Bozeman, Montana, where there's not a whole lot of ocean work going on. We certainly appreciate the oceans here, but as we all know, plastic pollution makes a huge impact on everyone's life. And in the freshwater here, the river that's very close to me, the Gallatin River, where a river runs through it, was filmed, has significant microplastic pollution in addition to all of the single-use plastic issues we see each day. So it's my absolute joy to introduce the amazing panel that we have for you today. First, I'll start with Deanna Cohen, who is the co-founder of the Plastic Pollution Coalition. Deanna is an artist, and plastic bags have been her medium for about 15 years. She does all kinds of work around advocacy to reduce plastic pollution. She also collaborates with artists, musicians, young people, and does great work also on Capitol Hill. So you'll hear more from Deanna in just a minute. And then also we're joined by Crystal Ambrose. And Crystal is an environmental scientist. She is a force of nature. She is coming live from the Bahamas, where she is the founder of the Bahamas Plastic Movement. She also has a degree from Gannon University and a master's in marine management with a focus on plastic pollution. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Deanna Cohen and just thank everybody for taking time out to talk about this important issue. So with that, I'll turn it over to Deanna.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Cool. Good morning from Los Angeles. I'm Deanna Cohen. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Plastic Pollution Coalition. We're a global coalition made up now of over 1,200 businesses and nonprofits from 77 countries, actually 77 countries around the world, who are all working to stop plastic pollution and to raise awareness about the toxic impact on human health, animal health, the ocean, and the environment and waterways. I just thought it might be fun to start our session too, you guys, with a blue marble. Thanks, Jay Nichols. Thanks, Wallace J. Nichols. I thought I'd just bring that with me since I have one. I was thinking it might be fun to pass something along from session to session. So with that said, I'm excited to have this conversation with you guys. Crystal and the Bahamas Plastic Movement are part of Plastic Pollution Coalition. And you're right, she is a tour de force. But she's not only a scientist, but she's doing what is really my favorite thing, which is she's taking that kind of nexus between science and art and communication and community and really building it into something where she's engaged her whole local community, but beyond in the Caribbean and beyond. And so anyway, I'm really excited to hear what Crystal's going to say, but I wanted to share one more short video with you guys. This is a really just an overview of the issue. I think that As an artist, pictures for me communicate much more than words do. And so I'd like to share a video called Open Your Eyes right now.
Open your eyes. When did we become a plastic society? We got plastic bags, plastic water bottles, plastic straws, plastic cups, plastic wrap, plastic utensils, and plastic to-go containers. Plastic is a substance the earth cannot digest, and every bit of plastic that has ever been created still exists. Every day in the United States, we throw out almost 88,000 tons of plastic. Now, what happens to plastic after you use it? Well, most of it goes into landfills. A portion gets into the water course and eventually ends up in the oceans. Recycling is not a sustainable solution. It's actually called downcycling because plastic never goes away. Consumption of disposable plastics has spiraled out of control. What is the number one thing plastic is made out of? Well, every year we use 17 million barrels of oil to make plastic water bottles. This is enough to fuel 1 million cars every year. Plastic pieces on the ocean surface now outnumber sea life 6-to-1. Plastic makes up almost 90% of all trash floating on the ocean surface, 46,000 pieces of plastic per square mile. What effect does plastic have on human health? Plastic chemicals like BPA are absorbed by the body. Studies show that they alter hormones and disrupt the endocrine system. By refusing disposable plastic, you can improve the health of the ocean and the environment around us, including human health and animal health. Since 2009, Plastic Pollution Coalition has been building a global alliance to combat single-use disposable plastic. Our membership includes individuals, organizations, NGOs, businesses, campuses, and policymakers. We share resources, tools, and messaging with our coalition to develop a broad-based strategy to tackle the issue head-on. We're working with universities, businesses, festivals, musicians, and more to create replicable and sustainable approaches to eliminating single-use disposable plastic. Plastic pollution is a global problem that humans alone have caused. We can do something about it. Please join our coalition. For more information, visit www.plasticpollutioncoalition.org. Remember, bring reusable items with you, like a water bottle, a cup, a bag, utensils. Refuse plastic when it's offered. And remember to say, no straw, please. Only purchase items in sustainable packaging, like glass and wax paper.
Hi.
What a great video. Back to you, Deanna.
Thank you. I feel like that video now is already a few years old, and there are a couple things I'd probably tinker with in it, but I think that overall it still really is unfortunately totally evergreen. And in getting involved in this work, I don't think any of us imagined that plastic and plastic pollution would become the global crisis that they have. So I'm very excited to get into the conversation with you guys, and turn it over to Crystal.
All right. Good morning or good afternoon, world, wherever you are. In my neck of the woods. My name is Crystal Ambrose, also known as Crystal Ocean. And as established, I'm the founder and director of the Bahamas Plastic Movement. Calling you from Harbor Island, Bahamas. It's a beautiful island off of North Eleuthera. We're famous for our 3-mile pink sand beach. Come visit anytime, whenever the borders open up. But yeah, I'm based here, and this is where our work happens. I've been in the field of marine science and environmental science for the last 13 years, and my background spans, coral reef research and fish abundance and biodiversity. But for the last 8 going on 9 years, I've been focused on marine debris and plastic pollution. And this came about after I got the experience of a lifetime to sail across the Pacific Ocean and see firsthand the impacts of the Great Pacific Garbage Patch having studied the Western Garbage Patch in 2012 with the Five Gyres organization, and seeing that the plastic firsthand, you know, the impact that it was having on the marine ecosystem, and seeing that all the plastic that we discovered out in the ocean was a daily part of my life. You know, I realized that humans weren't quote unquote nasty, you know, or were deliberately, polluting the oceans. But I realized that a lot of people were unaware, and that in fact I was human, and that because I was a big offender, I could equally be a part of the solution. So I came back home fired up and wanted to make a difference. And I figured, you know, by tomorrow, the entire Bahamas would quit using plastics, but it wasn't that simple. I realized a lot of people simply didn't know. And that's where the Bahamas Plastic Movement came about. I kept having these visions and manifestations of a nation walking with me to create this nation free of plastic debris. And Bahamas Plastic Movement was founded, and we are the grassiest grassroots organization. We are a backpack organization. I like to tell people it goes wherever I go. We don't have any overhead or anything like that. It's all community-based community work, working with friends, working with partnering organizations like Plastic Pollution Coalition, who have been a big support system for us. And that's how we get things done. We are an environmental nonprofit that's geared towards raising awareness and finding solutions to plastic pollution. And we do this through 4 pillars: research. You know, what is the extent of the issue? How does this impact Bahamian marine ecosystems? And health, where we live. You know, we look at education. How do we get the masses to understand what the problem is and how they can be on the right side of solutions? Citizen science. How do we bridge the gap between community and science and get the average layperson onto the beach and realize that science is as simple as picking up a piece of plastic from the beach and quantifying that? That's science. And policy change. How do we utilize all of the former pillars that I just mentioned to create some systems or framework that addresses plastic pollution, marine debris, and waste management, not only in the Bahamas, but regionally, especially in small island developing states. And even though we're so focused on plastic pollution, you know, I actually really don't like talking about plastic these days because it's just so heavy. But at the same time, people need to know, right? This is a very extreme issue. But even though our organization is focused on plastic pollution, it's truly rooted in the hopefulness that comes from engaging young people, especially people on the grounds in the Bahamas, in our community, in education and activism around plastic pollution, and getting people to connect to the ocean, to the environment, so that they want to protect it. So we do a few things in our organization. One of them is beach cleanups. We do a lot of beach cleanups. Tomorrow, I guess yesterday, Saturday, would have been our 6th annual World Oceans Day beach cleanup, but our beaches, our public beaches, are closed right now given the pandemic. So we're not going to be doing it on World Oceans Day, but we're going to get to it once our beaches open within the coming weeks. But we've done cleanups on 8 different Bahamian islands. We've removed more than 5,000 pounds of marine debris, have engaged more than 1,000 participants in our beach cleanups. And I want to break because we're going to show that video right now, right?
Terrific. So today is a beautiful day. We are here to celebrate our beautiful oceans. Everyone look behind you and say, thank you, ocean! Thank you, ocean! Another thing that we find commonly on beaches is plastic with bite marks in it. And you see these are triangular bite marks that usually come from triggerfish, for example, and it's a substance that they can't digest.
Yeah, so you can see in that video, there's a lot of plastic that washes up onto our beaches. And we usually work with students to go out there and get some of that removed. But where we're situated in the Bahamas, we're an Atlantic chain of islands, and we are directly facing that eastern beautiful Atlantic Ocean, and that means we get a lot of debris from other places around the world that we're responsible for cleaning up. So even though we move it from the beach, it goes right into the landfill. It's not a permanent fix, and it's very much a Band-Aid effect that we're quite aware of. And we talk about this with our students all the time, you know, and helping them to understand that the whole issue of plastic pollution isn't just, you know, limited to the beaches, but it's in our everyday lives, the things that we utilize and how we get rid of our waste here in the Bahamas. So because of this, I wanted to raise more awareness of plastic pollution and put our students in the driver's seat of being solutions, have them recognize that their voices are important and they deserve a seat at the table in making decisions that impact their future. And because of that, the Plastic Pollution Education and Ocean Conservation Summer Camp was born. That's a very long title, so we just call it the Plastic Camp for short. And Plastic Camp, it's a tuition-free program that takes students on this holistic journey from the problem with plastic to solutions to this environmental crisis. And again, it's not saying that plastic isn't of value. It's a very real issue in our community. We live on an island, so about 90% of everything that we utilize is imported, so we generate a lot of waste. And some of it is useful, but we focus on the single-use plastic and the impact that that has on our marine environment. So for about 5 to 7 days, our students are fully engaged in research, education, art, activism, and science all around this issue and how they can use their voice. So we have our main program that happens on the island of Eleuthera every summer. And there are students, they are full on into scientific research. So they're out in the middle of the in the Atlantic Ocean, trawling for microplastics, seeing what the issue is at hand. They're dissecting the stomachs of fish like mahi-mahi. They're looking at albatross boluses, and they're seeing where there's plastic in the stomach, and there they make that real world connection that their lifestyle on land actually impacts animals, especially animals that they like to eat. They're doing the art and upcycling the beach plastic that we collect from the beach and creating murals and putting that in the community to raise awareness. And then they use their voices and our culture. They create songs, skits, dances, and they put on a full-led student show for the community to raise awareness of this issue in their own special way. In addition to our main camp, we also have satellite programs, which is a condensed version of our camp that we take to different islands in the Bahamas. And just for geographic reference, there's over 700 islands and keys in the Bahamas. About 30 of them are inhabited. So it's really hard to get the message to everyone. So our camp is a traveling road show. And I have a quick video of our camp from Cat Island. This is our condensed satellite program. So you can roll that.
So today we are going to be dissecting the stomach of this fish.
Thank you so much. That's awesome, Crystal. I think were you going to talk a little bit more about the video, and then we can jump into our discussion?
Yes, and just to wrap up, you know, it's just a smidgen of the impact that our program has, because the students are learning and then they plant that seed in their home and in their community. So every time I go to the store, if I forget my reusable bag, the cashier is like, well, Sarah never forgets her bag. Or when Joey comes into the store, he never wants a plastic straw, you know. So you see the impacts, it's far reaching. And just the hope that it gives me as well. It helps me to understand that this work isn't about me, but for this next generation. And I was ordained to do this work. That's how I feel. So yeah, it's a joy doing this work.
Crystal, it's obvious it's a joy to you to do this work. I have to say, like, Deanna was like snapping and clapping while you're talking. You know, we're here smiling, and I think that's What's so exciting about this summit and about the work that you're doing, obviously across the globe, we're dealing with so many issues. The three of us talked a lot about climate. COVID happened, and obviously we're talking a lot about racism and racial equality right now. So all of these huge issues that we are literally all biologically connected, we've learned through COVID, but obviously spiritually, morally, from an ecological perspective, we're all connected. And for us to be able to get together and be joyful and smiling and talking about change, I'm just really grateful for this opportunity, and certainly grateful for your work and for Deanna's work at all as well. I'm on the board of the Plastic Pollution Coalition, which is just one of my great joys in life. And I'm so inspired by the mission to just reach out literally around the world so everyone can be focusing on this issue of plastic pollution. So to be able to talk about this issue and to have people smiling, Crystal, and hopeful is exactly why we all need to continue to work together and keep our eye on the prize. So I just want to thank you for your work. Tell Deanna how excited I am to be able to lift up PPC. And in my background, I've done a lot of work in environmental health and in advocacy. And obviously you can't talk about plastic pollution without talking about people's health. So and we've talked about bisphenol A, that was in the PPC video. Obviously there's issues with brominated flame retardants, which are called PBDEs, also phthalates that are used to make plastic more flexible. These chemicals mess with our hormones and do have an actual impact on us. And I think my 7th grader, who I took to see the story of plastic, Crystal, I just want you to know she's one of the next generation that is inspired to act. One of the stats that really struck her was that every week we consume a credit card size amount of plastic every week. So we're consuming plastic. The chemicals from plastic manufacturing are showing up in our bodies. So plastic literally is part of us. So I was hoping maybe Deanna and Crystal, you could talk a little bit about the research and what we're learning about plastics and the impact on our human health. Deanna, I'll kick it to you and then we'll go to Crystal.
Okay. Well, the thing that I've come to learn, and I'm not a scientist, I'm an artist. I'm an artist with I would call myself a science hobbyist, in that I started out a biology major, but that was not what I pursued. So I feel that I have an ability to understand, a certain level of the science that's been coming out for the last 10, 12 years for me that I've been working on this issue. And it's actually really personal, because it turns out, and I think bisphenol A has been studied the most. And I think a lot of people think they're doing the right thing when they look at me and say, well, I got this instead and it's BPA free. It turns out that BPA free may mean that they've used another bisphenol, BPB or BPC or BPZ or BPS. And those, it turns out, are equally bad, if not worse, to BPA. And as BPA has been studied quite a bit, and we know that it affects our endocrine system, it functions almost like a synthetic estrogen. And it has been linked to lower sexual function, sterility, infertility, to breast cancer, brain cancer, and prostate cancer, and to diabetes and obesity, which we are literally having epidemics of right now across the United States and in other parts of the world. It's one of those fun things I feel like, the United States has exported with fast foods and things like that to other countries, is disease. And, it's tough because particularly there are a lot of places where you have no choice. And I was thinking about a talk that I think would be really valuable for people, if you're interested in this, that Van Jones gave in 2010 at our TEDx Great Pacific Garbage Patch Conference, which was titled The Economic Injustice of Plastic. And the thing is, if it's impacting our health, if it's affecting children and babies in utero, and it has been linked in studies to babies in utero to shortened anogenital distance, smaller penis size, feminization of boys, early menses in girls, lower IQ, attention deficit disorder. If it is linked to these things, I'm sorry, but any one or two of these things would be completely alarming to me. And I would imagine that we'd be doing everything in our power to move away from using this material to package all of our food and beverages in. So I can talk about this for a week, but, you know, Crystal, I mean, I'd love your thoughts on this too, because some of it is, you know, incredibly, there's an unfairness going on that I think Van spoke to, which is if you live in particular communities, you don't have a choice. And I found that on islands and the work we've done on islands as well.
Yeah. And for me personally, I think about this every day. In my refrigerator, my water is in a gallon plastic bottle, and how we buy our water to drink in the Bahamas, it's in 5-gallon plastic bottles that are reused, that are on the back of trucks in the hot sun, bottles that have scratches in it. And I know in my heart of hearts that there's probably thousands, if not millions, of plastic fibers floating around in the water. And it's harder for me because I know the impact of the issue. I know the health concerns that come with it, but based on where I am, the food that I have available for me to eat, all of my food comes packaged in plastic. Only just last week, my island just got the new RO system. We couldn't even cook with the water that came out of the tap because it was so salty and it smelled like sulfur, you know, so it's not as easy to say, oh, put a filter on it, just drink from that. Everything that we rely and depend on in this country, it comes wrapped in plastic. You know, and for me, I sit at this very tough intersection where I'm talking about this issue, but also still realizing that I'm contributing majorly to the problem, especially if you look at my trash can now, there's still plastic in there, you know, and it's still a part of my life because of the environment where I live. You know,
that's so powerful, Crystal, of like thinking about, you know, being on an island and thinking about the barriers that you have and how things are given to you. And I think one of the things that Deanna and I know PPC have highlighted is as part of COVID and the COVID-19 response, we've also seen a lot higher increased use of single-use plastic. Understandably, that people are concerned about transmission, et cetera, but we've seen it kind of reemerge in our life in a significant way. That's such an important concern. I think the other thing that is on, you know, so many people's minds around the world, in addition to COVID, is when do we start talking about racism and structural racism? And how does environmental justice, racism, and the environmental movement, and how does that intersect with plastics? And what's so interesting, Deanna mentioned the Van Jones talk about the economic injustice of plastic. He talks a lot about where plastic manufacturing is happening. And in the United States, it's disproportionately impacting minority and low-income communities. Obviously, we've seen Cancer Alley in Louisiana. I mean, that's the term for the area of the petrochemical complex where millions of tons of toxic chemicals are emitted in the actual manufacturing of plastic, not to mention all of the issues that the environmental community has in lack of representation of BIPOC leaders, you know, as we're talking about these issues. So I would love for us to just kind of dive into that, because I think it's something that is on everyone's mind. And I think we've seen that it's not limited to our discussion in the United States. So environmental justice and plastic, how does that connect? Deanna, do you want to go Deanna and then Crystal?
Sure. You know, I mean, one of the things that I've come to learn and really come to learn, that connection to climate change and greenhouse gas emissions, global warming with regards to plastic and our use of plastic is really just in the last 3 or 4 years or so. And since we created this Break Free from Plastic movement, I had an opportunity to go on a toxic tour on the Gulf Coast in Houston, Texas, and really to experience firsthand and talk with activists and people who run organizations that are on the front line, living in those fence line communities. It impacts a lot of people of color, indigenous communities. This is where, when you look at the entire chain of the way that we manufacture plastic, use plastic, and then manage it as a waste entity at the end, it is poisoning us. It is toxic from extraction through production, manufacturing, our use of it, because it leaches into the food and beverage and beauty products and things that we package in it. And then it's instantly a waste management issue. And oftentimes is either buried in our landscape or buried in the environment. As Jackie Nunez always says, we just dig a hole in the environment and put it there. We call it landfilling, which is like, sounds like something, but it's not actually anything. Or we burn it. And we call it all these fun things, incineration, pyrolysis, we have chemical recycling. There are all these different terms that we use under the moniker of recycling. But what's the reality of that? And when you look at that and look across the entire chain, you see that we are poisoning ourselves the whole time.
Crystal, anything you want to add to the discussion?
Yeah, just in terms of as it relates to race and sustainability, I feel like people of color are often disenfranchised, and sometimes the environmental movement has become gentrified. And if we trace it back to civilizations, there was this connection to living off of the land. You know, even my grandparents, they would always reuse things, whether that was a tin can to put a juice drink in there, using burlap sacks to make clothing. There was never this culture of waste. But as time progressed and we got into this whole comfort of convenience, you know, that affected our communities even more, especially if you look at food deserts. There's no access to fresh, unpackaged food. So everything comes wrapped. Everything has to go to the quote unquote landfill, you know, like Deanna says, but it never truly goes away. And with it, it comes a lot of health implications and impacts. And for those people of color that are in the forefront of the sustainability movement, you know, from within our own communities, and I've experienced this as well, it's sometimes a foreign concept. Because some people within the community have been so disconnected from it that if you're using a reusable bag or if you're out in nature and enjoying things like that, it's considered to be something that white people do. You've been around the white people for too long, you're using a reusable bag. I've gotten that on several occasions. And even on the flip side, for those that do use the reusable bag, and with the racial tensions right now, and me, when I went to school in America, I experienced this. When I went to the grocery store with my reusable bag, I always kept my receipt forefront, because I didn't want people to think I was stealing. And that's a very, very valid concern and real concern that a lot of people of color have because of the profiling, you know? So it's like, where do I fit in if this movement is for this color, but I'm trying, but I'm being profiled, or if I'm trying, but I'm being said that I'm acting white, you know, whatever that means. Where's this space for me when all along we created the space in our own way generations ago? So I think it's inherently within us, and the conversations need to be had. And yeah, the framework just needs to be rebuilt.
Can I add
needs to be rebuilt?
I wanted to add to that too, that, you know, I mean, what we're describing in terms of different communities, it's actually referred to as sacrifice zones. And I'm sorry that I didn't mention the ocean, but obviously a lot of plastic is also ending up in the ocean. I don't know if it's dumped there or it's getting there in riverways and waterways and things like that. But from microplastics in the Great Lakes here in the United States to highly polluted rivers in the United States and around the world. I mean, it's really, plastic pollution is an environmental justice, social justice issue. It really is. And you can't have environmental justice if you don't have social justice. It's all interconnected. It's amazing time to get to have the opportunity to have this conversation. I mean, it's a, you know, it's a daunting time and a challenging time.
And even just piggybacking on what Deanna said, from the beginning of its life to the end of its life, you know, plastic is a major issue. You talked about the Cancer Alley and how the extraction most likely or most often affects people of color. And then where we live with our landfill structures, there are a lot of, on Eleuthera in particular, there's a landfill in every settlement, which is the town. And even though most often the landfills aren't necessarily close to the community or close to homes, the wind and the smoke, it blows into communities, and it still has a very negative impact on health. And that's something that we're not monitoring, because on the island of Eleuthera, within the Bahamas, we have a very high cancer rate. And I can't say if there's a correlation or not, but it is something that's alarming.
It is, absolutely. It's alarming. And I think another way is, go ahead, Deanna, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say it's overwhelming too.
Yeah.
No, you go ahead, and I'm going to fix my lighting because all of a sudden it's Montana where it's all of a sudden summer and sunny here. So hold on just a second. You go ahead. I'll fix my light. There we go.
Well, I'll just say that I wanted to let you guys all know that in the coming weeks, we are super excited. We've been working for 1.5 years on a healthy pregnancy guide, which will be free that people can download online. And we've done it, Plastic Pollution Coalition, in collaboration with Made Safe, which is Amy Ziff's organization, which certifies different products for being non-toxic. And I'm really excited about it. A couple years ago, we produced a healthy baby guide with them, which is really a plastic-free baby guide. And this is our new one. It's a healthy pregnancy guide, and it's coming up soon. So for anybody who's trying to get pregnant, thinking about getting pregnant again, might want to get pregnant in the future, I think that this is going to be a really valuable resource, and we're excited to share it in the coming weeks.
Nice. Deanna, I'm so glad that you're providing those tools and that research, and also Crystal, for you really activating this next generation. My daughters are in Gen Z. They're in 7th and 9th grade. And they keep telling me, you know, I keep talking about how inspired I am by their commitment to social justice, the work they want to do, the care they have about the environment, the fact that they realize that we're all connected. But they've said to me, especially my older daughter who's in high school, we can't clean it up. This is not on us, Mom. We need you and your generation to act. We're running out of time. And I think one of the things I'd love to hear from you all, because, you know, once you start to learn these things, right? Just talking about plastic, as we've talked about, the connection between our personal health, the connection between structural racism, the connection between our energy production systems, our communities, pollution itself, and climate change, it all becomes overwhelming. So let's talk a little bit about the hope. You've given us hope about activating the next generation, Crystal, but you've also given us hope through legitimate policy change in the Bahamas. So can you tell us a little bit about your work with the government? And then Deanna, if we could talk a little bit about the Break Free from Plastic Pollution Act, because there is hope. That's one of the things we want to really leave people with. It's bad and it's overwhelming and it's a really, really tough time. And there is hope, and we can get through this, but only if we work together and only if we are fighting for change. So Crystal, can you talk to us a little bit about your experience with solutions at the policy level?
Yes, and I just want to touch on what your daughter mentioned, you know, and for a long time I would give talks and I would tell the students that I work with, oh, you know, my generation, we messed up. It's all on your shoulders now. Thanks in advance. And Greta Thunberg said something that was really, really powerful. She said it's not fair for us to put the problems that we created on the backs of the future generation, you know, and that was really an epiphany for me. And I was like, you're right. It's not fair. And it's a heavy burden on top of everything that the next generation has to face. So for me, it's not like pointing down to the students and saying, you know, this is what you need to do. This is what you should do. Go out there and do it. But it's like, listen, this is a partnership. This is two-eyed seeing. I need your help. In fact, most of the ideas that I get, most of the guidance that I get, it comes from the students. You know, I put a message in the chat. I'm like, what do you guys think about this? They're like, Miss Crystal, that's boring. We should do it this way.
I hear that a lot, Crystal.
And, and they have the ideas. They have the vision. And I knew when it came to the policy, for a long time, I danced around it. And timing is everything, right? I was like, I don't know if I'm ready. You know, how is it fair that I have to ban plastic bags? And is there going to be a tax? What about the people that can't afford to live on a regular day? You know, who am I to say that you have to now pay, you know, for a plastic bag? And I had to take that thinking out of it and realizing that it wasn't a personal problem, but this was an environmental issue. It wasn't attacking anyone, but it's for the well-being of the country, for the human health, and also for the environment, which is the perspective that I always came from. And I knew that I couldn't do it alone. I knew that collective voices mattered. And that's why I did it with students. So for us to get the ban done, it happened during our summer camp program, you know, where I was like, how are we going to do this? How are we going to get the government activated? How are we going to get them to listen? So following our summer camp program, I ended up going to the United Nations Environment Assembly, and I realized every country at that assembly had made a commitment to ban single-use plastics at some capacity. And I was like, we have to get this done in the Bahamas. So I came home and I put on a youth activism workshop, literally text the kids. I'm like, hey, y'all free after exams? I'm coming home for Christmas break. Let's get together. And for about 3 days, we came together and we brainstormed. I brought in a social scientist that helped the students to understand, how do you create surveys? How do you measure attitudes and perceptions within the community, within the country, as it relates to implementing a single-use plastic ban? I brought in a local lawyer, and she taught us all about policy and legislation and how that works in the Bahamas. And then we did case studies. I broke the students up into groups, and we looked at different countries and what their approaches to plastic bag bans were. And we had this big brainstorming session. It was lively and provocative, and everyone was fired up. And we brought in the best of every policy and figured out what would work best for the Bahamas. And with the help of that lawyer, we were able to write a bill. We drafted a bill for what a plastic bag ban or a plastic bag legislation would look like for the Bahamas. And then, you know, I tried to set up the meeting with the Minister of Environment, and I didn't get any feedback. And then a week before we ended up going to Nassau, we had to fly to the capital city. They were like, the meeting is granted. So me and the crew of Plastic Warriors, my kids from as young as 10 years old up to 15, we flew to the capital city, and we went in there, and I was like, guys, we have to be professional. We have to wear, you know, like blazers and all this stuff. And they're like, Miss Crystal, that's boring. We got to go in there beating on the desk. And that's literally what we did. We gave a presentation, and they started beating on the desk. We are the change. We're the solution.
Wow.
We fix this plastic pollution. And then we kind of won them over. We had 3 deliverables of what we wanted. But what I didn't know going into this was that the Ministry of Environment had already had in their manifesto that they wanted to implement a plastic ban for the country, you know, and the Minister of Environment said that seeing the students, seeing the young people at the forefront fighting for this really gave him that oomph to keep going. So we went there January 3rd of 2018, right after the new year had began. And on Earth Day, April 22nd of 2018, the Minister of Environment had a national press conference and announced that the Bahamas was going to ban single-use plastics and January of 2020, that law officially went into, it was enacted. And July 1st, no stores would be permitted to have any styrofoam or single-use plastics, inclusive of plastic bags, straws, and utensils, and also mass balloon releases have been banned as well, per our recommendation. So it all came with you. It was all, thank you. It was all a partnership and collaboration and getting everyone involved, right? Not just the issue, but how do we see this from the economic standpoint, the health standpoint, the environment standpoint, and hitting that triple bottom line. And that's how we got it done.
I love when you talk about the triple bottom line, Crystal. And I think for a lot of people who like will read, okay, the Bahamas have banned single-use plastic, it'll be in full effect by 2020. It just seems like it just happens. Yeah. But all of the work that you've done, all of the not only activating the young people, but making sure you're talking to the right people in government, putting pressure on, you know, politically, but through the media channels, all of that is so important. And it's just exciting. And I think it's important for folks who are tuning in to know real change is not only possible, it's happening, and it's happening from the ground up. So yes. Deanna, talk to us a little bit about the federal level and the Break Free from Plastic Pollution Act, and the fact that, you know, this is a first step, like first step to have this bill and to see some discussion at the federal level of this really important issue.
Yeah, well, I'll just mention that one of the things that we've been able to create over the last 3 years is a Global Plastic Reduction Legislative Toolkit, which is also another tool that's available on the plasticpollutioncoalition.org website for people to use. It's free. And what we're doing there is we're collating the best of policy and legislation and making it available so that other people can emulate that. Out of that, and with all of us working on this, has come this wonderful Udall Lowenthal bill, the Break Free from Plastic Pollution Act, which was introduced in February. I know that a number of really tremendous folks who are all part of our coalition and part of the movement presented on Capitol Hill, and they included Hannah Testa, who I believe is speaking on a panel later that I am moderating, Jackie Nunez, who founded the Last Plastic Straw, Michael Doshi, who is part of Algalita Marine Research Institute, and Judith Enck, who founded Beyond Plastic. So with the Break Free from Plastic Pollution Act, it's extremely comprehensive. It includes support and funding for not just rebooting some kind of recycling system in the United States, but also the infrastructure to support that. I'm just going to back up by saying, as I am now 55, in growing up, our milk was delivered by a milkman, and we lived in an apartment, and the whole front of the building outside in front of the apartments had delivered these glass milk bottles that had little paper foil tops on them. And you'd put them back out in front of the door, and the milkman would take those away, and they'd bring you sterilized, refilled ones. And it was normal when I was a kid in the 60s and the 70s here in Los Angeles. And I really strongly believe in supporting systems like that. I've heard of them at the smaller level in some towns and cities. I know that Washington, D.C. even has a company that does it and delivers to people. But I feel like we need to think of every place that we are, every city, every town as an island. We need to work. We are an island, and realize that what we use, the materials that come in, don't always leave or go out. And so it's really important to think of things holistically. And I've spent a long time trying to back up and look at the bigger picture. But one of the things I was thinking about Wallace J. Nichols, who was the panel, the fireside conversation prior to ours. And, you know, Jay was one of our founding members of Plastic Pollution Coalition, and he is a marine biologist, and he led our scientific advisory board back in 2009 when we were co-founded. He talks so often to this idea of the blue mind. And when you think about a beautiful place that you'd like to go, I mean, Crystal lives in one of the most beautiful places I've ever seen in the world, in the Bahamas. But when you think of a place like that, and you realize that plastic and plastic pollution are washing up on beaches, on islands where nobody lives, this is just a metaphor for what's happening all over the world. Even our ingestion of the credit card worth of plastic, I think for me, was represented by those images of albatross from Midway Atoll who were dying in situ with their stomachs full of plastic. It's a metaphor. These are all metaphors for what we're doing to ourselves. And the thing that we need to really think about is, how does that affect our emotional health? How does that affect our mental health? And how does that affect our physical health? And it's impacting us from, you know, air pollution to water pollution to, it's an eyesore. And if we looked at everything as an island, I think it would really make us realize, and I've realized this with our plastic-free island work in Greece, is that if you depend on tourism for a large part of your economy, then plastic and our use of single-use plastics is, you know, contrary to everything that we're doing right now. And we really need to reboot the system and look for the low-hanging fruit and think about where we can phase it out and choose reusable material, refillable infrastructure and systems, reusable, refillable, et cetera, and use things that, you know, may take more energy and have a bigger life cycle impact to create. But, you know, I've used this ceramic cup hundreds, if not thousands of times, because it's a ceramic cup and I can reuse it, and it's beautiful. Right. So looking back even traditionally, historically, what did our parents use? What did our grandparents or our great-grandparents use? And that is one of the most interesting things to see, particularly when I've been on islands, just the pride and the heritage of what people used and how self-sufficient and self-reliant they were. And I feel like we need to get back to that as well when we look at things holistically.
I agree. And if I can piggyback on that, you know, like what you're saying, Deanna, is so true. Even though we have this policy set in place, I know the work doesn't start there, but in fact, it's just beginning. Because even though we're phasing out single-use plastics, the geography of our country makes it extremely challenging because it's hard to monitor what people are using. And also we have a lot of debris that's still washing onto our shores, right? So we're producing waste and also receiving the world's waste. And even though we're phasing things out, we're still bringing in compostable plastics or things that are made from alternatives to petroleum-based plastics, but they still end up in the same place, right? So we're just swapping one waste item with another. So for me, my next mission is now how, again, coming back to that triple bottom line, right? If tourism is our main economy and people are often extrinsically motivated by some financial obligation, how do we get people to see the value in the waste that washes in, the value in the waste that we use from food waste that we produce and just throw away here every single minute, you know, from the plastic waste that we produce and other types of waste as well, including green waste. So how can we create closed loop systems that empower small island communities to re-envision waste, not just as waste, but as a value item that is going to help keep these systems afloat, you know, economic systems in these small communities.
So well said. Go ahead, Dion.
I've been thinking a lot about what you're saying, Crystal, and just in the last couple of years, I had the opportunity to participate in an international We Are Zero Waste conference in Lisbon, Portugal. This is when we were all still able to travel. Pre-COVID. So with those young people, a lot of them were from Brazil and from Lisbon and other parts of Europe. One of the things I got into a conversation with Captain Charlie Moore, who founded Algalita, who's one of our mentors. And I really began to realize that, you know, maybe we shouldn't be focused on this idea that there's waste, because nature doesn't create any waste. Now, of course, the planet's had a lot longer to evolve things that use everything. But for example, when we die, our bodies can be, you know, used by everything on the planet. There's bacteria, there are all these things that are going to break things down. But we have somehow with plastic created this substance that really, in a sense, lasts forever, and that it lasts longer than a human lifespan. So how do we begin to look at all of these materials and maybe not even refer to them anymore as waste, but refer to them as valuable materials? If we shifted our perspective so that we looked at everything as a valuable material, then I don't think that we'd be using plastic the way that we're using it, because it's made out of oil and fossil fuels that were compressed, and they took millions of years to form in the crust of the earth. That's insane, to take a valuable material and use it to create a single-use item that's designed to be thrown away. It's just, it's literally crazy. So why are we doing that?
Such a great point. And we've got about 5 more minutes of the panel. And there's so many things that we've talked about. You know, we've talked about the structures, the system, the interconnectedness of all of us, but also like the need for design thinking. And I'm seeing in the comments, we've got people talking about there are a lot of sustainable businesses that are thinking about the circular economy. They're thinking specifically about alternatives to plastics or making sure they're not single use. I've also seen a thank you so much for talking about the intersection between race and the environment, because that's a really important discussion that all of us need to keep raising and talk about. How do we deal with that structural issues, the structural issues within our field? So what I'd love to do is just kind of do a quick wrap up with Deanna and Crystal. One of the things and what I'll ask you is kind of what individuals actions they can take. Now, the PPC video and also the videos from the Bahamas plastic movement talked about reusable bags and talked about, you know, trying to refuse single-use plastic, but what else can we do? So one of the things I would also like to do is ask for us to all make a commitment. And I'm going to make a commitment on this issue of the intersection between plastic pollution, the environment, and racism. And Crystal, for you to share your experience of being in the United States, studying in environmental science in your undergraduate degree, a very simple story about bringing a reusable bag and wanting to have a receipt. That's something that I'm going to hold on to. Thank you very much for sharing that story. I know it's small, but it also shows how insidious the issues that we need to deal with are. So one of the things I heard recently from one of my colleagues is that it's on us in the environmental community to give until it hurts. So that my pledge is to give until it hurts for organizations like the Bahama Plastics Movement and the Plastic Pollution Coalition and other groups that are lifting up important voices and talking about environmental justice and talking about the need for policy reform and the need for honest, open communications about how we all have to work together. And the basis of all of our solutions must be equality and a conversation about equality. So that's my pledge. So I gave you some time. So now we'll go to Deanna and we'll close out with you, Crystal.
Well, my pledge is to continue doing the work that we're doing, but to open it up as broadly as I can to make it viable and useful in collaboration with our coalition members who we are working with to uplift people's voices and stories. So I feel like this is something we do, but we can do it better. And that's my commitment.
Crystal?
Yeah, I guess same for me, moving forward, my pledge is to continue, is to acknowledge the work that we have been able to accomplish so far, but also know that the road ahead is still pretty long and there's a long way to go, but not to stop, to continue sowing seeds of hope and getting people inspired and connected and not imposing values, but inspiring new values that people can adapt, especially as it relates to waste within the Caribbean region, within the Bahamas, and within the wider world. And keep uplifting youth voices. That's what I'm destined to do.
Such an important calling that, we all have, and I'm very, very excited that we're able to have this discussion. We're really efficient, gotta say. We're doing all that we need to do. We have 2.5 minutes here. And one of my things I'm gonna ask the folks that are tuning in right now to also reflect on the conversation, reflect on this day to celebrate World Oceans Day, but also ask them, what commitment are you going to make? Because the issues that we're tackling globally are all intersected. And it's going to require all of our best thinking. I love that, Crystal, you talk about your work as a calling. And I love how you talk about lifting up the voices of the next generation. Deanna, when you say you want to tell more stories, and PPC does that, but we can do better. I think we all can do better when we're talking about these issues. I feel like, in my personal experience, COVID has just brought to home, boom, when we all had to take this stillness and then we saw the impact around the world to so many people's lives, not simply the economy, but literally, the number of people on the front lines and the number of people who've passed away from this global pandemic, we cannot ignore that we are connected on this biological level. And my hope is that we can use this experience to reset to a green ethic, and that we can understand that we are all connected and we all have a duty to do all that we can to protect this amazing planet and to lift up each other. Other last thoughts, we've got about 45 seconds. Deanna?
I was just having a thought earlier that, one of the things that really resonates for me every time I have literally any interaction with Crystal is the hope and the energy and the way that she approaches this as a challenge rather than a fight. And I really, really appreciate that, Crystal, and obviously the beautiful beaming energy that you bring to the movement. I don't know why I get asked this a lot. I wake up every day and I feel really hopeful about the work that we're doing. And I don't know, maybe I'm crazy. I have no idea, but I think it's so important to be rooted in that and come from a positive place and help educate and empower other people so that they know that they can be part of the change and the solution. So
I agree. Thank you, Deanna. And for me, it's all about that positive outlook, right? There's always sunshine above the clouds. Even on the stormiest of days, those clouds are going to run out of rain. So we got to keep going.
sunshine on the cloudiest days. They've been cloudy. I mean, it's been I mean, 2020, I'm sure you've seen all the memes about what a tough year this has been around the world. But thank you, Deanna, for the message of hope, and Crystal for your energy. I mean, it was so fun, right? When you started talking about all your work, Deanna and I, we're smiling like plastic is everywhere. There's microplastics in rain and snow and ice cores and all over.
I know. I always smile when I talk about the bad stuff. I'm like, people are gonna think I like this. I can't help it.
But I think when you're aligned with what you're passionate about, and when you can make a significant difference, and you're trying, when that is all in alignment, that joy that you have, and Deanna, you have it too, just really radiates through, and it is inspiring. And thank you, Crystal, for encouraging us to really focus on inspiring people. That's where we're going to get people to act, to try to move out of the fear and really focus. And the overwhelm is like what I like to call it. The overwhelm that so many of us experience is just to make sure we keep telling the stories that we are making change, and it's incremental, but sometimes it's incremental. And then all of a sudden we see a big change. And I think, and I'm hopeful that through this experience that we've all shared, we are going to see really significant change. And it's up to us to make sure that we demand it.
How are you ladies doing from London?
Yeah, very well. I'm actually, very well.
Fabulous.
It's rainy here. We need the rain. I'm probably the only person in England who's happy about the rain, apart from the farmers and the gardeners.
Is that right?
Yeah, probably.
Well, what an incredible panel to come off of with Crystal and Deanna, and just the work that those women are doing, and Heather. I'm just delighted to have both you two women here with us as well. I had the opportunity to meet Daisy 3 years ago with her platform, Ocean Generation. Daisy, talk to me a little bit about the inspiration of Ocean Generation and how that came to you.
So I started Ocean Generation, which you just saw quickly in the video that just played, when I was doing an internship at the United Nations. And that was in 2015 when they were introducing the Sustainable Development Agenda. And so for the first time in history, all of these countries were really focusing on climate change and oceans. And I was working for an island at the time, the island of Grenada. And so I was being sent to a lot of meetings about oceans and climate, as we've just heard from the panel before, that, small islands are heavily impacted by different climate change effects. And during that time, this was kind of before the boom on Facebook and other social media platforms about plastic pollution and different issues. There was really nothing in the space that really catered to my generation. And so it was kind of either science policy research papers, or it was very much kind of kids at school, teenagers, schoolwork. And so I wanted to find a way, because I realized that also by talking to friends and like wider social circles, that they actually didn't have any idea either about the significant impact that climate change was going to have on our generation. So I started experimenting with music and launched a music campaign called #MyOceans, which was a song about the oceans. And we got a bunch of influencers using their YouTube platforms to spread the song and their style to their audiences and start raising awareness. And that the song was really the catalyst to how then Ocean Generation over the past few years has developed into one side being educational using music. We've done stuff with mobile gaming, we do stuff with social media. And now we also have programs on the ground, which I'm really proud of, which are working with island communities, teaching them how to film, documentary make, teaching them how to code. And most people say, "What? You're a climate organization. Why are you teaching young people how to code?"
Well, I was about to ask that. I was like, why? What was the impetus behind filmmaking?
So the idea behind these programs, I mean, yes, at the beginning, very much kind of trial and error to see what worked, but really it was about how do we connect with communities that are affected by climate change? How do we bring their voice into this narrative, which is often neglected when we do, a lot of things at high level, it's always in kind of the Western hemisphere. And so by bringing these young people in to tell their stories through filmmaking, it was really an eye-opening experience. And in return, we taught them a skill that they can use moving forward. The same with the coding programs when they developed. These young people living in communities that have traditionally depended on fishing or on tourism, those industries are at jeopardy because of different climate issues. So by teaching them a 21st century skill like coding, it's future-proofing them in the face of climate change. And so that's the idea behind the programs on the ground.
Yeah, I'm just, for me, Daisy, when I met you, at the UN, at the UNOPS, and you were on the podium, it was just such an honor to see you in action and to just see how you've taken all these different devices, these different social media channels, and really embraced it and used it for change. It just, I'm just you're just awesome.
Thank you.
And I don't mean that you really are, and I think what's even more amazing is the fact that you've recently written a book, or that's about to be released. Maybe we can show the image of that book real quick on screen. Wonderful. So it's Daisy Kendrick, The Climate is Changing. Why aren't we? So Daisy, talk to me a little bit about the inspiration of the book. What's it about, and why you decided to write it?
I mean, over the past, 5 years, I've had this incredible journey with Ocean Generation, and I've had the, fortunate ability to be able to travel to different places that are really impacted firsthand by climate change. Been to natural disaster zones. We've had partners like the UN support our organization. So I've really been exposed to lots of different elements within the climate conversation. And that has really helped me formulate a larger, broad picture of what's really happening in the movement. But also, speaking to different people and young people, for us, sometimes we're feeling very overwhelmed at how we can make a change. We've got all these high level terms, but really how as individuals can we make a change? And so by chance, a lady read an interview about me. She reached out on LinkedIn. She worked for a publishing house in London. And so I met her, had coffee with her, and then it's been this very organic process of writing this book that's called The Climate is Changing, Why Aren't We? And so what this book does is it touches upon lots of different industries, from plastics to food to fashion, and looks at the impact these industries are having on the planet. But then also the rest of the chapters are dedicated to how we as individuals can make switches. But then it also goes one level deeper, and it talks about the people aspect of climate change, communities, and also the impact of climate change on women. And so that's kind of the basis for the book. And it's also really important to stress, and what I really wanted to convey with this book as well, is that, sometimes the climate movement can feel very intimidating sometimes, because there's kind of this stereotype that you have to be a certain way to care about the environment. And if you're not perfect in your eco life, then, you can't join the conversation. And I'm, from the very beginning of my journey to where I am now, I am proof that that's not true. And it's not always been easy being kind of the outlier, but everyone can make a difference, no matter if it's large or small. Everyone can do something. And so through this book, I hope to inspire people to take on individual change within their socioeconomic means, within their lifestyles, depending on where they live, and hopefully inspire change, inspire conversations. And so that's kind of what it's about.
And so Daisy, when is the book coming out? When and where can we find it?
So you can actually pre-order it at the moment on Amazon. If you type in the title, that will come up, and then orders are shipping in August. Slightly delayed because of coronavirus, but in August orders will go out.
So I know, and it's such an amazing feat, writing a book. I know you're making it look small, but it's not, and it's an arduous. It's a very I would almost call it like an insight journey, right? You really have to look within inside yourself. You have to find those words. You have to sit there for hours.
And I know it ended up being, 65,000 words. When I started typing, I thought to myself, there's absolutely no way I can do this. But I learned an incredible amount along the way. And, it was a organic educational journey. And yeah, so I'm so excited for it to finally, I'm apprehensive about people's opinions because I haven't shared it with many people yet, the draft copies, but hopefully people like it and find it inspiring.
I can tell you today or tomorrow on World's Oceans Day, I'm planning on buying your book. That's my intention.
Oh, thank you so much.
And then sharing it and tweeting it, out to the world. So let's just pivot a little bit to Emily Broughton, who was introduced to me by Daisy. And she has some amazing organizations that she's working on, or platforms. One of them is the Saving the Grace. Emily, talk a little bit about Saving the Grace and what was the impetus behind that and why you decided to do that.
Yeah, so as kind of Daisy was also saying, all about empowering the individual, Saving the Grace is linked to empowering the individual to kind of see the value of the world's waters. And it kind of came to me through kind of, I guess, two parallel streams. The first was my academic kind of background. I was doing a master's in Paris and learning all about kind of saving the world and really wanted to kind of make a difference. And that kind of took me to the UN and I spoke about Lake Ermia in Iran losing 90% of its water since the 1970s. And it kind of started to something started to turn inside of me. But alongside this, I had chronic illness. What Dan Siegel was saying was having the gray mind. I had burnout and adrenal fatigue. So it kind of led me on this healing journey to heal myself. I had to heal my own body, which was its waters itself.
You had to find that blue mind as well as that.
Exactly. I needed the blue mind and the blue body. And that kind of then opened me up to spirituality. I did a lot of the physical, tried to change my diet. And actually, I realized a lot of it was spiritual. So I ended up having a kind of cooling and an awakening, and it just something switched on inside me, and I knew that water was my kind of soul's purpose. And I speak about it and I just, something lights up inside of me. And I did a meditation, Gabby Bernstein, who's quite famous in the US, and started journaling afterwards. And it said I was going to start writing a blog called Saving the Grace, and it would all be about empowering individuals to kind of change their lifestyles, to start caring about water, the life source of the planet. Little did I know, I typed into Google, Saving the Grace, and there's a NASA mission called Grace that had been mapping the world's underground water resources for the last 15 years. I was like, okay, if this isn't a coincidence like this, it was kind of a real awakening. So I'm not sure it's inspiration or kind of spiritual guidance that's led me to where Saving the Grace is now. It's going through a bit of a rebirth because of Corona. I guess I've changed, and where from 2 years ago, it's in a different place. So now it's focused on healing yourself to heal the planet, because ultimately we're both really linked and we're bodies of water in ourselves.
So where can we go? Is it savinggrace.com, .org, .net?
Yeah. .com.co.uk. There's both of them, and then it's on Instagram at Saving the Grace. So that's the kind of main places Saving the Grace is at the moment. Which
is awesome. We started our program with the song Amazing Grace. So
I know, I loved it. It really hit the heart.
Yeah, so Grace is with us today.
Yeah, Grace is clearly with us.
So let's just pivot a little bit. So you have that organization. And then what was the impetus behind Quantum?
Yeah, so from Saving the Grace, I used to get a lot of kind of my friends and people who have followed me kept asking me for recommendations of, sustainable fashion brands, secondhand clothing stores, sustainable restaurants. And I knew that I wanted to create a business that had made an impact. And so I kept asking my internal self, I want to create a business. And suddenly one morning I woke up with this idea for Quantum, which is a sustainable city guide app. So it has over 170 restaurants in London, over 120 different stores and different events happening in the city. Obviously, it's slightly on hold now because of coronavirus, but there are different like, virtual events like Blue Ocean Summit happening, still on it. So we're testing an MVP at the moment, and you can download it through a link. For every user, we're planting a tree. And that's the kind of initial round of impact. We're hoping to obviously scale it, but this is just kind of testing the idea based in London to start with, and then ideally scale across the world. So everyone makes it easy for people to lead sustainable lives. Because I think people aren't acting because they think it's hard, and it shouldn't have to be hard. There's a lot of,
Or just to cut you off, or they think it's hard or it's expensive.
Yes, exactly.
That's one of the things that a lot of people say. It's more. It costs more money to to eat healthier. And I always say it's you have to look at the full cost of what your health is, right? So if you don't eat healthy and you're sick, right, all the time. Right now, you're giving the money to your health insurance, your doctors, your Medi-Cal, your Medicaid, right? Versus what the true cost of food is.
Totally. Right? But I also really believe is that the health of our bodies and the health of our minds reflects the health of our planet. So right now, I really think go back to yourself. Like, what is the state of our bodies? Are we healthy? If we're putting toxic chemicals on our body every day, it's definitely going to be putting toxic chemicals on the planet, and that's only going to flood into the ocean. So everything really starts with us. And I think the kind of climate movement and, has been a lot around fear and this kind of that you can't change, and it takes all the stuff. But actually, there's so much optimism and hope like that can be had if it's the small changes. If we come back to ourselves and realize I am powerful to make a difference.
That's brilliant. It's really interesting talking with Jay Wallace. I'm glad you referenced Dan Siegel about the blue mine versus the red mine.
Yeah.
How much time do you ladies spend on water?
On water? Well, I drink quite a lot of water.
But in terms of your daily routine, do you go out to the rivers? Do you go out to the ocean?
Every day. Every day.
Living in a city, it's sometimes difficult, but we do have green spaces in London. We have the parks, we have the ponds, we have rivers, so those can be a great source of kind of outdoor space. But yeah, also I think that's one of the things. If everyone can have an opportunity to connect to nature more, we'll start to care more about our environment. Because if you don't know, and if you're just surrounded by a concrete jungle, or like it is for a lot of people that live in very kind of condensed cities, it's hard to care. So it's also one of the biggest challenges, I think, for people like Emily and I with like the work that we're doing is how do we tell that story, and how do we get people to care, even if it might not be where you are right now, but on the beach on the other side of the world, we need to protect everything because everything is interrelated.
Which is what I was going to lead into and just say, maybe Davey, just talk, and Emily, a little bit about your process. I mean, a lot of people can, when you think about starting an organization or starting a platform, it can be a little bit inundating, right? It's just a lot of information. It's a lot of packaging, a lot of marketing. Obviously, you two ladies are young. You're vivacious. You speak for the youth generation, for the millennials. Just share with me a little bit, like, how do you obviously you've inherited a planet that's been compromised, right? And from a prior generation, like, what's your ammo? Like, how do you take that negative and make it a positive? How do you do that?
I guess it's a very good question, but I think personally it's feel the fear and do it anyway. The first time I thought I was going to write a blog and go on social media, I was someone who kind of hated social media. I never used my personal social media. So it was kind of a feel the fear and do it anyway. And I guess it came from this kind of intense passion inside of me that I had a message to share. And although kind of social media comes with its ups and downs, I think it's also about speaking our truth. And I think, right now it's easy to get lost in the kind of depths of it, but knowing that there is hope, and that comes from inside as well. I think if we look on the outside, every news cycle is negative. Newspapers and social media, they want to sell fear. So we as people have to say that is just a narrative. obviously I know the facts, but there is also hope because I know that there's a whole load of people, millions of people who care enough to act, and there's enough light in this world to create change. So I think, yeah, it comes from the inside, really.
Yeah, I think that's really, really powerful what Emily's saying about that kind of inside transformation. I guess I'm looking at it slightly more from like an outside organizational perspective, because Ocean Generation did quickly in its young life kind of snowball into an actual entity and an NGO and an organization where we just really kind of took all the opportunities that came to us, really, again, like a lot of trial and error of how we connected with our generation, because that content and those mediums to tell the story and to tell what was happening in the world didn't exist, even 5 years ago when Ocean Generation started. So as I mentioned before, we started with the song, and then we ended up doing a partnership with a gaming company. We ended up partnering with Angry Birds. We created these series of mini games, and we had like over 7 million people play these mini games on different climate topics. And then we've kind of expanded into doing events like with partners like YouTube and different people. So I guess my journey has been more kind of just thrown in at the deep end of trying to like run an organization, and our objective is to reach as many people as we can. But what we always say, like with Ocean Generation, is join the collective. We're not an organization. We're not asking young people, to donate, because I think also the stigma of the nonprofit world has been tainted over recent years. And so young people are not feeling as comfortable with the kind of generic NGO. So it was really, how can we change and be trailblazers within the nonprofit world? And by asking people to join the collective, it doesn't always mean by money. And within the environmental movement, so many people have the power to do so many things just with their skill set. So if you're a musician, join the collective, do your version of the Ocean song, educate your audience. If you have take over our social media channels, if you've got a business, I think really exciting, like with what Emily's doing with her platform as well with Quantum, a lot of young people are starting their businesses with purpose. And I think it's kind of outdated if you don't have a business with purpose. And so seeing those, I think, keeps me inspired, keeps me going. And there's actually so much free content online and so many amazing bloggers and influencers that are using their voices to educate us for free. And so we really have the opportunity to educate ourselves. I think they call us, the most educated generation or most knowledgeable generation in history because we have access to these platforms. So yeah, it's like all these, I think trickling in is now within the environmental movement are creating really kind of positive swells that are really paving the way for a better future.
It's really interesting what you just said. It's almost like intention with purpose. It's like, okay, you have a business. Is it all just about money? And, I don't know if you had a chance to listen to the morning talk with Romeo Thresha.
Yeah, it was really interesting.
Buddhist, in Ireland, and he's like, there is no place for greed. Greed serves no purpose. We need to let go of ourselves and our ego and find ourselves united in this ocean.
I also sorry, can I add to that? I also really believe that kind of the old capitalist model, profit and planet don't have to be mutually exclusive. They can work together if business is done for a purpose and there is an impact, connection to it. So there's also some give back. You can have circular models of business that still create a profit and still, thrive and keep the economy going. But they're also giving back. They're impacting all stakeholders, including the environment, in a positive way. And that ultimately creates waves of change.
I remember 10 years ago, I got a book that was given to me in Aspen. It was called Natural Capitalism. And it was written by Amory Lovins, Hunter Lovins, and Paul Hawking. And it was really one of the founding pillars of the environmental movement. It was talking about putting nature on the balance sheet. And most corporations just assume, okay, we're just going to turn on the lights, and then it realized, well, where is that power coming from, right? And where is that source coming from, and what's the cost of that, and so it's just interesting now as we move into this post-COVID world, or as we come out of COVID, right? And we had a chance to reset, how we're going to really think about our natural world and those on our natural living systems, and how we're going to find our balance. What I really enjoy, most, today, one is just what both of you are doing. It's just so amazing. You know, you make it look so simple in a very complex world, you know, and anyone who's ever run a business knows that businesses, you know, that's why we call it business, because it's not an easy thing to do, right? You know, there's tons of challenges, and how you've managed to rise above. You know, as it relates to quantum, what can we do, Emily, to support quantum and the app? What can this live stream right now in this moment in time? What can we do to support your new initiative?
I guess download it and kind of share it with friends. Even if you're not based in London, I think it's kind of great to interact with it if you ever come visit London post-corona as well. Also, we're still an MVP, so kind of any future kind of business advice, anyone that really wants to get kind of involved in that kind of space, totally welcome. I'm just kind of testing the idea.
We're posting right now on Instagram for quantum. Do me a favor.
Thank you. Do you have the link as well for the app?
Yeah, let's show the. I don't think we have the link, but let's just show the app. So that's the app, right? That's the outside of the.
Do you have the other picture with the 4? Sorry. Yeah, that. So they're the different screens.
Yeah.
So you could, like,
let me just see if I can move away, like there, or maybe there. That's better, so you don't have to see me.
So you have homepage. You have To Eat, which has over 170 restaurants. So this is
170 restaurants. Wow.
Yeah, in London. So you could click on one, and something like, you know, Spread Eagle would come up. It would come up with a bio. It would come up with the address at different hours.
But my question to you, Emily, is how did you curate these restaurants? Like, what makes them good? Like, in other words, you know, there are many restaurants out in the world. Like, you know, obviously yours, you know, I'm curious to understand, you know, behind the scenes, the curation, you know, of these restaurants, and what are you looking for? Like, what's the yardstick?
So at the moment, it's just kind of through my own experience in kind of sustainability and my own kind of academic background, researching and deciding whether that they are sustainable enough. Obviously, further down the line, definitely want to have some sort of kind of permanent kind of qualifications that you have to reach. However, I wanted it to be inclusive and not just the vegan space, because there are a lot of kind of environmental-ish people, or, you know, I still occasionally eat meat. So that's like, that shouldn't have to be a problem for lots of people who want to go out to eat. So this is for people, for everyone really. So you can be vegan or non-vegan, and you're still going to eat somewhere that care about sourcing of the produce. You know, is it seasonal? Do they know the supply chains? Are they paying their wages fairly? Are they caring about the environment? Then to shop is whether they're kind of doing stuff in the zero waste space, eco space. Are they selling secondhand clothes, vintage clothes? So something has to be sustainable. And then the events is linked to kind of living a more conscious and sustainable life.
It's absolutely brilliant. And so is this all over England or just in London?
So it's just in London, and if you can find it at quantumplanet.app, and that HTTPS quantumplanet.app, and you can download it through there. It's not on the App Store at the moment, obviously, because it's a MVP, minimum viable product. So we're just testing the idea. But yeah, so I've created it kind of myself, and yeah, hopefully post-corona, when everyone's ready to kind of go and eat at a restaurant, I think that's one of my first things that I'm kind of looking forward to, is going to eat at a restaurant that people can now consciously choose. People have seen that the earth is coming back to life now. We've kind of stopped, and there are so many incredible businesses making a positive difference, you know, and this quantum's trying to shine a light on those businesses that are really making an impact. And hopefully I'm putting on some different digital platforms as well, like different sustainable food delivery services and different things like that. So it's basically your go-to for living a kind of conscious and sustainable life with ease.
It's brilliant. And so Daisy, you know, I'm still flabbergasted by all of the stuff that you do, you know, in terms of ocean generation. Did something happen to you, or when you were younger, that you decide to dedicate yourself to the ocean, or was there an experience that you had with water that just transformed your life? Because, you know, when you start talking about games and social and books and doing filmmaking courses in Caribbean, having an entire platform or an NGO, I mean, this is just unbelievable. I mean, what you've manifested. And so I'm trying to figure out at the core of what you are, what was the impetus behind this? What was there a magic moment that you realized that you need? What was the magic moment for you that you wanted to do this?
So I guess like normally the kind of go-to story is that, yes, you had some kind of moment in childhood where, you know, you really felt connected. I mean, I always, like, I grew up part of my life by the sea in Spain. So like I've always had kind of a coastal upbringing. You know, I love to be at sea. But there was never, like, I don't come from an environmental background. You know, my family is zero environmentalists. You know, a lot of my friends not in the environmental movement. And it was when I was doing that internship at the United Nations, and I would sit in these meetings when they were drafting these sustainable development agenda goals about ocean issues and different climate aspects. And, you know, they'd bring in fishermen from the Philippines, and they would tell, you know, the story of what's happening in the Philippines in these fishing communities, that they have no fish to catch because of overfishing, because of plastic pollution. You know, people's homes are washing away, complete islands are disappearing, and there is nothing under international law that protects these people. You know, in 20, 40 years time, there may be some islands in the Pacific that no longer exist. Where do these people go? You know, who do they belong to if they don't have citizenship? And so for me, it was really always the people aspect of climate change that really kind of got me passionate, that community aspect, giving them a voice, speaking with these people, because we're so uneducated on this side of the world of what's happening there on the ground. And so for me, that was the passion, is understanding the people aspect of climate change. And that's been kind of a hard thing with Ocean Generation, starting the programs on the ground, because again, you know, like everyone loves to see an image of, you know, a whale or a dolphin or, you know, a turtle with a straw up its nose. You know, that's kind of emotive. But talking about, for some reason, you know, people's homes washing away, it just, for some reason, until this point, hasn't really had that connection. So, you know, for me, that passion was, you know, how do we break into that space, and how do we start making change there, where very few people are really fighting at the moment for the climate justice side, for the people side.
Let's talk a little bit about the climate justice part and what's happening now with Black Lives Matter. How is that issue affecting you in London, and how do you take a social justice issue with it? You know, like what are your thoughts on this?
I mean, you know, as Emily has pointed out earlier, everything is interrelated, and, you know, there can't be, you know, rights for people if there's no planet. So everything is intertwined. And so we need a healthy planet for healthy people. And so, you know, for that, it's, you know, one kind of circular system where, you know, if we don't have a planet, you know, there won't be anything to fight for people, because we just won't exist because of climate issues. But I think it's really important, and I've, you know, spent a lot of time thinking about it recently, you know, about how can we use Ocean Generation as a platform to really kind of, because for us also as a platform, you know, we have to look at what's happening in society and how those things interrelate. And what we also don't want, as we're at this moment, is that all the climate work that, you know, people, you know, even like yourself, Greg, you know, with the summit and things, all of the work that we've done to this point, we don't want that going backwards because of something terrible that's happening. So how do we support what's going on socially, but also keep the battle for climate change moving forward, while we help as well use our platforms and our voices to support the movements and the Black Lives Matter that's happening, you know, at the moment in London, but also, you know, in the US. And we have done that as a platform, you know, thought about, you know, are we giving enough space to, you know, Indigenous and Black and, you know, minority communities? Have we used our platform enough to share their voices and to share their stories? Have we shared enough activists from the BIPOC community? The honest answer is probably not, because it is mainly a, you know, white dominated field. And as you touched upon earlier with sustainability, people often think this is an expensive field. And so there is injustice if people can't have access to sustainable products because they're more expensive. So how do we change that as well? You know, how do we make sustainable the norm that's accessible for absolutely everyone, no matter what community, what background you come from? So there is a lot of, I think, equilibrium and balance and justice that needs to happen in the climate movement in order to really support what's happening now on the ground with Black Lives Matter.
No, brilliant. And Emily, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with Daisy, especially saying that the sustainability movement, there is a lot of injustice, seeing as it is expensive. But I think the whole, climate issue comes down to the exploitation and kind of injustice that we've done to the planet is exactly the same as what we've done to other people. And I was going to say at the beginning of that, with the water system, I believe it's one water system. We're looking at the oceans, but actually it's one whole water system. We're one planet and we're one race. And once we realize that we're all water, our planet, our oceans, our rivers, our glaciers, our bodies, every single person, every single animal, every single plant is water. Once we realize that, then that kind of changes everything, because we are all equal. And that kind of can really turn the tables. I don't think they're two separate issues. I genuinely think that they are one of the same. Once we start to kind of get one injustice going, you're talking the same narrative, just with a slightly different kind of pin, that's taking it forward. But yeah, I really do believe that they're one of the same. But I think it's coming out from a lot of anger at the moment, and obviously quite rightly so, because this has been going on for thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, and I can't even begin to imagine, because I have realized just how much privilege I have had in my life. But I do think that if everyone, the injustices that were created in the world, they were created by people who were wounded themselves. They wanted to repress people, and it's through greed and repression, as the Buddhist Tibetan monk was saying. And once we get over that, and once everyone starts to look at themselves, am I bringing anger to the world? Am I being judgmental? Am I bringing justice? Am I treating everyone fairly, like they are my equal? Once we start to address that ourselves, then the systems change. But I think constantly going at it with anger, we're actually only creating potentially more anger. I think to really solve it, we have to go to the root, which is also people, and then also changing the systems. I think it's a parallel approach.
Well, they always said water is the best healer, right?
They do, yeah.
So tomorrow is going to be World Oceans Day. What's your plan, Daisy and Emily? What are you planning on? Where are you planning on being tomorrow in celebration of World Oceans Day?
So I'm actually, even though I'm based in London, I'm actually stuck in Spain because of I got stuck here pre the corona quarantine. And so I'm still here, and I'm really lucky to be in a little coastal town in Spain called Javia. So I'm so lucky that I literally have the ocean right in front of me. So, taking a moment to appreciate that. But also, it's also a day, I think, for celebration and education. And, obviously now, because of Corona, normally there's a lot of events going on in different cities. Those have all changed because, a lot of things like now, like this, are virtual. So I think, I'm going to take the time, and I hope other people do as well. And that's what we're doing on Ocean Gen, as well as sharing resources and links and things to tune in to these amazing events that are happening online, to educate myself on other climate and ocean issues that are happening. Which will, benefit me not only as an individual, but for the organization and the work that we're doing. And thank as well all the activists and people that work hard all year round and are, just celebrated tomorrow, but they do amazing work.
What about you, Emily? Where are you going to do tomorrow?
Well, so I'm actually at my parents' house in Suffolk, so I probably can get near a pond, not near the coast, sadly. But the UN Ocean Summit is happening virtually, so I definitely will tune into that. And yeah, I've got a few things going up on social media, but obviously it's probably not the same as kind of being in London and being at some events. But I think I'm going to get near a pond.
Well, it's interesting about this,
still water though, isn't it?
Yeah, getting around water, you know what I mean, and how important it is just to be around
the
water.
Negative ions. Yeah, being around water gives you negative ions, which is really positive for your energy field.
Yeah, I think we tend to forget, how important it is to be around water. I typically, in the evening go down to Del Mar in San Diego, and just, catch the sunset and, walk on the beach in the ocean. And I feel very,
so nice. Sounds like the dream life you're living.
Not though. Notice that our ocean is sick. It's not as healthy and vivacious. There's a lot of, I don't know what it's called, but there are these plastic bubbles that are popping up. We've noticed that in Santa Monica, where, you know, people would come out and have rashes on their arms. And so the same thing, it's this acidity, that's this plastic acidity, you know, that's become so ubiquitous and so evasive that, you know, we just think like, you know, it's not going to affect us, and it does, you know, and it's really become, it's sort of out of control in my mind. And I think that was sort of the impetus behind, you know, creating the Blue Water Summit and creating the platform for the Blue Water Film Festival on Ocean Day, was to really use film and media and social as a way to transform how we look at our big blue planet. And I'm really excited, you know, Daisy, you know, as it relates, we really haven't had a chance to talk about the Blue Water Film Festival, but, you know, you do a lot of stuff, you know, with filmmakers and helping, you know, areas in the world, learning how to use those tools. I'm hoping that we can find a bridge, you know, next year. You know, we want to do some youth engagement, specifically like creating like videos for kids, you know, that haven't graduated college, you know, under the age of like 18 or 20, you know, and empowering them with a camera, you know, or with a mobile phone, and going out and shooting videos. I'm curious, you know, Daisy, when you've done that, you know, with Ocean Generation, what's the feedback like when people see these videos and you show them these tools? What do you get from that experience?
Well, I mean, these are really on the ground grassroots initiatives. So, you know, by going into the communities, giving voice to these people. And I think this is like something that, you know, like goes back to the question that you asked before when Emily was touching on about like people having their own voice in this space. You know, we are so easy on this side of the world of, you know, dictating what the solutions are and you know, suggesting that this should be the way forward and this is how we should work with communities. But even when you're looking at like the very ocean level, you know, when we went to St. Lucia to teach young people how to make film documentaries and tell their stories, you know, one of the issues is exactly that you just touched upon, what's happening in Santa Monica with, you know, the seaweed and, you know, toxins in the water that was giving all the kids rashes every time they went swimming. And, you know, seeing it from that grassroots level and them sharing their experiences, that through their eyes, we get to feel something different, but it also gives us the tools to then later create better solutions. And so one of the other things that we've also done with Ocean Generation is we've hosted hackathon events. And so when we've hosted a hackathon, we were actually the first organization to ever host a hackathon in Antigua in the Caribbean region. And why was that so significant? Well, because 95% of the participants in our hackathon, which for anyone that doesn't know, like a hackathon is like a solution building kind of competition. Teams get together. You know, you don't have to be a techie person. You can be, you know, an ideas person, marketing, branding person, and, you know, teams come together to come up with ideas, apps, solutions, you know, actual physical things to make a difference to different issues. And, you know, 95% of our participants from the CARICOM region had either survived a natural disaster or were experiencing climate change, sea levels rising, and they were on the front lines. And it's so important for that. They know exactly what they need to protect their communities, to protect, you know, their marine areas on their islands and their spaces. So, you know, what we are really is we've been a facilitator to give voice to these people to come up with their own solutions and really tell us where we have other resources, what we can do to make the most impact. And, you know, that's something that's really important, is that understanding at the core where we can make the greatest impact. And unless we include the voices of the people that are suffering from these issues, then, you know, we'll never know what we need to do properly. And so that's, you know, really one of the core things of Ocean Generation that we've always tried to focus on.
And what happens to these videos when they're done? Where do they go? Are they just posted on the Ocean Generation YouTube channel? Where do we get to see these videos?
Yeah, so if you want to check out some of the videos that the young people created, you can go into the Ocean Generation YouTube channel and you can watch the videos there. But, you know, for us, that was a great tool. You know, our goal as an organization was then to kind of share the videos as much as possible because they're really telling the stories of the frontline ocean communities. But what the programs did and why they were significant was because we're, again, like as I emphasized at the beginning, we're teaching young people a skill. And then we leave behind our filmmaking equipment. And we also, the people that came in to teach the programs also taught the local person who's in charge of like the IT hub, you know, how to use the equipment, how to progress, and how to keep working with the kids so that they can still, you know, keep making, keep editing, keep telling different stories, and actually, you know, make the most of this. And I think that's also really important within the nonprofit space, and where I think a lot of mistakes have happened, and what we want to change as well is, not going in and helicoptering in, one thing, one solution at one time. No, really, how do you make this a progression? How do you empower the community with what they actually want? And so, as I said, we started with one thing, and then we've grown and we've migrated into the coding programs, because we found that that was, more of what the young people wanted and was more beneficial for them. So yeah, making it a progression and empowering for the community is super important.
Yeah. What are your thoughts, Emily?
I think what Daisy's been doing with Ocean Generation is kind of the epitome of what a nonprofit should be, and is really kind of creating impact through Ocean Gen. When I met Daisy, because I heard her speak at an event, and I was like, I've got to contact her. But I thought from the oceans, I mean, I think most people live in the world aren't near an ocean. So it's how can we share the message of the importance of the ocean and what is happening to the ocean to everyday people who, like me, probably, I mean, I'm the only one out of you two who's not near the ocean at the moment, to share about, ocean acidification, rising sea levels, coral reefs dying, and all those kind of awful things that are happening in plastic. How do we kind of share and create change and encourage people to make change? And I think that is through, obviously, education, but it's also kind of the empowerment of people, for them to kind of realize their power and their impact. And that, I think, is actually, it's not as hard as it has to be. It's changing systems to go back to what we used to be, go back to natural products, organic, changing those kind of things, that we don't need excessive amounts of plastic. We don't need fertilizers. We can go back to regenerative farming and start using kind of structured water and things like that, which are kind of, which is like living water, to start invigorating our planet again. And I think that is obviously, Daisy's done the kind of on the ground approach, but I think educating individuals and not doing it in a fearful way, but doing it in a way of hope, like you can create change and you can be empowered to make change, and it's not hard. It's just going back to kind of how times were but also you're not having to go back to the olden days. We're still progressing. We're kind of getting back to our roots. People feel more happy, connected to nature. That's ultimately where we take our energy from, and we feel like most vibrant. When I go into like water or go into the woods, I come out feeling like I'm grounded and alive. And I think that's the key, is getting back to our roots, getting back to the water, getting back to where we came from.
Do you think there's a stigma behind being an environmentalist?
Definitely. I feel that.
What do you do? Like, how do you overcome that?
I mean, I feel that being an environmentalist, it's sad, because I feel sometimes I'm always open to criticism. I can't use a single piece of plastic without being like, oh, well, you should have done this or, done that. And I think it's the imperfectness of it. And if we all come together and all try to make change, the times gone by of Gandhi and Martin Luther King and, all these incredible singular figures creating change, those days are over. The days are now of that we all need to be leaders, we all need to be empowered, and we all need to come together and know that we're all imperfect human beings. We've created this mess, and I personally don't want to leave my children with this mess either. So I'm trying to call everyone to come up as well to create change and feel empowered.
We all need to grab our shovel and start digging ourselves out of our hole, right?
Yeah, start planting some carrots as well, probably at the same time or something like that.
Absolutely. So what's your feeling about that, Daisy? Do you feel there's a stigma behind being an environmentalist?
Yeah, definitely. And I absolutely love what Emily just said, because she's so right, is that now, thanks to tools like social media, etc., we're seeing not only for the climate movement, but for so many, Black Lives Matter and so many other causes that, people rise together because of the tools that we have. And so that's really exciting to see. But yeah, like friends that know me, know that, I still have a leather handbag or shoes or,
a leather handbag.
But it's true. I was having dinner the other week, well, before Corona, and, someone sat next to me and said, well, how did you write a book about environmentalism when you have a leather bag? And that for me was just kind of like, well, we need to change that stigma that there's not one right or wrong. And, like I've explored in the book, you know, and I even say it openly, not everyone can do everything. It's what you can do within your means and, you know, what you're able to do and what you want to do. Because, you know, we're not here as environmentalists and talking about saving our oceans and saving our planet that you have to do this and you have to be this way. I think that's the complete wrong approach. And I think that's what turns people away from doing more, because they think, oh, it's too difficult. Oh, no, I'm not interested. And so, you know, how can we change that stigma? And, you know, again, with Ocean Gen, like, if you look at some of the content and stuff that we put out, we're trying to be cool, we're kind of keep trendy. You know, the goal is to really kind of appeal to the masses and not just kind of close it off to this generic blue, green, maybe sometimes have this stigma hippie space. We're not that, you know, it's how the everyday people can make a change.
You know, it's
I'm
very,
not judging people. That's also like one of the sad parts too.
No, it's very interesting. I remember, you know, my mom had a beautiful fur coat, you know, and, you know, how can you be an environmentalist and wear a fur coat? It's like, how could you go kill that, you know, that species and then wear it around you? It's just so interesting, you know, as the consciousness changed and we become more aware of these things, you know, where do you actually begin to implement those changes? You're right.
But
you know,
that could, without someone could judge that, but how do you not know that that's vintage and that was bought at a secondhand market? And that, you know, well, that coat already had a 60-year life, and now you're prolonging that life because, you know, a plastic
animal rights
is also bad for. So it's that kind of judging. We have to stop judging each other.
Yeah, no, I think the animal rights point of view was, no, why did that animal have to die for, you know, for your well-being? I think what Emily said was so perfect. It's through our imperfections that we can perfect these things, that we can begin to holistically change, because we aren't perfect. We've obviously inherited a world where, you know, big oil and plastics, you know, still, you know, controls a big part of the economy and the conversation, right? And it's, you know, it's people like yourselves where, you know, incrementally we can begin to change. I guess, you know, including, because we've got about 8 minutes left. I'm curious, you know, from both of you, you know, what do you say, you know, to your generation? Like, you know, how do you, like, you know, I mean, like, for me, you know, I remember, you know, when I graduated college, it was just so, like, there were no jobs, there was no future. It was really like doomsday, right? You know, and it really just, you know, it was almost like it deflated us. And I'm just curious, you know, how do you rise above all this? Like, you know, how is your generation? I mean, do you feel angry at your parents' generation for what they've done? Do you make them accountable for their actions, or is there peace at the table?
I think the pointing fingers doesn't really get anywhere, to be honest. I think you just create more hate. You know, millennials have also grown up on fast fashion and fast food. So yes, we've had less time on this planet, but, you know, lots of my friends are buying so many clothes, you know, less a week or like a month. And so I think it's less the pointing fingers, but I think I really believe in the power of the individual, and to start to look consciously at ourselves, you know, not just what we're doing in the physical world of what we're eating and what we're putting on our bodies and, you know, the normal stuff, but also like, what is the state of our emotional, you know, ocean, you know, our internal world and spiritual world. That is where the real change comes from, because I really don't think we can continue judging other people, as we were saying before, as, you know, being an environmentalist, being in this judgment space. We need to get out of judgment and move towards hope of a better future. And post-corona is really a time we're at this pivotal moment of, you know, the choice between, are we going to envision a new world and create it, or are we just going to, you know, go on that kind of downhill slide to kind of destroy our planet with a kind of, you know, final nailhead, which I don't think will happen, because I really do have hope. But we really are at a pivotal time, and that's not meant to be in fear. That's in, like, there's an opportunity here for growth and an opportunity for empowerment.
I just love what you just said. It's just so awesome. You know, it's like, you know, what's the point of blaming? You know, where does that get you, right? It's just owning up and just moving through, and then course correcting, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know, I'm walking out of this conversation, and I just want to hug both of you. Like, you know, what you do. I really, I'm getting emotional now because truly you're just awesome. You know, just the idea of like let's not blame anyone. There is no wrong. Let's just fix it. Let's get it right. We know our oceans are important. We know they provide 3 breaths of life. If we lose them, we die. And just, you know, you being, you know, on the forefront and just doing what you're doing. It just, I don't know. I'm honored to have both of you at our inaugural Blue Water Summit. It's really amazing.
Well, thank you also for creating this space and this platform.
It's really just a fresh, you know, I'm sorry, Daisy, you wanted to say something I could see.
Yeah, I'm just going to add in a slightly controversial statement, which, you know, I completely agree with Emily and, you know, again, emphasizing that individual change, etc. But I do think that we have to be realistic in the fact that, you know, of no angle, whatever, you know, the past is the past and we need to move forward and find solutions. But the reality that we're living in is that, you know, our political systems and our leadership systems, you know, are being led by the older generation. And so they are making decisions on our behalf that are not necessarily the policy decisions that we want to be made with our environmental beliefs. So I think that we do have to be realistic at that, you know, while it's rosy in our bubbles, you know, the reality is that, you know, there are decision makers that are, you know, pulling out of, you know, Paris Agreement, climate accords, defunding, you know, pushing fossil fuels, which is actually reversing progress. And it is, I do think, hard sometimes, you know, for someone who cares about this topic to read this in the news and see what's going on and know that, you know, sometimes as an individual, we don't have the power to influence that person up here or that board at the European Union or whatever it may be. So I think that one of the things that really has to be advocated for more within the climate field and at the higher level where the decision-making things are happening that do impact our world greatly, and from an economic standpoint as well, you know, we have to get our voice at the table. So we need to be encouraging these leaders and these people in these decision-making processes to include the youth voices in these processes. And so I really think it's important that hopefully we push for that so that we can get our voices at the decision level making, because, you know, as I emphasized, you know, their policy making and their economic decisions do have sometimes a reverse impact on the planet. And we have to be realistic about what those are doing and how corporations are acting too, because of lobbying and things like that. So yeah, I think it's also important to put that realistic perspective in there.
Can I also add something to that, Daisy, as well? Is one of, I don't want to say fears because it's not really a fear, but there is a warning that we have to also ensure that our democracy is upheld, because when the climate strikes, you know, people are going to look to the people in power to just sort something out straight away. And we're kind of seeing this with the coronavirus, as democracy is, you know, is the democracy index is going down. And it's really important that we feel empowered and we have our voice and we uphold our democracy, which is our right to give our voice. So can I, add that?
You know, it's just perfect. And I think, you know, the truth is that's why we have politics, and we just got to get smarter. And I think the idea about education and informing people and empowering people is where it starts. And I think that's what's so great about this particular panel, is that's exactly what you're doing.
It's not something that's often discussed, how your food gets to you.
Fish from all around the globe, frozen aboard the factory.
Shipped to China, thawed out, filleted,
processed, refrozen, and sent back to us.
And people don't know it.
That creates an alarm bell in my mind.
We can consume these fish out of the ocean more than any other animal on Earth.
It's rounding up all of the buffalo on the Great Plains.
It's about how much stuff can we take and how much stuff do we need to leave.
Dozens and dozens of Pacific Island observers have died because they bear the truth of what they have been hiding from us.
We've changed the Earth's surface so much. What's ubiquitous around the world is plastic.
Our showers, our sinks, and our toilets all flow through wastewater treatment plants and then to the ocean. Marine mammals are exposed to all that pollution.
That's chemicals, I'm telling you.
They're hiding something.
You want to take everything that you know and turn it against an iconic American company, like an informant. Isn't that right? Isn't that right? Isn't that right?
Yes.
Take 2 deep breaths. Do you realize that one of those 2 breaths were created by the ocean? If we disrupt the system any more than we already have, we are basically ruining our source of life.
So thank you, Greg, and thank you, Fabienne, and Dr. Gregory Stone for sitting on this panel with me today and allowing me to be here. I know it's cliche, but it really is an honor. And I specifically have an immense responsibility today. I'm here representing my generation and future generations. And I'm here to put forth current independent and information, science, and data that we have available today so that we can think critically and think for ourselves when we're talking about the blue economy. So today I'll be posting things, resources that I'm referencing in the chat so you guys can follow along there. That's super exciting about having this being virtual. But when we're talking about the blue economy, I just kind of want to introduce a concept that the blue economy is often misunderstood. And I have one of my favorite books here, written by Dr. Sylvia Earle. And I think she puts the blue economy, she's not necessarily referencing the blue economy, but this is exactly the way the ideology around how we should approach the blue economy and exactly what the blue economy means. So I'm going to read this really quickly. But fish, whales, clams, krill, and other ocean wildlife have an accounting base of 0 when they're alive. They are regarded as free for the taking with nothing subtracted from the ocean's balance sheet when they are captured. But there is no free lunch. All of nature and all of us pay, one way or another, for what is extracted. So before we started our discussion on the blue economy, I want to talk about this framework, especially in the face of climate change, of ocean deoxygenation, ocean acidification, ocean pollution, and collapsing fisheries, etc. We have to start taking this ideology of the blue economy into account. And we have to start putting a price, maybe the price is priceless, I'm not sure, on the irreplaceable ecosystem services that the ocean provides. So when we'll be talking, and when I'll be talking about the blue economy today, I'll be talking about the symbiotic relationship that our blue economy has with a healthy ocean. And just to get a little bit into the project that I'm working on, because that was what Greg originally asked me to do, is that we today have our ocean is the only reason why we don't have runaway climate change. And what's evident is that humans cannot mess with the ocean's ability to trap and store carbon because it's the largest carbon sink on our planet and also produces the most oxygen. And in fact, our blue economy should be based on the premise of helping the ocean trap and store carbon, right? That's what it does best, and produce oxygen, like I said. The ocean's carbon cycle has made the seabed the most significant carbon sink, largely pristine and largely untouched by man. And it goes against all logic to permanently destroy the very ecosystems, the very microbes, the very species that are absolutely vital to fixing and storing carbon in the seabed. So this brings me to the issue quickly of deep seabed mining, and it's super complex, and there's a million different parts, like the political cycle when we're talking about deep seabed mining, the scientific spoke, and also the public awareness piece that I'll get to later. But I want to give a quick synopsis of what deep seabed mining is and why right now it's coming up. If you maybe have heard of it or maybe have seen it a little bit on your news feeds. So there's this international body called the International Seabed Authority. It was established in 1994, the year before I was born, by the UN under the Law of the Sea Treaty. And it has jurisdiction over the seabed in our international waters. And the ISA, why it's important is it has a double mandate, both to develop the seabed and use it for its resources, but also to protect it as the heritage of mankind. And right now, we're seeing this time where the ISA is developing something called the Mining Code. And in October, they will be pushing forward their pro-mining agenda to launch the new global industry of deep seabed mining. And why I raise this as a concern is because the draft regulations have little to no environmental standards, and the ones that are in there are extremely weak. And it also includes legal jargon such as binding and creating loopholes for liability, specifically as it has no liability on the deep seabed mining companies themselves. But this is not a surprise because the head of the ISA, Michael Lodge, states his intentions clearly himself by saying, in a quote, "Once you have mining, you have monitoring. Then you can develop standards and you can progressively tighten those standards once you have a feedback loop from monitoring your activity." Under Lodge, the ISA is prioritizing a launch of a new global industry, and it's looking for ways to circumvent rather than prioritize environmental sustainability. So why am I here? What do I do? And what's my inspiration? Well, Dr. Greg Stone, who I listened to his podcast, he said it best himself, that there are consequences to knowing something. So I hope that set the stage well for a complex issue that I work on. And I look forward to continuing the conversation about the blue economy and hearing more from my fabulous panelists.
Well, I thought it was very interesting. Both Gregory was writing notes, very scientific, and Fabian has got his hands up thinking. Thoughts, gentlemen? Who would like to go first? Gregory, Fabian?
It's up to you. This is your show, my friend.
Sure. Fabian, what are your thoughts on what was said as an aquanaut and as an ocean explorer?
Well, I base some of my thoughts on 3 generations of ocean exploration and some of the things that I learned generationally speaking, as well as peers and other amazing pioneers out there, such as Sylvia and Greg Stone and others, and the things that I've observed over my lifetime. And what Vassar brings up is extremely important. And it's just typical in terms of its reflection on many other approaches that we've had with the ocean over the last century. We've used it as an endless resource and a garbage can with no real thought until fairly recently as to the repercussions of our actions or inactions. And as we venture forth, we're starting to understand that this is a closed loop system. We live on a little oasis in space, And whatever we do to the ocean ends up coming back to us. Whether it's pollution issues, such as what Vassar had touched on, in the form of microplastics in the sea life that you buy at the supermarket or in a restaurant. Over 50% of the fish you buy today has microplastics in it. I bet you the general public doesn't know that. Whether it's acoustic pollution, even if we do seabed mining the right way, how do we mitigate something as basic as acoustic pollution in the ocean? Sound travels so much faster in the ocean because of the density of water, and so much further. And we've seen in low and mid-frequency sonar systems how disruptive and how deadly it is to animals like cetaceans. Furthermore, as our population grows on this planet, as people become more affluent, as they look to us meaning the first world, whether it's Western Europe or the United States or what have you, we're leading the charge in what not to do. And by that, I mean that, for example, in the United States, 5% of the world's population is consuming over 20% of the world's resources. Mathematically, that doesn't make any sense. And environmentally, even less so. This is our natural resource bank account that we've been eating away the capital with great abandon and not paying attention to the fact that we need to start living off the interest that it bears and start reinvesting in that capital. And finally, as Vassar had touched on as well through Sylvia's book, there's no line item for any of this on any spreadsheet. Maybe now a few companies are starting to take into account their environmental impact, but is it enough? Because as bodies like the UN are deeming the ocean as the 7th largest economy, it gives us a false sense of the fundamental importance for us on so many more levels than what we can bean count. And by that, I mean that there are intangibles out there, and Sylvia points it out very well at the web of life, things that we don't take any account of that should be included in that kind of economic exercise. Economics, to me, is a very flawed system in general, but the fact that for the better part of a century, if not longer, we've not even taken into account our environmental impact on any level is the reason why we're facing these fundamental changes on our planet today, whether it's climate change or pollution, or in the case of seabed mining, what's coming up. If we don't make the right decisions now with regard to something like seabed mining, it's going to be the Wild West all over again. And the gold rush all over again. And you can still see the gold rush in places like South America and Brazil, where they strip mine everything. We're going to have a place that we're giving back to our future generations that won't be sustainable for all of them. So essentially, we're committing genocide.
Wow.
So, and I hate to say it in such drastic ways, human beings are fantastic creatures, and I'm a hopeful realist. You know, as you could see from that video we started with, it's all about breeding hope. And my grandfather used to say, if people were just logical, the future would look bleak indeed, but we are more than logical. We have hope. And it's with that tool that we need to breed solutions and implement those solutions, as well as put very strict guidelines on anything in the future as far as extracting from our life support system, which is our ocean. It is quite literally a life support system. No ocean, no life. No healthy ocean, no healthy future. It's that simple.
Wow, very well said. Very, very, very powerful, very real. And Dr. Gregory Stone, maybe you can talk a little bit about your background and how you got involved with Deep Green, and as an advisor for Deep Green, and your thoughts about this issue and about the blue economy.
Sure. Well, first of all, Greg, thank you for pulling this together, and if you did a service to the community, to all of us, and it's a tough time for everybody for a lot of reasons, and just thank you. I know it's a lot of work, so I appreciate that. Ambassador and Fabian, wonderful to be with you here in this environment.
And the people watching.
And people out there watching, hello, 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 and welcome. Before I get to myself, I just want to point out something a lot of people have overlooked in the course of history, and that is that your grandfather, I think, was really one of the major triggers of the modern environmental awareness movement. They kind of forget that he was ringing the bell back there in like the late 60s and 1970, saying, hey, there's something wrong. I mean, I've seen the press conferences at National Geographic press conferences that sound like they should be done today. And then he didn't get pickup for decades, but he started out just as, he started out as a fantastic explorer and filmmaker, but then when he started to see things, he really triggered, things that, so just a little hats off to your family and the impact that they've had. It's way beyond awareness of what's there. He was very proactive, about doing something. So I think that's important to remember. And it really had a big impact on my life. I used to count the days between those episodes of this program. And that's what drove me towards the ocean as a career. And I knew from the moment of watching those and Sea Hunt and other things that I was going to do something in or under or on the ocean for my life. And it turned out to be science. So I started out my career just interested in, I just loved diving. And I was diving everywhere, and I went through got my degrees, and I had no directionality towards conservation. But when I started to see the impact, I guess somewhat like your grandfather, for me it was seeing it down deep, like 18,000 feet down. I started to see trash in places no one had ever been before, and that really alarmed me. So I hopped over. Changed my direction into the early days of marine conservation. Before you were born, Vassar, in the early 1990s is when ocean conservation was born, I would argue. And I was privileged to be part of it, starting the first aquarium-based ocean conservation program at the New England Aquarium, and working very closely with National Geographic for a decade or two, leading expeditions, writing articles, and always putting them into the context of conservation and how are we as a species going to go forward? And in specific, how does the ocean and how do people support each other in the modern world? That's how I kind of look at it. And I'm a very realistic scientist, but I was the architect of the world's first large-scale marine protected area that very boldly the country of Kiribati created, the Phoenix Islands protected area. It's something I worked on tirelessly for many years, and developed the Ocean Health, co-founded the Ocean Health Index, which is a scientific measure of how you measure ocean health, and a variety of other things. I ended up going to Conservation International, a big international NGO, or Bingo, as they're known. There's only 3 or 4 of them in the world, and I was the executive vice president and chief ocean scientist there, where I was able to express my passion and my actions at a much larger scale. It was a very way to scale up things.
So Greg, let's just. I really want to really move this conversation forward. So, what's your opinion on deep sea mining?
Okay, I was gonna come around to that. I'll jump to it. So, after I'd been at CI for 10 years, I wanted to do something different, and I was offered a job actually at the World Economic Forum and some others, but I had an opportunity to work for this company called Deep Green, and I looked at it very carefully, and I could see that this was the right thing to do. And here's why. We don't have to go over, I think we have a probably very well-informed audience that our species, and only our species, has ballooned and overtaken the planet, and we dominate the planet now. And it's only happened in the last couple of 100 years. We now live on every continent, 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, and we are, we dominate this planet, and we have a lot of things that we've done to it, and we now realize the unintended consequences of our industrializations. It just happened that we didn't know what we were doing when we did it, but we do now. So as we go forward, we have to use the same brain, the same penchant for technology that got us into this problem to get us out of this problem. And this problem is, as Vassar pointed out at the beginning, I would say the threat of a rapidly out of control runaway climate is probably the greatest of them all. And to give you a quick example of how concerned I am about that, we are ironically burning fossil fuels that were laid down, a lot of them in the Jurassic, some hundreds of millions of years ago. And back in the Jurassic, the Earth was Bahama-like weather everywhere. That's what it was like back then. And the oceans didn't circulate. There was no ice at the poles. And now we're burning those fuels, re-releasing Jurassic sunlight essentially, and heating the planet up with this ancient energy that's stored under the ground. And the problem is we're doing it too fast. we're changing the climate 4,000 times faster than when the original Jurassic arrived. And there's a point, and it's coming up in the next several decades, that if we do not change radically our behavior on this planet in terms of the greenhouse gas emissions, we will get into a out of control situation, or runaway. There's two kinds of climate change. There's regular old gradual climate change, which has been going on forever and has sparked a lot of evolutionary changes in humans and other species on this planet. And that has always happened. And then there's this idea of a rapid runaway scenario, which is the one that terrifies me. And it essentially means that we can't stop it. And what will happen is, ice at the poles. We hominids have been around for 6 million years. Primates that walk on 2 feet. We come from that line. So you could argue we are hominids 6 million years old. We've always had icy poles. And right now the ice is decaying and melting faster than it ever has in the last 20 million years. And it's being replaced by a dark, highly absorptive surface. So instead of a reflective surface that bounces the energy back into space, we're replacing it with an absorptive surface. And there's going to be a tipping point, and I'm worried that we're getting very near it, where as soon as we expose too much of that dark absorptive surface, replace it with, get rid of the reflective surface and replace it with a dark absorptive surface, we can't create an ice cap within decades or even hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. It's hundreds of thousands of years. Okay, so that's the name of the game right there. We have to stop this heating, and we've got to do it according to the UNFCCC, the UN scientific body that oversees this. We have to make some changes within the next 10 years, the next 20 years. We have to do it fast, and that's the renewable energy future. That's renewable energy, stopping this greenhouse gas emissions. As a matter of fact, we should be getting into negative territory. So this is a very urgent matter. Okay, it's not something we can hit the pause button on and say, well, let's think about it for a while and get it just right and everything. So that's the name of the game right there. Is the major issue of our world is this rapidly changing climate, and it is going to be chaos. It doesn't just mean it's going to be warmer. It means it's going to be, people are going to lose their countries, their homes. There's going to be droughts. There's going to be severe weather. It's going to be a very, very bad global situation. So we have to keep our eye on that ball. Okay?
No, I think we understand the global issue, Greg. I think we're just trying to, as it relates to the blue economy, we're just trying to understand your position on Deep Green and why you joined that organization and why you believe that this is the right thing to do.
Well, it's clearly okay. Vassar, earlier on you said that that the deep sea had a role in sequestering carbon, and that the deep sea mining was going to disrupt that. Well, I've just completed with co-authors a study that you might have seen. We call it the white paper, and we've worked with the leading minds. They're all listed there in the paper that know more about this than even I do. And it's not a significant connection there. I'm sorry, but it's just the science, and I believe in science. One of my early mentors told me science is a system of rules that keeps us from lying to each other. And that's all we've got, is to stick with the facts and the science. So there is no, it's not going to disrupt the carbon cycle. It's just not going to happen. And when you look at the amount of metal we need to get into our renewable energy future, it's 500 to 1,000 times more because of the batteries that we need to be able to store the electricity. It's a reality that we can't get around. We need this metal. So we have to look at trade-offs. This can be a trade-off game. And when you look at the damage that happens on land, it's horrific when compared to the impact in the ocean. It's not just a little bit better, it's a lot better. Terrestrial mining produces about 17 to 18% of all the CO2 gases that go into the atmosphere. That's just digging up, transporting, and processing ore. That's 17% of all it produces 25% of all the solid waste that we humans produce. And if you go to the ocean, and it's only polymetallic nodules. It's complicated, Greg, so you got to talk it through with people. But there's three kinds of mining in the ocean. There's seamounts, which are cobalt crust. I love seamounts, and I love the ocean. This is the irony of it, is that I love the ocean as much as anybody, probably more than anybody. And I feel that this solution is the best thing for the ocean, because it will get us to a planetary health situation better. And because the ocean is so integral to planetary health, that will be better for it. These nodules are just sitting on the bottom. Here's one I got in my hand right here. They're not attached to anything. It's really a remarkable phenomenon in nature that these occur. And it's in a relatively small area. It's less than 1% of the seabed. And you just pick them up, bring them to the surface. There is some disruption to the benthic life there. But it's mostly annelid worms and polychaete worms and starfish and sea members. It looks like a very depauperate area to the eye. And we in oceanography have always thought about that area as one of the desert-like areas on the planet in terms of the oceanic life. So it's far from shore. There's no displaced communities. Nobody dies. You realize how many people die in terrestrial mining accidents and day to day, and then there's the tailing disasters that happen. We just have to look clearly at the options. If we could get these metals out of the thin air, I'd choose that, but we can't. And if someone can tell me another solution path that meets the criteria I laid out there about the climate urgency, the urgency of getting our whole planetary system into a renewable energy infrastructure where we can get the energy, at times and places of our choosing, electric cars and the things that we not just want, that we need in order to survive. If there is another way, tell me, because I will support it, and I will walk away from what I'm doing right now and support that. But as I look at the options, I honestly got to tell you, this is the best option. It's one of the reasons I decided to do it. I realized the effects it would have on people's perception of me, because I had a career in conservation. It's why I did it. I kind of put my career on the line for the planet, because I really, when you look at the facts, and it's better for the planet.
Pastor, what are your thoughts?
Trust me, I can show you the data.
Right.
I got it.
Well, I've been jotting down some notes, so don't mind me looking down. I'm fully listening while you're talking, Dr. Stone. I just have a couple.
Call me Greg, please.
Greg. I have a couple reactions. First, I want to talk about how you described that the carbon cycle and carbon and climate change isn't going to be impacted. Specifically, there, like you said, there's 3 different types of deep seabed mining. But just because we're talking about deep green here, because you used the example of polymetallic nodules, we'll talk about that specifically. So in Flora and Fauna International's deep seabed mining impacts assessment done by independent researchers and independent scientists, they've put together actually the impacts assessment that clearly says that taking away polymetallic nodules obviously and for a fact disrupts the carbon cycle. That polymetallic nodules, like you described, actually aren't pieces of potato. They take millions of years to be created, and they're ecosystems in and of themselves. So just to dumb down the science just a little bit, because a polymetallic nodule is kind of complex, but what a polymetallic nodule actually does is it's an ecosystem of its own, and it fixes carbon into the seabed. It does more than just fix carbon. It actually takes the metals from the ocean and it manages those trace metals. So too much of those trace metals are toxic in the ocean. Too little, the ecosystem doesn't function right. And this is incredibly important to the balance of the ocean and the ecosystem functions. And I wish I could actually take part in the live comments. This is part of the great part of a webinar, but actually Flora and Fauna International study clearly describes, and I have some pictures here, but if you just go to Flora and Fauna International study, you can see they have a chart starting on page 200 exactly of the impacts and risks of polymetallic nodule mining. And one of the highest risks, even though there's several, it goes on for pages, is the disruption of what Dr. Stone, Greg, referred to as a disruption in the benthos. And this actually has the potential to have a catastrophic effect on exacerbating climate change, because these very nodules are the very creatures or ecosystems that have created the largest carbon sink into the seabed itself. So that is a really large issue. And I urge people, even though it's a 336-page study and report, if you go to page 200 and you just read through those charts, you can see the exact level of risk and impacts that specifically polymetallic nodule mining will have on these ecosystems, on the specific creatures in the ecosystems, but it also has a column where it says the further impacts this will have on the entire ocean. Because as we're probably all aware, coming to a Blue Water Summit, that the ocean doesn't necessarily operate like terrestrial land. So I'll get into that talking about terrestrial mining. But the ocean operates really as one large system, as we know, as currents flow, and how the deep sea is pivotal in the rest of the ocean ecosystem. So one other point that I really want to talk about when Mr. Stone brings up terrestrial versus ocean mining, kind of setting up this rhetoric or this idea that it's either terrestrial mining or deep seabed mining. But the truth is there's no or. Terrestrial mining, they have their permits, they have their mines. Unfortunately or fortunately, they are there to stay. These other deep seabed mining companies, maybe they have the licenses, but they have not been given the green light to start on a industrial scale. But really, deep green in general is kind of putting forth this rhetoric that it's terrestrial mining versus ocean mining. And that's not completely a fair picture, because it's really scapegoating terrestrial mining and the worst of terrestrial mining. Don't get confused. I'm not supportive of a lot of mining endeavors, but they are kind of setting up terrestrial mining as a scapegoat, because one large part of terrestrial mining versus deep seabed mining is that we don't know the impacts, the largest impacts, and we don't have the full studies done yet on the direct impacts of deep seabed mining on a commercial scale. But we do have the impacts of commercial terrestrial mining. So when you're going to do a report weighing both of the two, that's not a fully vetted report, one. And two, it takes away from the actual problem at hand, is what is deep seabed mining doing to the ecosystems that it affects? And how does that affect climate change and possibly exacerbate climate change? So if you read those reports that are independent, you can see for yourself the potential impacts, and they're all high impacts of deep seabed mining, specifically polymetallic mining.
Pastor, in some ways I wish you were right, because it would make my life a lot easier. But I'm afraid it's just not the case. And we don't have. It's not a choice of one or the other. There's always going to be both. There's always going to be terrestrial mining. I agree with that. But in order to meet the demands that are coming at us fast, a Tesla car battery weighs about 1,000 pounds, and there's 1.5 billion cars on the planet. Just to give you one little example of how much metal we're talking about.
Can I just comment, Greg? I just want to say there's a comment that's come in.
Let me just respond to.
Greg, I want to say one thing. There's a lot of comments that are coming in, and you guys aren't seeing. And I just think it's really interesting. We've had about 100 comments that have come in the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, but she's articulated it. Let me just respond.
No, just real quick. I just want to say one thing. Someone's saying, does deep sea bed mining, is it just another extractive economy that is shown to devastate our critical ocean ecosystems that are our greatest risks? I mean, I guess, isn't that the issue that we're talking about? Isn't it just another form of extractive economy? Haven't we not realized that this way of thinking doesn't solve our problems? And as I look through the stream of comments, this is what's coming through. So I don't mean to interrupt. I just, as I saw, as I'm reading them through, and everyone just keeps asking me this question, is that not the issue at hand?
As I said at the beginning or earlier on, if there's another way, Vassar, tell me what it is to meet these demands at a lesser planetary impact. I wish there was. I really do. It would make all of our lives more secure and easier. It would be better for the planet. I feel like there's so much energy is being focused on this that it's way off scale. If a tiny bit of this energy could be focused on, for example, non-point source pollution that enters rivers and causes enormous anoxic zones at the mouth of every major river in the world, that is a real problem. It's killing, but that's hard to solve. That's really hard to solve. It's easy to say to somebody, hey, would you like to stop deep sea mining? That sounds terrible. And it's an easy discussion to get into, and it's easy to say what Greg just said. Oh, it's just another extract. The world doesn't work that way. It's not black and white. It's many, many, many shades of gray. And I can tell you that this is the way to go. It's not the fauna. I'm familiar with the fauna and flora report. I'll draw your attention to a quite good publication came out in Nature 3 days ago. That it's not a rebuttal on the fauna and flora report, but it's a very sober, kind of clear look at this issue that I encourage you to look at. It's more than an op-ed, but it's not a full-blown paper. But it kind of I mean, there's.
I think that's the one that you shared. Hold on one second. Maybe we can pull that up.
Yeah, I was trying to look for it earlier.
Hold on one second.
Let me interject for 1 second here.
It's just like this is such a juicy subject matter. Everybody loves to talk about it. It's like the Titanic is sinking, and everybody's arguing about what we're having for dinner on the ship.
Let's first start with a very basic fact that everybody is biased. And as much as science is science, facts are facts, and it doesn't care about each one of our biases, we're all coming at it from various angles. But if we're going to be biased about something, we should be biased in favor of a long-term sustainable, I hate that word, sustainable future. And in doing so, what's the harm in taking our time in bringing in a greater pool of knowledge and perspectives so that we can make a better decision the first time rather than having to fix the problem later?
That's exactly what we're doing. The one thing that didn't come out in this is that the way the ISA is set up is the states and the companies like Deep Green, like mine, which is it's more like I call it a hybrid NGO business. I think it's kind of a good model for the future. We have a value system and a behavior like an NGO, but we are a business model. We working on a lot of things besides just this. Exactly what we're doing, Fabian. We need to spend 3 years of money and research in order to apply for an exploitation license. That's the environmental impact assessment. And there's no, you have to do that first, and then you look at it and make a call about whether to go forward or not. People seem to forget that we're prepared and planning to spend a whole lot of money to describe the environment and describe exactly what kind of impacts there will be, propose mitigation and avoidance, and then let the world decide. At the UN, it's a global decision through consensus voting. Let the world decide whether it goes forward or not within the system which was created. We're collecting that information. I agree with you totally, Fabian, and that's how it's set up. It's like, do 3 years of research, put together a report that'll be like 5 phone books big, summarized, full of science, full of facts, and then make a decision on how to go forward.
One moment of levity, because it's getting very deep. But to your earlier comments, Greg Stone. Sorry, there are 2 Gregs here. Greg Stone. The first time my grandfather was, let's say, an environmental activist, for lack of a better term, was in the late 1940s, early 1950s, when he laid across the tracks to stop a train full of nuclear waste from being dumped in the ocean. in France. I mean, we're big culprits of that sort of thing in France, but that's where it started, the whole environmental or conservation thing, way back in the beginning.
Yeah, well, yeah, your grandfather was something else too. I like the car wreck story too. That the whole future of the oceans depended on him.
Changed his trajectory.
Having a car accident, which he got.
We would have never had this conversation had he not had a car accident.
Yeah. Just in summary, let me just say that I get it. I understand how everybody's suspicious and they think industry has said this before, right? Like once burned, twice cautious, right? How many times have we heard the oil industry say, "Don't worry about it, we'll take care of it," and then they didn't. I get it. I've lived both. I see both sides of it so clearly. I really do. And I wish there was a third. I wish there was a third path, but there isn't. But I've seen. I keep asking people to tell me, and hitting pause. We don't have that option either.
Right.
We have a 3-year window to put this research forward, and if I find anything during those 3 years that I don't like, that I will walk away from this. But I can already see, like, don't think we're going to. It's one of those things where you.
Vassar, what are your thoughts?
So I want to. There's many things that I wrote down here because that was a lot. But first, you talk about a 3-year time frame, and Fabian said something really great. And what's the rush? And Mr. Stone, Greg, said that actually you said that you guys agree the same with what's a rush. But the problem is Deep Green and other deep seabed mining interests are pushing the ISA right now pretty hard on passing a mining code before we have the right studies that are done. So if you really believe that we should pump the brakes, then what's the rush in getting that mining code passed before we have the appropriate studies, before we know what the appropriate environmental regulations are specifically, and so that we can implement them in that mining code before having 167 countries come to consensus on a regulation that is described as binding within the regulatory framework. And also using, and this is a big note to me to show the intentions, quite frankly, of deep seabed mining companies themselves in the ISA by evading the liability within that mining code. When has that ever worked out well for human interest, specifically when we're talking about the global commons, something that should be, and in the Law of the Sea Treaty, say is the common heritage of mankind? The way it's being presented, and I understand the way Deep Green is using their PR and their crafty rhetoric to greenwash this issue, quite frankly, from someone of the next generation, and respectfully, someone who is very concerned and very worried as well about the direction of climate change, about trying to sequester half of our carbon in the next decade. That is super concerning to me. And we're talking about expediting, approaching our final frontier that is of the utmost importance, and not only sequestering carbon, but also getting us to that measure of cutting our carbon in half. And so you say yourself that you would not be supporting Deep Green and deep seabed mining if there were alternatives. And I'll go through those in a second, but you said earlier, and I wrote it down here, it would be great if we were using our energy and doing it to stop some of the terrible things happening in the environment instead of using something that's super easy to attack like deep seabed mining. Well, actually, when I first started working on deep seabed mining, it was a huge uphill battle. And I've been told by politicians, I've been told by international heads of economies, of marine protection and economies, that this was already a done deal and that I had no idea what I was up against. So to me, that doesn't seem very easy. But my question to you would be, why wouldn't Deep Green be using their energy and their investments and stopping those things if you truly are for a renewable, true, sustainable future, instead of using the same mentality that got us into these issues to start and approach our final frontier with the same extractive mentality, the same extractive mentality for non-renewable resources. And I do want to say one other thing, because I did wait for a little bit while you guys were talking. But one of the things that you brought up earlier was just that you think that we need to use the same brain and the same technology that, quote, got us here into this problem, need to use that to get us out of this problem, which I respectfully disagree.
Penchant for technology. I said the same penchant for technology.
My sentence. I would respectfully disagree, because I think we have to use a completely different mindset, a completely different brain when approaching climate change, when approaching increased deoxygenation. The IUCN report with increased deoxygenation is coming from increased acidification and increased carbon in our oceans. We have to use a whole different mentality, especially if you're going to approach our final frontier in an extractive manner. So that is extremely concerning to me. If we're going to use the same brain and technology that got us into this problem in the first place to get us out of this problem. And I would also like to talk about one last thing that you referred to, and it's alternatives. And that's why a lot of this conversation seems like doom and gloom, and I don't want it to be that way. My generation is super passionate. We're super scientific driven, and we're also super optimistic, even though the time frame doesn't look great and it's a huge uphill battle. We are optimistic because we know we're going to use a different mindset and a different brain to get us to these alternatives. So if I see Greg wants to interject.
I just want to say a couple of things. One, like there's a lot of, hold on. A lot of information is being shared, a lot of things. I just want to cut back to Fabienne. Hold on one second, Greg. I just want to cut back to Fabienne. I mean, your father, your grandfather was an entrepreneur.
Stop, Greg, stop. I've got to respond to something she said, okay? You're letting me. Listen, Vassar, you and I are like, we're cut from the same cloth, okay? And when I said our same brain and technology, I didn't mean philosophy. You're talking about philosophy. I'm talking about our ability to do and think things through is what I'm talking about. Is the formatter of our cerebral cortex. That you turned it into a philosophical statement. It really wasn't that at all. I want to work. We should be working together on this. We really should. I don't know why it's gotten so polarized, because it's you know, I'm from your world. Okay, I spent my whole career in the NGO world. I get it. No,
I guess the issue is, Greg, I just want to say one thing. Greg, you work for Deep Green, and they're an extractive technology, and you represent them, and you're on their board. So I get the fact that you're saying you want to work with Vassar. We're just the whole point about the blue economy is what should be preserved. What is the right measure? What is the right healthy dialogue? And the idea why we decided to have this conversation was just to see the different viewpoints, to really get a deeper appreciation of the big blue, and for us to come to some sort of consensus of, is an extractive economy the right way to go? And have we learned from the past? I don't think Vassar is coming at it in a you know, trying to attack you. She's coming at it from a point of view where you represent Deep Green, you're on their board. And I think what is important, what we all share collectively as part of this celebration of World Ocean Day, is we have to come to an agreement and understanding that the extractive economy has never worked. It has never served our purposes. And the idea that we're doing the same thing again now with the ocean, how have we not learned? And so we have maybe 5 more minutes left to speak. I really would love to hear from Fabienne and just to sort of sum this up on, you know, and what your thoughts are.
So it's a very interesting debate, and obviously, you know, the various points of view are well taken. As far as I'm concerned, I love youth because of their passion, because of their power, because of their go-get-'em attitude. I love the fact that you can organize in a way that other groups can't, and that creates change. As far and I love the wisdom. I didn't want to use that word, but more the experience that the older generations have for a lot of things that they've seen in life and experienced and been part of. What I find is that we are at a point, and whether it's seabed mining or any other topic for that matter, that we're at a point where if we are to endeavor in a platform such as seabed mining, that it should be in complete transparency. the platform itself must be well advertised and inviting to the general public to listen in, as well as experts to all participate in, because we are talking about a public good. The ocean itself is our life support system. Therefore, we all are shareholders in it. And as such, the decisions that are made today will have very serious repercussions down the road if they're not made properly. And all of this will either reap the benefits or the impacts, depending on what we choose today. And this is not groundbreaking philosophy here that I'm talking about. We've seen it in the past time and time again when we jump to action, ready, shoot, aim, sort of decision making, rather than really thinking about it. It brings me, and I've read some of the comments about Rachel Maddow's Blowout and all that, and that's a great book, by the way. But again, it comes from a polarized state, and I love the book. I think it's very well taken. But the point of this is that we have different perspectives on all these things, and if we don't all participate as a community, then we stand to lose so much more than the short-term gain that we're talking about. More importantly than all that, something that I remember in my first internship out of college, which was with Seventh Generation, it's something that was based on the Great Iroquois Nations, which they would say that for every deliberation, we must take into account the impact on the next 7 generations. Where did we lose this in our trajectory as a species, as an evolutionary culture? We are smart enough to get out of our own way, but are we wise enough to make the proper decisions so that we can invest in our future? And that's something that I think is of fundamental importance when we bring in Vassar and Greg Stone and others to really dig deep into these decision-making processes, because otherwise we are going to screw ourselves once again. And we are, more importantly, going to screw the future generations out of things that we've taken for granted.
Guys, I just want to say one thing. Sorry, Vassar, I didn't mean to interrupt, but this is such a beautiful, there have been so many comments that have come through in the last, 10 minutes. And I think what's really interesting is that we're not going to solve this problem today. But I think what the most beautiful thing we've done today is we planted a seed between the youth and an older generation to come together to really help, resolve what this new blue economy is going to be. Greg, I think from my point of view and why we really wanted to have this conversation is you are an important person. You are a scientist and you are a distinguished fellow as the UN envoy. And the idea that you represent Deep Green is really important. And it wasn't really there was no negative as it relates to it. It was really more of, does this form of mining serve us in the future? And I get we're not going to solve it today. And I'm deeply appreciative of everyone coming together. Our time has come to an end. I want to thank you.
Could I say one thing, just because I have to get this point across, because you said we can't solve it today. And I think we can get a lot closer to that than you think. Dr. Gregory Stone, Greg, referred to earlier the alternatives. And if there were alternatives, that he would change to those alternatives. And I cannot let this go on to the next session without explaining very quickly that those alternatives are much closer in our grasp than most people believe to be true. And I'll just quickly say this, that not only are waste figures, we waste 50 million tons of electronic waste globally a year. Only 20% of that is recycled. That's $63 billion worth of value just thrown away in the landfill. And people say, oh, recycling isn't enough. Well, actually, Tesla came out and said that they are going to have closed loop gigafactories that reuses recycled materials. Jeffrey Struble, Tesla's CTO, said this isn't impossible. We have a pathway to do it, and we're on the way to doing that right now. The other day, Business Insider just a couple of days ago, released an article that they are having the 1,000,000-mile battery. Very soon, they're going to announce that. It's all over the internet right now. You can look at the Business Insider article that was released the other day. So that nails down efficiency. You can go so much farther. It lasts so much longer. And in less than a decade, the battery efficiency for a Tesla has 3 times multiplied. And so the projections that Dr. Greg Stone has been using and Deep Green has been using are out of date, especially when we talk about COVID. We see cars trending downwards ever since ride shares became a thing, and now we also see automated vehicles. Things and habits are changing. And at my generation, the largest consumer is going to make sure those habits change in the right way. And I don't want to see a new industry like deep seabed mining go in, destroy our oceans, destroy those ecosystems when they're going to end up being a tainted good at the end of the day. And further, I will provide one alternative, and I know I don't have time to discuss a lot more, and there's hydrogen fuel cells that have come a long way. People, at first are like, those are kind of scary, but think about an oil combustion engine. Anyways, they've gone a long way. But I will leave it on this because I know we are out of time, but this might give Greg Stone, Dr. Greg Stone, and everyone else on this panel a little bit of hope and a little bit more insight into the reality of innovation in this world and why we do not need deep seabed mining, why we don't want it, and it isn't worth the risk. So the alternative is this low-cost feedstock, metal-free battery that's cost-effective. It has materials that increase battery energy density by 2 times. And the company is in stealth mode right now, but it has hundreds of patents, and it is coming to market in the near future. So it's been proven, it's been tested. Many people ask you and say, we've seen a lot of these technologies, but they are not going to be able to be at scale.
Okay.
Well,
Vassar,
it's tuned, and my generation is going to ensure if generations above us aren't going to do it, we're going to ensure it happens. And hopefully we can work together. And I'll end on this, and maybe Dr. Greg Stone can have the last word. But I will take you up on that offer to work together. I think it's so important, like Fabian was saying, and hopefully Fabian can lend his voice too. But work together because it's our world that we're approaching. It's our frontier that we're approaching. And I think Deep Green specifically has a little bit of a lack of diversity in their thought leadership. And I do think that if we could bring our side and the other side together at a forum, and we can have this forum transparently on a webinar. We could do that, and we can present both sides. We can.
I don't mean.
Greg's going.
Pastor, I have people in the queue. First off, you just said the magic word. I got the text from Gregory Stone. You guys are going to work together. We're gonna do the right thing. We're gonna fix this. We're gonna make sure it's right. There's gonna be clear and collaborative between the parties. And thank you, Fabian. Thank you, Pastor. I'm sorry, we got to cut the commercial. Sorry, guys. I gotta go. Sorry.
Bye, everyone.
Pastor, I wish you well on everything.
Likewise. Wish you all well.
This is a hopeful conversation.
Happy Sunday.
Thanks, everyone.
Can't you hear the ocean cry, calling out to be revived? Take a step back, realize we all need to make a play. Reverse effects of common man. Take a moment, open your eyes. We're taking our time, can't keep running. Take the water into your veins. I'm feeling a change. that is coming, the sooner that we understand. Just a drop of rain, that's all I am on the same. We have the power to make a way. We move together as one. There's no time to wait. Actions are louder, don't hesitate. And I see the future is ours to take. We are the ocean, we are the ocean, we are the ocean. When there's nowhere left to go, in a world where nothing grows, make a choice to sink or swim. Feel the blue are turning black. How did we get so off track? Across our 7 seas, we're taking our time. Can't keep running. Take the water into your veins. I'm feeling a change that is coming. The sooner that we understand. Just a drop of rain, that's all I am on the same. We have the power to make a way. If we move together as one. There's no time to waste. Actions are louder, don't hesitate. And I see the future is ours to take. We are the ocean, we are the ocean, we are the ocean. There's no time to waste. Actions are louder, don't hesitate. I see the future is bright. We can make a change if we stick together as one. Just a drop of rain. We are the ocean. Yes, we're all the same. We are the ocean. We have the power to make a change. So come on now. That's all I am, all the same. We have the power to make a way if we move together as one. Realize we don't need to make a play. Reverse effects of common man. Take a moment. Open your eyes. We're taking our time. Can't keep running. Take the water into your veins. I'm feeling a change that is coming. The sooner that we understand. Just a drop of rain, that's all I am on the same. We have the power to make a way. We move together as one. There's no time to wait. Actions are louder, don't hesitate. And I see the future is ours to take. We are the ocean, we are the ocean, we are the ocean. When there's nowhere left to go, in a world where nothing grows, make a choice to sink or swim. Feel the blue are turning black. How did we get so off track? Across our 7 seas, we're taking our time. Can't keep running. Take the water into your veins. I'm feeling a change that is coming. The sooner that we understand. Just a drop of rain, that's all I am on the same. We have the power to make a way. If we move together as one. stick together as one. Just a drop of rain. We are the ocean. Yes, we're all the same. We are the ocean. We have the power to make a change. So come on now. That's all I am, we're all the same. We have the power to make a wave if we move together as one.
Wow, what an incredible song by Jess Stone. It got a little heated. I think it's important, you know, it's UN World Oceans Day. If we're going to fight for something, let's fight for someone that we believe in. And I just want to say, you know, to Dr. Gregory Stone that we love you. You're an important person. You're a scientist. And it's the science that we need to believe in. And so I'm so grateful that, you know, this conversation took on. I know it was a little bit intense, but it was important because the fish, the turtles, the whales, the dolphins, all of our underwater life is important. And we need to remember it's 3 breaths of life every day that we get from the ocean. Without it, we die.
And I'm glad I tuned in a little early so I could get in on that debate. You know, that was it was a good moment. You know, I mean, I think it's interesting to see the distinction. Obviously, there's a generational shift, but I think there's also, I don't think it was just solely youth versus age. You know, the idea that, you know, you hoist out one and in comes the other. I think that there's also the shift of consciousness. I mean, we've been talking for the last generation about, you know, running out of time. And when you're looking at the youth coming up and saying, you know, how much longer can we talk about running out of time before we've run out? And when we see the pandemic of COVID and we see, you know, despite that pandemic, the ill treatment of Black people in the streets, and you see all the fighting and all the hate that's going on, you really can't help but think that the connection between the wounds of the ocean and the wounds of the ocean are the wounds of the planet, right? And so we can't separate these activities. You know, everybody who's causing the earth some form of harm, whether it be for profit or for pleasure, whatever that is for different people's, whatever floats different people's boats. You know, we need to take a hard look at that, and we need to maybe make some shifts and some changes.
So, Peter, without any further ado, you're an amazing artist. We are privileged to have you with us.
To be here.
What's your first song that you're going to play for the ocean?
First song I'm going to play is called "Hold My Hand." It's a nice sort of soft one for everybody to maybe take a step down, catch your breath. When you're feeling so low, like love has let you go, and when you're feeling so down, like the world stops spinning round, hold my hand, hold my hand, hold my hand, and I'll be there. Hold my hand, hold my hand, hold my hand, and I'll be there by your side. By your side. when you've lost all control, like your heartbeat has been stolen, and when your breath won't slow down, and your feet can't touch the ground. Hold my hand, hold my hand, hold my hand, and I'll be there. Hold my hand, hold my hand, hold my hand, and I'll be there by your side. By your side. By your side.
No, we don't. It's virtual, so I just want to read the comments, Peter, just so you know. People are saying beautiful song. So blessed to have this day. Peter, one of the things I've always learned is music will heal your soul, and we need a lot of healing of our ocean. So we're super grateful that you play today for the oceans, and for that intention, for the turtles, the whales, the sharks, the dolphins, whatever living creature in that aquatic universe. It's their day, and we celebrate it, and we celebrate it with you and your music.
Well, listen, again, it's such a pleasure to be here, and it's such a pleasure to be able to sing for everybody. And I'm glad that you created a space where we could not only have debate, but have a musical sort of interlude, because it's not just music. I mean, the arts in general, I think, are the healing forces of the world. And activism is an art, music is an art, poetry, painting, sculpture, film, all of these arts really bring us together and unify us, right? I mean, one of the best things about being a musician is being at a concert and knowing that at that concert, you've got both sides of every argument all there in one space, appreciating a unified sound. And music really does bring people together, really crosses all boundaries, and it gives us the opportunity to have moments like this. So thanks for bringing me in.
Yeah, we love you, Peter. And you got another one for us?
I do. This is called Break the Cycle. And I think that's pretty self-explanatory.
All right,
I can't take this violence anymore. Senseless destruction and war. But I won't send my sons off to die. We've got to break the cycle, at least we can try. We can try. And war won't take us to the place we want to go. Only turn us into people we don't know. We don't know. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. don't know. We don't know. But anger pits deep down in the man. Grows roots and destroys all it can. And peace is that dream we all understand. A pipe bomb and a pipe in your head. So light that fuse with a match made from love. And let it blow up into a white dove. A white dove. War won't take us to the place we wanna go. Only turn us into people we don't know. We don't know. No, 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 no. No, 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 we don't know.
Thanks, Stephanie. And what's the first song we're going to hear?
First song is a song called Sorry, and it's a recording that I did recently with the London Gospel Choir. So the version you're going to hear is that version.
Okay, let's play it.
I know you're feeling like the world forgets you. I know you're feeling like you're last in line. But I'll make sure I'll be the one who gets you by. 'Cause I've known you since our freckles faded. So I know what you're going through, but I've never seen your heart so jaded. I don't know what you're running to. I don't know what you're running to. But don't say sorry, sorry. It's okay to cry, no need for sorry, sorry, I'll be by your side. And if I need to hold you till your tears run dry, no need for sorry, sorry. 'Cause you have seen me through my darkest hours. Oh, you've saved me from my darkest nights. Now I'm watching as your sky comes falling down. I'll make you fight. No need for sorry, sorry. It's okay to cry. No need for sorry, sorry. I'll be by your side. And if I need to hold you till your tears run dry, no need for sorry, sorry. No no need for sorry, sorry. It's okay to cry, no need for sorry, sorry. I'll be by your side. And if I need to hold you till your tears run dry, no need for sorry.
It just touches our hearts, you know. It's definitely that song. It's just so beautiful song. And so tell me, Seth, what's going to be the second one that we're going to hear?
So the second song is the song called No Cowboy, and it's actually kind of, it's weird. I think I write a lot about I guess other aspects of life. I think a lot of people write about love, a lot of people write about I think I try to write about kind of different things that affect different people. So like a lot of like vulnerability, I guess. And this is an unreleased song, so it's not out at the moment, but it'll be out in the next couple of months. And it's actually kind of about the American dream that we all kind of get sold through movies and TV, about the happy endings. And I guess it's like, and it's relevant to every sort of conversation you have, really, that you have to kind of be your own sort of superhero, whether that's to do with your part that you play in any sort of activism or anything at all. You have to be there for yourself, because nobody can do it for you. So this next song is called No Cowboy.
There ain't no cowboy on the way. I'm holding on, but it won't matter how long I wait or what I wish for. I keep on dreaming of LA and what they said, but there ain't no cowboy on the way. Feel like I'm chasing something, some bird of paradise. On every TV station, in every tear I cry, my heart is always open. I wear it on my sleeve. I still believe in something. Call me naive. The world's been selling me a lie, 'cause there ain't no cowboy on the way. I'm holding on, but it won't matter how long I wait or what I wish for. I keep on dreaming of LA and what they said, but there ain't no cowboy on the way. 'Cause I saw a perfect love and then it went away. My heart lay there in pieces, but his just stayed the same. I've spent my whole life waiting on some kind of Robin Hood, but there ain't no heroes coming, not like they should. The world's been selling me a lie, 'cause there ain't no cowboy on the way. I'm holding on, but it won't matter how long I wait or what I wish for. I keep on dreaming of LA and what they said, but there ain't no cowboy on the way. Whoa, there ain't no cowboy on the way. Whoa, there ain't no cowboy on the way. Whoa, I keep on dreaming of LA and what they said, but there ain't no cowboy on the way.
How do you feel about the ocean now that you've been listening to all this information at the summit? What comes to mind?
I think what comes to mind is that I need to probably do more and educate myself better. You know, like I'm fascinated by the ocean, and I always have been, in the sense that like I just find it so mysterious. You know, when you watch the documentaries about it, there's so much we don't know, and I think sometimes when I watch things about it, it makes me feel like, you know, there's so much that's so insignificant by comparison, because we just don't we just don't know everything, you know. And I think that I just want to make sure that whatever I can do, because that's all you can do, and whatever word you can spread, we're kind of getting to a point in the world where I think the world is very vulnerable in so many different ways. There's just so much vulnerability from every single angle. And, you know, obviously with the lockdowns and everything that's been going on, we've had some time to let things heal like a small bit, so we know that it can be done. So I think from my point of view, I'm just trying to take some time to educate myself a bit better about what I can do, what part I can play, and actually put it into action, because it's very easy to say these things and not very good to do it. So I'm just happy to learn, really, especially when you see so many amazing people that know so much and that are trying so hard to protect it. It really makes it seem like we have to all get on board at this point in time, you know, because otherwise there'd be nothing.
You're right, we do. So, Stephanie, we're going to play your last song, and you are truly amazing, and you are my ocean hero for the day.
Thank you so much for having me, Greg. I can't wait to see the rest of the speakers, and good luck with everything.
Thank you.
I hide it when I try to speak. I hold me like a dog on a leash. I'm running, she won't let me breathe. If I'm honest, she's making me cold. A demon, she's stripping my soul. I'm feeling like people see but nobody knows. Oh, 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 oh. But there must be another 100 like me. Oh, there must be another 100 like me. Oh, there must be another 100 like me. Tell me, tell me, tell me, I'm not the only one hiding. I'm not the only one hiding. An army won't keep her away. Who are we without all pain? She's bringing me down, but I can get back up. A mirror that holds up the price. I've asked it, but it won't talk back. I'm feeling that people only see what I like. Oh, 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 oh. But there must be another 100 like me. Oh, there must be another 100 like me. Oh, there must be another 100 like me. Tell me, tell me, tell me, I'm not the only one hiding. I'm not the only one hiding. Whoa, 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 I'm not the only one. There must be another 100 like me. Oh, there must be another 100 like me. Oh, there must be another 100 like me. Tell me, tell me, tell me, I'm not the only one hiding. I'm not the only one hiding.
What is it about for you that you love about the ocean? What inspires you about the ocean that you want to say to the audience?
So many things. The ocean's so vast, and there's so many beautiful creatures living in it. Like, I love penguins, man, and I love killer whales. I'm always watching the documentaries and all that on Netflix. Yeah, and it's right that it produces loads of oxygen for all of us, doesn't it?
It does. It gives us breaths every day.
Yeah, yeah, all of that, man. I love the ocean. I've always loved the ocean, and we need to do more to protect it. And I love this live streaming you're doing with all these great speakers talking about how we can change it, because we need to change it, because humans are destroying the world, man. We need to fix it. Go on.
This song is called Bad Decisions. I hope you enjoy it. Hey!
show me where I'm going in this life? Can you tell me if it'd be alright? 'Cause I won't lose this fight until I see the lights. I fall apart the more I try. Teach me how to feel. Let me know what's real, darling. I'll come running. Ooh, that's said and done. How do we move along from these bad decisions? Trying to fight this pain, seeing fixed smiles again. Can't you see that it's all pretend? Are you really my friend? I guess it all depends who goes with this road in. Teach me how to feel. Let me know what's real, darling. I'll come running. Ooh, that's said and done. How do we move along from these bad decisions?
I don't know where to go, see, I don't know where to be. Better look into my eyes, what do you see? I don't really know, I don't think so. Just like the river, the feelings they flow.
Baby, I'm out of love. Maybe it's just enough. My heart is torn, rugged and rough. Teach me how to feel. Let me know what's real, darling. I'll come running. Ooh, that's said and done. How do we move along from these bad decisions? From these bad decisions. From these bad decisions. Teach me how to feel. Let me know what's real, darling. I'll come running. Ooh, that's said and done. How do we move along from these bad decisions?
Hi, I'm Kate, Plastic Free Mermaid. Thank you so much for having me today. It's an honor to be joining such amazing ladies on this panel talking about ocean and activism. Happy World Oceans Day. And yeah, I'm plastic free. I haven't used single-use plastics for over a decade. I learned that plastic does not biodegrade and that it's polluting not only our environment but also our bodies internally, causing all sorts of undesired consequences like obesity and depression and infertility, just to name a few. So yeah, I thought, man, that's a nasty substance. So I've phased it out of my life as my definition of single use continued to expand outward. And I realized, oh, so much of the food is packaged in single-use plastic. So much of our shampoo and conditioners and bath products are packaged in single-use plastic. So much of our technology and just day-to-day things are packaged in this single-use plastic that I just cannot justify any longer. My own personal contribution to this pile of waste that is shipped where? Away? Somewhere? Still on the planet. So I cut it out, and yeah, I just wrote a book about it. So if you want to check that out, it's called I Quit Plastics. Would love you to check that out. You can find that at my website, iquitplastics.com, or order it online in any country. Shipping, of course, varies. But yeah, really stoked to be sharing that. It's lots of philosophy about environmental ethics and how to set a strict environmental kind of boundary and how to sustain that, and like the self-love and self-care that we have to do as activists to be resilient and strong and keep showing up for our planet, but also for ourselves and our community and our local farmers and all those things. I give practical tips like how to compost, how to replant your veggie scraps, how to store things, repurposing jars, all sorts of great tips, as well as lots of recipes. So how to make your own cleaning products, how to make your own bath products, how to make your own beauty products, and then all the food that usually comes packaged in plastic, so crackers and dips and milks and cheeses and cookies and granola bars and ice cream bars. So yeah, plenty of recipes in there. And if you want free recipes, just check out my Instagram, that's Plastic Free Mermaid, or my YouTube, Plastic Free Mermaid, or my blog, iQuitPlastics.com. So yeah, super stoked to be here, to be sharing all this stuff and to be talking about these important issues. And I really hope that we connect online somewhere, so definitely reach out and say hello or good day. And I hope you have a beautiful World Oceans Day. Hope you can get in the ocean or in some body of water, maybe even in your shower, and just imagine that you're swimming underwater with the whales and the dolphins and you're just loving it. All right, enjoy that, even if it's in your mind. Mwah.
Okay, thank you so much. Again, I apologize to Wilfredo. We will make it up to you. Apparently, we had a technical glitch. Everything can't be perfect on a live stream. I guess we do have some issues. But I am delighted to have my friend and colleague, Deanna Cohen, from the Plastic Pollution Coalition to come in and to moderate this amazing panel of women. I'm going to bring Deanna in now. Hi.
I'm back.
Wonderful. And we are delighted to have you. And I'm going to bring in these late, beautiful women, and I'm going to step out.
Hi, Hannah. Hi, Danny.
Hi. Hi, Lise. Hi, Kate. Hi, Hannah.
Hello. Good morning. Happy World Ocean Day, everybody.
Happy World Ocean Day, Oceans Week.
I'm hoping to get in some water at some point today. So I want to welcome everybody in our audience to our panel, which is titled On the Front Lines, Youth Engagement in the Ocean Space. And I'm going to briefly introduce each of you and then let you take it from there. And then we'll get into some questions and discussion together. I'm Deanna Cohen. I am the co-founder and CEO of Plastic Pollution Coalition. I am a visual artist, and I've been making work for almost 30 years out of plastic bags that I cut up and sew back together. And I try very hard to use my work now as a platform to help me talk about the issue of plastic and plastic pollution and the impact that it has not only on the ocean, but also on human health, animal health, et cetera. I co-founded Plastic Pollution Coalition back in 2009, and we have grown. We're now over 1,200 businesses and organizations, about 50-50, all working to stop plastic pollution and to raise awareness about the toxic impact on human health, animal health, the ocean and waterways, and the environment. So welcome, welcome. I'm so honored to introduce this panel of amazing mover shakers. And I'll start out by introducing Danny Washington, who is the founder of Big Blue and You, and she's a science communicator, a TV show host, and a soon-to-be author. I'd then like to also introduce Hannah Testa. Hannah is the founder of Hannah for Change. She's a social change agent, and she's the author of a book which is coming out this fall called Taking on the Plastics Crisis. She is also a youth ambassador for Plastic Pollution Coalition, and she is interested in things above and beyond plastic as well. And then Kate Nelson, AKA Plastic Free Mermaid. She's the founder of Plastic Free Mermaid. She's an activist and a science communicator, and she's an author. Her new book is called I Quit Plastic, and she just spoke about it in the video right before our session. So let's get started, and I'll turn it over to you, Danny.
All right. Thank you so much, Deanna. It's such a pleasure to be here with you ladies today. I admire all of you and just so grateful to be connected. So I'm Danny Washington, like Deanna mentioned. I currently work in science communications, primarily as a television host. I'm a correspondent on a show called Mission Unstoppable, which is syndicated nationwide here in the US on CBS. But previous to that, I worked on a show called Nature Knows Best, a part of the Exploration Station EI syndicated learning block of shows, and that show focused on biomimicry, which really intrigues me because it's about using nature as inspiration for new technology and design. And I truly believe that we will innovate our way out of all of the challenges that we're currently facing, whether it's plastic pollution or racial injustice, through innovation. We have to come up with new ideas. We have to be creative. And that is the call, I think, for this next generation. I'm also the co-founder of Big Blue and You, and we're based in Miami. We are aiming to inspire and educate our young people in the South Florida community about the importance of the ocean, their blue backyard right there. We want to connect them to that using art and science. So we host a festival called Art by the Sea, which is a fun festival for the whole family outside on the water, where kids and their loved ones get to enjoy and celebrate the ocean and all of its wonder and glory. And yeah, it's a really fun day. So I want to just quickly share a video recap from our 2018 festival held at historic Virginia Key Beach Park. You can run the video.
My name is Danny Washington, aka the Mocha Mermaid, and today we celebrated our 7th annual Artsy Festival here at historic Virginia Key Beach Park in Miami, Florida, and we had the best day ever. This festival is all about celebrating the ocean and it's all of its wonders and beauty, and we did that using art and science.
Welcome to historic Virginia Key Beach Park. Founded August 1st, 1945. And it's on the National Register of Historic Places, the state of Florida Heritage Trail, and the city of Miami Historic, Environmental, and Preservation List.
This is Chai-Tea, Artsy.
The sea level is rising.
I think everyone should care about the ocean because ocean is life. We have an awesome day. There's not one single cloud in the sky. My booth has been super busy, so it's a lot of education going on, teaching our kids about healthy lifestyles. We have to be, good and conscious to save our ocean.
Ocean's advocate. If you love the ocean and you feel passionate about either whether it's water sports or the animals in the ocean or cleanliness of the ocean, you can be that advocate. You can talk about it. You can wear it on your shirt. Anything possible just to make sure that everyone hears that message. I can inspire other people by telling them what effects trash has on the ocean.
I'm Kayla Correa. I'm the co-founder of the Plastic Free Mermaids, and our mission is to spread awareness about plastic pollution locally and globally through education, outreaches, cleanups, and political advocacy.
I'm a firm believer that education is the key towards conservation. If you have a voice, you have a platform.
Makes you want to dance, right?
I love that, Danny.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here.
Thank you. So, do you want to, should we go around for other introductions, or would you like to tell us a little bit about how you came to this work?
I mean, sure, I can talk briefly. I don't want to take away time from everyone else, but
we're good. We have time right now.
We got time. Awesome. So yeah, I came to work on the Big Blue and You back in 2008 when I graduated from the University of Miami. I studied marine science and biology at and realized very quickly toward my college graduation in 2008, the beginning of the Great Recession here in the US, that I needed to create my own job at that juncture. And the idea came about when I realized a lot of children in Miami and beyond in South Florida had no connection to the ocean. They lived 5 miles from the beach, but yet they had barely spent any time there for various factors and reasons. And so I wanted to create an organization that would speak to that exactly. And that was to create open access oceans, an opportunity for people to connect with the sea. And so my mom and I co-founded it together. She is an entrepreneur and businesswoman. And so her business acumen combined with my knowledge of marine science and love for art and creativity was a perfect mix, and we've been working together ever since. So it's been a beautiful evolution. It's definitely a labor of love. As I'm sure many of you know, nonprofits are a lot of work, but at the end of the day, what matters to me is the investment in the children that we interact with. And I know that, like, without a doubt, that we have planted a seed in their hearts and in their minds about loving the ocean. And I look forward to the day when we will get to see those flowers blossom.
Me too. Thank you so much. Thank you, Danny. Hannah, tell us about yourself.
Yes, of course. Well, Danny, that was such a beautiful video. And I want to say thank you to the Blue Water Summit for having this incredible panel of these empowering women. I'm so excited. But yeah, as you heard, I'm Hannah Testa. I'm a 17-year-old high school student from Atlanta, Georgia, and I'm the founder of the organization Hannah for Change. And Hannah for Change is an organization focused on educating people on global issues and how they can get involved. And my main focus has really been inspiring young people to get involved with businesses and getting involved in policy. And I really believe that nobody wants to be a polluter. They just don't know any better. And so my goal has just been educating people on how, they can really get started. And I'm a board member and ambassador for a lot of different organizations, including Deanna's Plastic Pollution Coalition. And yeah, I've been working with business leaders and politicians, and I actually created Plastic Pollution Awareness Day in the state of Georgia. And so the video you're about to see is a little bit about what that day looked like in Georgia.
My name is Hannah Testa. I'm 14, and my goal is to make the public more aware about plastic pollution. All started from a young age. I've always had this strong passion for animals.
Because if we don't do something now, all black rhinos will disappear by 2022.
I grew up learning about Earth Day and taking care of animals in the environment, doing different environmental projects, and I learned about plastic pollution. The average American uses around 500 plastic bags each year, which is a crazy number. So for like a family of 4, that's 2,000 bags that our family keeps out of the landfills, the streams, and the oceans each year. And just cleaning up things on the street or on the beaches, that makes a huge impact even if you don't see it.
I am touched and thrilled to be recognized for being a part of the Captain Planet family.
The Captain Planet Foundation has a big gala every single year, so over December they had their 25th gala, and I was one of 5 winners to win. So it was me, as well as Prince Charles was another winner, as well as the actor Ian Somerhalder. Plastic Pollution Awareness Day, this is the first of its kind globally. It's a great honor to actually do this and to get the public aware about this. The earth is what we all have in common, whether Democrat, Republican, male or female, young or old, and we all share this planet together, and if our oceans die, we die too. You can do anything that you want to do. It doesn't matter like who you are, how old you are, as long as you dream it and believe it, then you're halfway there.
Oh, so great. Thank you, Hannah. Hannah, do you want to just give us a little background about your journey? I know you talk about some of it in your video, but tell us.
Yeah, so it really started around 10 years old. I was still in elementary school, and I was learning about all these different things happening around the world, and mainly with like endangered animal species and how they were going extinct because of humans, and whether it's like deforestation or pollution or poaching these beautiful species. And it broke my heart to hear that we were driving these animals to extinction. And I knew I had to get involved, and I couldn't sit back and watch it all happen. And so I was able to use, Google and be able to figure out how I can get involved. And I found some organizations, and I participated in their campaigns, and I started becoming a part of their organizations. And then I created Hannah for Change so I can create my own campaigns and my own projects. And ever since, I've been speaking up, and now I travel the world and speak on these different issues. And I learned about plastic pollution, particularly from watching the documentary Plastic Paradise. I originally learned a little bit of plastic pollution because of its impact on animals, but it wasn't until I watched that documentary, and that's what really opened my eyes to how big of a problem this is and how you can really get involved. And so then, since then, I've been speaking up, and that's pretty much my story.
That's great. Thank you, Hannah. Kate?
Hello. Hi, Deanna.
Hi.
Yay. Thank you so much for having me. This is so exciting. It's so wonderful to be on a panel. Hannah, Danny, it's so great to see you guys here. This is awesome. Thank you, Deanna. I'm really honored to be here. I'm so excited to have the opportunity to discuss this issue. I think I think we're in a time where we're really ready and ripe for change across the board in many areas of our culture. Our society has so much work to do, and we have a lot of protection we need to do of our species, of our humans, of our of life across the board. So it's an honor to be here with you ladies, and thank you for using your voice and sharing. I learned that plastic doesn't biodegrade probably about 12 years ago now. It was a shock to the system. I studied philosophy and business economics. I'm really interested in ethics and how we as a society, how we set our own moral boundaries and our ethics, and how we create those and then live with those. And if our culture is able to live with ethical boundaries. So that's really of interest to me. And then social change as well, how we create behavioral change, how we create ethical systems in place that everyone kind of agrees to, these moral codes that allow us to live with each other, live in a community, live with respect for the earth, live with respect for each other, and really honor that and hold each other accountable to that. Excuse me. So yeah, I guess I'll kind of combine the question of how you got started and with what I've done. I learned that plastic does not biodegrade. I went out to the Great Pacific Trash Gyre, took samples, found indeed that it was a soup, that plastic doesn't just float out there and create this island as was previously thought and kind of distributed through the media, bit of sensationalism there. And yeah, that it was just breaking up into these millions of little pieces. So initially my concern was definitely for the animals, the filter feeders, the whales and the manta rays that can't discern between the bits of plastic or the phytoplankton. So I got into conservation and policy change, and which was quite frustrating. I worked a lot on the plastic bag bans throughout the state of California, as well as the statewide ban. So that was really interesting to get experience in writing bills. That bill we passed was not strong enough. It was really frustrating to see them come out with reusable plastic bags at the convenience stores. So that kind of created a turning point for me in my career, where I decided to support the nonprofits, but also work directly on behavior change and try to influence people's behavior by empowering individuals. So partnering with nonprofits like Deanna's Plastic Pollution Coalition, which is an incredible organization, as well as the Break Free from Plastic Alliance, and the amazing organizations within that alliance, uplifting, collaborating, working together, and empowering individuals to make drastic changes. As I said in my video, I quit plastics. I decided to just give them up myself personally to reduce my contribution to the mounting problem of plastic pollution. And my definition of single-use plastics continued to expand outward. Like, this is reusable plastic, but it still has such a short lifespan. So how can we support the businesses, the alternatives to this material? So I've kind of ventured into some of that sort of empowering the businesses and giving voice to these innovators and designers and scientists who are working on alternatives to plastics, the legitimate ones, not the greenwashed ones. So it's an incredible space to be in. I feel so grateful for this journey. I'm so excited that so many people are aware. The awareness movement has been successful. I'm just just exactly, Deanna. It's incredible. The narrative has really shifted. Like we've seen with straws, all the bans on straws. People are so turtle aware. It's great. So I'm really excited to finally be at a place where I feel like we can affect change. We can affect policy change around plastics. And we have so much work to do. And I think that can start with individual change. The CEOs, the people that are making these big decisions for these gigantic corporations, the politicians, these individuals who are influencing policy change, these are human beings as well. So if we can influence behavior change through individual change, we have a shot. So yeah, I think I'm excited to be here. That's a little bit about my background. And as Deanna said, I have a platform called Plastic Free Mermaid. It's where I share my personal lifestyle, my plastic free. And then I am the co-founder of Save the Mermaids, ocean advocacy and environmental education program based in California. And then I Quit Plastics is a consulting company. And yeah, happy to be here with you guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Kate. So I'm going to bring us back around. I do want to talk about behavior change a little bit later, but I think just in light of what we've all, the planet's been contending with in the last 4 months or so with COVID, and then into what is happening now and what is really, actually it's been happening the whole time, but what's really bubbled to the surface with all of this racial injustice becoming more clearly viewable, clearly discernible. I wanted to turn to a question to ask you all, what are your thoughts about the connection between social justice and environmental justice? And I thought I'd ask you, Hannah, first to talk to it. Hannah, Danny, and we can have a conversation. So,
yeah, and I'm so glad that we're talking about this and like everything that's happening, because environmental justice cannot be achieved without social injustice, because they are interconnected, and you have to acknowledge that environmental racism is the injustice that people of color are systematically at higher risk to these environmental hazards, including plastic pollution. And they happen in lower income communities that are primarily people of color. And this gives them long-term health impacts that a lot of times they can't afford to take care of. And so with these marginalized communities of color, they face the consequences of these big industries and their waste and the hazardous byproducts that they do produce. And so I think it's very important as environmentalists to speak up about it as well, because we are aware that it is happening in these communities. So it's important that we speak up and talk about it, because environmental racism is a sector of the many layers of systemic racism that impact people of color. And yeah, so hopefully you guys learn more about that and hopefully educate yourselves as well. My friend Tara in Indonesia, her village and the river that they live near is overflowing with plastic garbage, most of which came from the US and other westernized countries. But even just here in America, it happens so often, especially like with air pollution. In Denver, lower income communities are more burdened with air pollution than those in higher income areas.
And I think people don't realize that oftentimes air pollution is caused by the way that we manage waste, which is really incineration and burning, and plastics create, toxic pollution and poison us from extraction through manufacturing, production, use, and then end-of-life waste management. So it really does disproportionately impact communities of color and lower income communities, fence line, frontline communities. Yeah. Danny.
Absolutely. Yes. I think on a personal health level, that is really where we see kind of the end of the line. And I just wanted to shout out to Story of Plastic, the documentary that you produced, Deanna, along with a great team. That documentary truly shows the full lifeline, the lifespan of plastic and how it impacts people along the way. But beyond just the health impacts within social justice, it's also looking back at the history. So the video that I played earlier of Big Blue News event, Art by the Sea, it's held at a park in Miami called Historic Virginia Key Beach Park. And it's now a National Historic Site because in 1945, it became the first beach for colored people in Miami. Previously, wow. It was all the beautiful beaches that we now know on Miami Beach were for whites only. And so 10 years prior to the civil rights movement happening and starting here in this country in 1955, in 1945, May of that year, 7 young Black people walked into the beach, Haulover Beach in Miami, and waded into the water, defying the rule that said whites were only allowed to get in this water. That sparked and set off a domino effect. And it was by the simple, peaceful act of just wading into the water, which is all of our rights. Water is life, and every human being should have the right to access it and to also have clean water to drink. And so when you say, is environmental justice and social justice connected? Of course, they're inextricably connected. And I think it's time for people in this space who care about the ocean, who care about wildlife, who care about the planet, need to see that and need to put Indigenous peoples Black people, brown people at the front and elevate them into leadership positions so we can make better decisions for all of humanity.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Kate, did you have anything you wanted to add to what we're talking about? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, I've been doing so much learning and listening, and I think what's coming up for me is the movement especially around plastics and environmental activism feels really privileged. The message that I share in particular is a message of privilege. To quit plastics is something that is a stance that one can take when they have options. So I feel like, when we're sharing these things and we're sharing the solutions, when we're sharing how to fight for our oceans or how to fight for the animals and that are affected by the pollution, it's been an incredible eye opener to look at the communities, the people that are affected by our pollution, and see how our choices, if we have the resources, if we have the privilege to reduce the use of plastics or to get involved in policy change or to advocate for communities that don't have access to fresh foods, that only have access to plastic packaged foods, who are in, those places like Hannah mentioned in Indonesia, where our trash is ending up. If we can advocate for them, if we can, create organizations like Danny's created to educate people that maybe would not have an opportunity to learn about the ocean, is this our moral responsibility, if we have these resources, if we have this privilege, to lift up and give voice to these communities, to educate, to empower, to fight for the air quality for these people who are ending up with our trash? It's so unfair. It's so unjust. And as Hannah said, there is no environmental justice without social justice. It's inextricably linked. And I just feel so faced with my own privilege as I go to share recipes for how to make oat milk or, how to make things in our own home, because I have the sheer privilege of time to do these things. So it's an incredibly humbling time. And I think that this movement, the environmental movement, needs this as well, more than anything. I think that cleaning a beach is beautiful. It's so important, but it's not enough. We have to back way up and look, as Danny said, at the full lifespan of plastic. If we're focusing on where that plastic is ending up down here, great. Clean the beach, so important. Really good way to understand plastic and how it accumulates on the beach and how it degrades, and the kinds of plastic that are washing up on your particular local beach and how to address that particular plastics. But what we really need to back up and see, they say, how do you address the plastic problem? You don't just, if your kitchen sink was overflowing, you wouldn't grab the mop. You would go for the tap and turn the tap off. So we need to back up and focus on the extraction of fossil fuels, which is an incredibly toxic process, as the Story of Plastic documentary explains in detail. Toxic for the environment, toxic for the communities. And then the entire lifespan of plastic is just horrific. So yes, is this a movement that is empowering us all to stand up for each other, to support each other, to get involved in activism, to get involved in our communities, and most importantly, really reflect on our own self, that we can no longer ignore the consequences of our actions, whether that is how we show up in our planet, or don't. Like the silence is deafening. And when we just say, oh, someone else will take care of that, someone else will work on that, someone else will make change, maybe tomorrow, I'll wait for systemic change. I won't make a difference. We have to wait for someone else to make a law. We have to wait for someone else to make this system change. No, we are a part of that. Each of us, each individual is a part of this community, a part of this culture, and we each have such an incredible ripple effect. Look at these amazing women that are doing incredible work and inspiring so many people, inspiring so many youth. Like, this is how we create change. So I feel like this time it can be really scary and really, people aren't sure what to do, how to help. And it shouldn't be. It should be empowering. We should all feel like, yes, this is the moment. We each have to dig deep and really be like, okay, what can I do? Yeah, there's so much I can do. There's so much. So we're unlimited. Sorry, passionate, but yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
No, I hear you. To that, thank you for saying that. To that, Danny, I wanted to ask you specifically, what do you feel are action steps that ocean conservation can take to be a real ally?
Sure. I think the first thing is to get comfortable with the idea of being actively anti-racist. I say anti-racist because what is the antithesis of being racist? I mean, that's being pro-Black or pro-colored people. And like, you can put it in whatever context you want, but that idea of being anti-racist is about seeking out and making sure you stop racism at its start. Nip it in the bud. If you see it happening within your family, within your friend group, your social group, you need to acknowledge it and speak up. And don't let that kind of behavior run rampant, because it doesn't belong in our human society. There's no space for that anymore. So I'd say get comfortable with that idea. And then the next step that you can take actively as an individual, as a family, as a community, is to support, Black-owned businesses that are out there that are doing their best to level up and to rise up economically so they can support their own families as well. You can also spread the word about movements and amplify melanated voices, amplify people of color who are doing the work in the ocean and environmental space. That is super valuable. And then the last thing you can do is to educate yourself. That is truly one of the most important things. We live in the digital age. You literally have the world at your fingertips. You can access this information. And so please seek it out. We cannot force you to, and please do not expect people of color and Black people to educate you.
I have a little bit deeper question for you, was specifically with regards to ocean conservation. I mean, I've had this experience of coming into things where there are a lot of, and, no offense to all of my mentors, a number of whom are, white men, but how do we really address this kind of glaring repetition that we see when we're invited, all of us, to participate in panel discussions, sometimes in policy, et cetera, all the work that we're doing around the ocean and around the arts and communication and science. So Danny, I wanted to actually just direct that specifically at you and then at you, Hannah. Yeah.
Sure. So when it comes to gatherings of people who care about the ocean, like conferences and summits and things like this, I think the action step that folks can take, if you are white and if you are in a position where you've been a part of these conferences for a long time, and for me personally, I've been a part of this space for the last almost 15 years. When I began my journey in marine conservation in high school, and 9 times out of 10, I was always the only Black woman in the room. And I'm really tired of being the token. Like, that is really, I'm just done with that. I want to bust open the door so that more people of color can be in here, and that more perspectives can be brought to the table and more wisdom, because we need a diversity of voices in one space in order for us to truly get to our solutions quicker. And so I'd say for someone who's been in this space for a long time, if you get offered an opportunity to participate in a panel like this or whatnot, maybe take a second to pause and think if you know or are connected to someone, a person of color who you think can take that same spot, who can speak in that voice, and offer it to them, reach out to them and invite them to be a part of what you're doing.
That's great advice. Hannah.
Yeah, Danny said it beautifully, and I was just going to elaborate a little more. I agree. A lot of times for events I go to, I am the only person of color or even the only young person. And that door has been open. We've made the way for other people to follow. And now there isn't an excuse. There are so many people of color, especially in ocean conservation, but they just don't have the opportunities to be able to speak up. And so we need to be able to give them that platform to speak up, because there are so many events that happen where I'm still the only person of color, but there's so many other people that also want their voices heard. So be able to give them the voice to speak up on these issues.
Yeah, I was going to add one thing to that. I actually think sometimes it's just laziness that people don't do the work, so it happens in the art world too. I think we're all women, so it's like we've also experienced it. You experience it as a woman, and it's important to push for inclusion and equity and diversity in all of the things that we participate in. I think it's really important. It's almost like it should be part of a rider that you send ahead, saying, if you're not doing this, I can't be involved with what you're doing. So,
right. I can give you an example, Deanna, just really quickly. The actor, Michael B. Jordan, he has a note in his rider whenever he signs a contract to film anything, he has to have a certain percentage of people of color as a part of the film crew. And as a celebrity, as someone with that position of power, you can make those changes. And it's not just limited to just Black people wanting to bring in more Black people. It's like we need our brothers and sisters of every background to do that for each of us. So, you know, it's cool. But the age of apathy is over. There's no more time for that.
I agree. Then that's a great example. Thank you, Danny. I wanted to move us towards actually talking about how we can get more young people involved in what we're doing, and also in policy. So thought I might turn that to Hannah first, and then we can all discuss it.
Yeah, of course. I think a lot of times young people, they want to get involved. Gen Z, we really want to be vocal. We're very socially aware, especially because we have our cell phones. Everything is a touch away, especially on social media. But a lot of times they just don't know where to get started, how to get involved. And so one of the first things, as Danny said earlier, is to educate yourself. You know, become aware of these issues. And now you don't have an excuse because we have everything on our phones and we can look up. So find organizations, find resources and research on these different issues so you can educate yourself and then go out and educate other people, like your family, your friends, people in your community. And then from there, you can either create your own campaigns or projects or look at different organizations and see what they're doing and how you can get involved. And specifically with policy, you know, I've been working with politicians for quite a few years, and it was shocking at first because it's like, oh my gosh, I can't even vote. But they want to listen to me as their constituent. And it's as easy as, you know, finding their information online. They want to hear from their constituents most of the time. Most politicians want to hear from them. And, you know, you can send them out an email and ask for a meeting or a phone call and talk about these issues and say that you want change and create legislation, whether it's an ordinance on single-use plastics, or if you wanted to create, like what I did, create a Plastic Pollution Awareness Day, or ask them to support a bill that has already been made. And a great example is the Break Free from Plastic Pollution Act, which was just introduced this year, which is the first federal bill regarding plastic pollution, and it puts more pressure on the producers to use single-use plastics and to take ownership of the plastics they produce, not as much on the consumers, which is definitely needed. And so that's something you can do today, is reach out to a member of Congress, your representatives, to support the bill, because we need as much support as possible to, you know, hopefully pass that legislation.
So how would we do that, Hannah? If young people are watching this and or people of any age are watching this and they want to help support the Break Free from Plastic Pollution Act from Udall and Lowenthal, where would they go? How would they do that?
Yeah, so actually the Plastic Pollution Coalition website, you have a great resource with being able to reach out to your representatives to support the bill. And so I always direct people to that. But also, it's also great to have, you know, a personal message as well, you know, saying, hey, this is, you know, my story, and I know you represent our community. And also tie in, when I reach out to my representative, we have, you know, the river Chattahoochee, and we have Lake Lanier. And you obviously care about it because it's a beautiful place that everyone in our community cherishes. And if you want to protect it and protect it for all of us and even your own children and for my generation, we need action to help protect it. So if you try and, you know, direct it toward your audience to make them, you know, want to listen and kind of create it more personal too, that they'll be more open to listening.
That's great. Thank you. Kate, do you want to talk to some of the leverage points and opportunities you see around this kind of work?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Hannah. Great advice. It's so awesome to hear what can youth do to get involved from such an involved youth. Like, you've done amazing things. So awesome advice. I've definitely taken some notes. I think that we're like, the opportunities are overwhelming. There's so many ways to get involved. In fact, I think we can, when we kind of have our awakenings for these different social justice issues or environmental justice issues, it's kind of like, where do I begin? It's like this huge planet. There's so many problems. Plastic is such a massive issue. Like, how can I possibly help? So I think first and foremost, speaking to self-care and self-love is so important for activists. I mean, we've all become activists. Like Danny said, there's no more time for apathy. None of us can just sit back. None of us have that luxury anymore. Even privileged people, they're Earth. Like, climate change is not waiting for anyone. So we all have to take action. We're all activists. I think it's great. We should be more engaged in how we live on this planet together. So there's so many opportunities. It's at what stage can you get involved? Can you sustain your involvement? I think we, so I just want to say, take care of yourself so that you are resilient, so that you can sustain your activism, so you can sustain this passion that you have for being a part of creating change and supporting change makers or supporting movements or campaigns. So yeah, have a healthy self-care routine. And when you need to, pause and step back and regenerate. I think that it's been really amazing to watch the Black Lives Matter movement and seeing how people are taking care of each other. It's an incredible display of empathy and compassion. And opportunities, I think, speaking of that movement, I think we have a lot of opportunities to right now step up for communities of color that are being really impacted by the environmental injustices of plastic, of climate change. So I think there's a lot of policy change that we can push for and support. It's World Oceans Day. It feels a little bit weird when we have so much that we want to talk about and fight for people, who are dying in the streets, but it's all connected. So how can we use our platforms for environmental change and focus on the people who are suffering the most? So yeah, as Hannah said, get involved in policy change. That's like, people obey the law for the most part. So can we use this social climate of unrest to push for policy that's going to protect the people who are most vulnerable?
Let me ask a question. I'm going to direct this question to Danny. I mean, Danny, how do you feel like we can live what we're talking about and effectively communicate it to inspire others?
Communication is absolutely key. That is the essence of social media and our internet connection. It's about communicating with each other. And so the more ways we can effectively communicate to the groups of people that need and want to hear this information, the better we'll be. And the more rapid we'll achieve our goals. And I think that people like Kate and Hannah have done a phenomenal job of communicating not only the science behind why they're activists for plastic, against plastic pollution, but also to showcase their lifestyle. And I think that's where we are right now. We want to connect human to human. You can't just spew out data and facts and expect the other person to feel connected to that. That's not going to happen. It's about telling your story. And so what I always encourage people who are in this space and want to build a bigger digital footprint for themselves, it's about being authentic online and really sharing the details at your comfort level, of course, but sharing the details of your journey in a way that inspires others. Because since the 1970s, when the quote unquote American environmental movement started, there was a lot of guilt involved in those conversations. People felt the heaviness of it. And it's like, you are not going to get anyone active in this world if you are guilt tripping them. You want to show them the possibilities and the opportunities. So that's the stand that I take. And I also want to enforce the idea of making sure your facts are right. So me as a science communicator on television, that's fundamental. And I believe that by educating people on the science and making the science accessible, you're going to inspire the viewers, the audience, to think for themselves. Because if you think like a scientist, where you follow the basic principles of the scientific method, you are effectively making logical and objective choices. And you can apply that method to every aspect of your life. Emotions obviously play a role, but you need to at least have that foundational knowledge so that you can make educated decisions.
I agree so much with what you're saying. I don't know if any of you would like to add something into that, but I would say that I think it's also, I really agree with this idea of changing from a negative narrative to a positive, engaging narrative. So.
Yeah, I'd love to riff off that if I can. Danny, I think that's so true. I think as we all try to lift up each other's voices and find our own, speaking up for things that we care about and what we what we think is right, continuing to educate ourselves and diversify our sources of information so that we have as full of a picture as we can, so that we don't get kind of stuck in one dogmatic mindset and not being fed, nature thrives with biodiversity. Look at the rainforest, look at any forest. We need all these different cultures and diverse inputs of information to have a more healthy mindset or view of the world. And I think that when we feel ourselves attaching rigidly to one perspective, that's when it's healthy to, again, step back and start to do more research and ask more questions and learn and listen. And when we're sharing, when we're putting something out there, to just be authentic. I think that was a really beautiful point, to just share from your personal experience. That's really relatable and accessible for other people and makes it feel like, anyone can make a difference. So, and I try to, with the activism, instead of pushing, it's like, how can we lead with grace and inspire change? Because I think that's what's really sustainable. I think when we force and we pressure, people are like, oh, okay, I'll do it in the moment, but it can then feel heavy. So if we can, I think that's why the ocean is a great catalyst for change. Danny, I think, when we're like, we're mermaids, people are like, oh, yay, a bit of magic and mystical, that's fun and playful. And if we can get people smiling, then they're so much more open to discuss some of the harder issues, like how this is impacting communities of color, or how this is impacting turtles and whales washing up dead, or how this is, impacting communities in Indonesia where we're shipping our trash. But if we start with that, people kind of get closed off and they're like, oh, that's too much. I can't, but if we start with, beautiful ways for people to make changes in their own life, or we talk about the magic of the ocean, or we talk about mystical mermaids, whatever that is, to get people kind of like warm and open, or their own experiences. Like, what do you love about the ocean? The positive narrative is a really beautiful point, Deanna.
Kate, I'm jumping in. Hannah, did you want to say something too?
Yeah, so I definitely, with being authentic, I think that, even though we're very passionate about these issues, we are normal people. We live mostly normal lives. Like, I go to high school every day. Like, we are average people, and this is just what we're passionate about. And so it's not, like extreme level stuff we're doing. And I think definitely communicating, the struggles we go through as well, sharing that openly, but also, all the good things, all the highlight all the things that we do, and sharing everything that everyone else is doing as well. But also with communicating, incorporate your other talents as well. Like, if you love art, tying that into plastic pollution, which I love doing. Some of my friends, you saw in the video, we had plastic mermaids, and their tails are made of plastic that we collected from beach cleanups. And if you love filming, doing documentary style videos and educational videos, bringing in your other talents and hobbies to best communicate, I think is very impactful.
So you guys, I want to watch our time. We're down to our last few minutes, and I wanted to ask you each if there's something specific you'd like to share as a challenge to the ocean community, because this is World Ocean Day, and we live on an ocean planet, and we've got our blue minds on. And so I'd like to ask you maybe to start there. We'll start with Danny.
Well, everything I mentioned earlier is definitely part of the challenge that I would like to present to the ocean community. But I would say, step into your power. Like, use the fuel that you have within yourself to step up for your family and everyone else on this planet. We need humanity to shift its course at this point. And we all have that capability. It's just about finding it and knowing your purpose within the grand scheme of things. There are multiple parts of one body, and whatever your gifts and talents are, please hone in on those, because I'm guaranteeing you right now, if you do that, you will be serving the purpose that you were destined to serve here during your time on this planet. So I just want to encourage people to do that, because the more diversity of thought, the more diversity in talent and gifts that we showcase for this movement, the stronger we will be.
Right on. Kate, share your challenge to the ocean community with us in a minute or less.
Okay, I know, chatty mermaid. I challenge the community as well as myself that if you can hear yourself, if you have a voice in this movement, the system is working for you, and you need to step back and amplify the voices of the people that the system is not working for, or that is actually working against. So I think this is an opportunity for the ocean movement to, people in power positions, in leadership roles, to use this moment to lift other voices up and look around, and if there are people that we can support and lift up.
Right on. Hannah.
Yeah, I think don't wait until you're older or you have the perfect job or you have money or, the right time or until tomorrow. I say do it today. If you keep making excuses and pushing it further and further away from your mind, and you won't really be able to achieve it if you're not constantly, manifesting it and planning it and learning and growing. I think if you keep making those excuses, it's going to be harder to achieve it if you keep pushing it further away. I think the best thing, instead of procrastinating it, is try and do it as soon as possible, and the best thing is to do it today.
So thank you so much. So quickly, this is our last minute. I'd just like to thank you all for being part of this panel. I'd like to say that I'm looking forward to reading all 3 of your books. I know that I Quit Plastic is currently available now. I know that Hannah's book, Taking on the Plastic Crisis, is going to be available in the fall, but you can pre-order it now. Is that right, Hannah? And then Danny's book, I don't know about yet, but I'm really excited that she's working on it. And I am honored and awed by all of you and what you have, your passion and what you found time to create and how you share that to educate and uplift other people. So thank you so much for being part of this today.
I remember in 2008 standing on the bridge of the Steve Irwin as our helicopter pilot narrated each agonizing minute and second that it took for a minke whale to die on the end of a harpoon. What I see every single day in Africa is that suffering replicated thousands and hundreds of thousands of times over, on the sharks who are bycatch, on the whales caught in nets, and on the fish that ultimately get thrown into the fish holes. This is where we can make the biggest difference.
In the northern Gulf of California, the sea is teeming with life. However, these waters have become a death trap to the animals that live here due to the illegal nets. Sea Shepherd's Milagro campaign puts us in between poaching and the murder of marine wildlife, such as the world's most endangered marine mammal, the vaquita.
The state of the oceans right now is exceptionally serious. Almost every commercial fishing operation is in a state of diminishment or decline. The oceans are dying, and if they die, we die. It's as simple as that. What makes the difference really in the conservation movements? It's really the passion of individuals, and that's what's always made the difference. That's what has changed the world.
What an amazing video. So we are coming to the end of our day. We have our final panel. I am so excited. I'm about to bring in our guests, Jackie and Captain Paul. Hi, Jackie.
Hi.
Hi, Captain Paul.
Hi.
How you guys doing?
Good.
Great.
Yeah.
It's been an impactful day. I can't believe we've been live streaming for almost 7 hours straight. I can say that a lot of people are very excited to see you both. There's been comments coming through the chat window saying, can't wait for Captain Paul Watson. So good to see you got a strong fan base out there, Paul.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing. And, just really excited to have you guys join us, for our inaugural Blue Water Summit, which leads tomorrow into UN World Oceans Day, where we'll be launching the Blue Water Film Festival and all of the films that we'll be showing tomorrow in conjunction with our festival partner, Richard Paradise, on Martha's Vineyard. Let's get right into it. You guys are my ocean heroes. It's a really great, well, it's an incredible feat to become a hero, and then want to become an ocean hero, right? So, you know, in the end, I always try to find out, like, you know, some people want to become doctors, some people want to become lawyers. Why the ocean? And we'll start with Paul, and then we'll go to Jackie.
Well, I was raised in a fishing village on the east coast of Canada, so I've been around the ocean all of my life. But also the realization came quite early that the ocean is our life support system. And if it dies, we die. And it's as simple as that. And right now we are very severely impacting the ability of this life support system to maintain itself. The problem is that, you know, there's a whole crew of Earthlings that run this life support system that we call the sea. And everything from plankton to the great whales. Doesn't include us. We're just a bunch of passengers having a great time, but we're killing off these crew members, and there's only so many crew members you can kill before the machinery begins to break down, and that's what's happening right now. Wow. So this really is a question of our own survival.
Interesting. And Jackie, what was the impetus behind the last plastic straw? What made you decide to create that initiative?
Yeah, well, I started the last plastic straw. I started talking about plastic straws actually as early as 2009. I'm a former river guide and I'm a kayak guide. I'm out in the ocean. I'm always around water, and everywhere I went, it was just polluted with plastic. So I got to a point where I was really fed up with it. I volunteered with beach cleanups. You know, Kate Nelson made the analogy of the tap, you know, going in, and that I wanted to turn off that tap. I didn't know how. And I realized that, you know, people were just as overwhelmed as I was and just didn't know where to start. Like the analogy I had with the beach cleanups is if you're bailing that tub with a teaspoon. And I wanted to turn off the tap, but I didn't know what to do. And I was also going to a lot of talks and listening to people, scientists. There was a lot of data coming out with the gyres. And they were pulling their hair out like, we're getting all this data out. We're getting all this information out, but there's no behavior change. And I had the aha moment where I got served a glass of water in Santa Cruz, California, and we had the Monterey Bay Marine Sanctuary. I was looking out the Monterey Bay Marine Sanctuary, and I'd already been, you know, asking for no straw when I went out. But the last thing I expected was my glass of water to come with a plastic straw in it. You know, usually if you order some other kind of drink, soda, that I need to look out for that. But when that happened, that was it. That was my last plastic straw moment. And I said, I got to do something. I got to go from slacktivist to activist and step up a little bit more. And California at the time, we had a drought. And with the drought, we have this Water's Precious campaign actually mandated the restaurants to only serve water upon request. And that's when I said, that's it. This will be the ticket. We need to, at least, if they can at least serve them upon request, that's nothing off their back. And it's a great way. I knew it would be I call it the gateway issue to the bigger problem about plastic pollution. And it was accessible. Most people, it was literally in front of our noses, and no one was making the connection. I'd even go on beach cleanups and then go out for a bite to eat with people, and they would order drinks and accept that plastic straw where they like. Some people were just taking them right out. I'm like, did you not just see what we picked up? Why are you allowing them to get? And they're like, oh my God, I never thought about it. So I saw how powerful it was. And that's when I really decided to just step up and do more. I was volunteering for a local organization, Save Our Shores, doing beach cleanups. They give you 50 hours of training. And with that, you owe them 50 hours of beach cleanups. And yeah, and you got to do things. So I approached them. I said, hey, this is my idea.
So you got to
you got to volunteer. So I said, this is my idea. Instead of leading these beach cleanups, can I pursue this? And they said, sure, great. We have no funding for that, but go for it, you know. But I had tremendous support from my community. We actually have a waste reduction manager for the city of Santa Cruz, and Chris Moran, and she was really instrumental in one of the first polystyrene ordinances that was passed in Santa Cruz. And she really coached me about how to approach the restaurants and everything. So it was literally me on my bike going around and talking to restaurants and getting my friends to stop. Yeah.
Can we show the video, Jackie?
Yeah, that.
So why do you think someone invented straws? What do you think this straw is trying to solve? What problem?
I guess just the problem of having to lift the cup to your face. I don't really know.
The history of straws. Officially, straws debuted in ancient Mesopotamia, where Sumerians guzzled beer through straws of gold. In the 1950s, the rise of the automobile brought with it fast food and the desire for disposable dinnerware. Straws were officially a hit. Cheaper and easier to mass produce, plastic straws were soon everywhere. Crazy straws, magic straws, Slurpee straws, and giant straws to go with America's jumbo thirst.
I was at a beachside bar, and I ordered a glass of water. And as I was sitting there looking out at the Monterey Bay Marine Sanctuary, the glass of water came with a plastic straw in it, which I did not ask for. And that was kind of that was it. That was my last straw, my last plastic straw. It really has nothing against straws, it's just the material it's made out of. Like, to me, it's a design flaw.
Plastic's a miracle product. I'm not saying all plastic is bad, but with any resource, we have to use it wisely.
It's a new substance. It's not from the earth in the way other things are from the earth. This plastic is functioning as a kind of imposter for food for lots of creatures.
He bit on it and he said it's plastic. Is it a straw? Don't tell me it's a freaking straw.
And I was just thinking, man, here I can show the world of what just one straw does to wildlife.
I think all of us can start to put pressure on this issue. There is plastic where it doesn't belong. There's too much of it.
So that's why I created the No Straw Challenge, so people would go out and ask restaurants to stop serving straws. Like, I can't do this all by myself. I need help.
Billions of them are buried in landfills and litter our planet every year, winding up in oceans. No longer a harmless small item, straws are a giant menace.
I think that might be my favorite video of the day, actually. Well, I don't know. Actually, Sea Shepherd was pretty good too. But that was pretty amazing, Jackie.
Yeah, no, that's interesting that the filmmaker approached me in the spring of 2015. And to her credit, the turtle video hadn't gone viral. Nobody knew about it. I was making some strides, but really, for me, I needed, people would email me and say, well, really, what's the straw? That's nothing. Like, why are you pursuing that? And to me, that was golden as well, because even the conversations about, well, straws are only 0.2% of whatever you find in the ocean or these beach cleanups, it starts the conversation. And you're like, you're right. It is. And well, what about plastic water bottles? What about? I'm like, yeah, what about that? And so that was the beauty of it, that it started that conversation. I call it the gateway issue. Now I'm calling it the key to the door. Everyone's in the room speaking about plastic pollution, and now I feel like my work is just beginning. Like, just move them. Now we really need to, the systems change, all the things that really, the real work is really just beginning.
So, I remember, it was great to see Jay Wallace Nichols in your video. And I got my first blue marble from him years ago, up at my Comus. And he once said, out of sight, out of mind. We don't see it, so therefore it's not a problem. When you try to explain the plastic pollution issue or us using straws, is it just so evasive that, or just that people just can't really? Was it the turtle that really, with that straw, that really connected everyone? Was that the turning point, you think, in terms of your initiative? Oh,
totally. I mean, I actually was in Tonga at the time that turtle video went viral. I had gotten an opportunity with the group that I work with, the Blue Water Ventures in Santa Cruz, and I had 24 hours notice to go to Tonga. We had a last minute cancellation. And so I had this opportunity to go and swim with the whales in Tonga for this trip. And oh, there you go. There I am. And anyways, it was incredible because we didn't have much internet connection. But when I got on and I blew up my inbox, everyone sent me that video. And I call that the straw felt around the world. And I immediately emailed Christine Finger, the marine biologist who took that video, and asked for permission to be able to use it to, the photos for my presentations. I didn't have that classic albatross picture with all the items inside the stomach. All I had was a report that I read in 2012 of the Magellan penguin that had a straw that perforated its stomach in Antarctica. And no visuals there, not that I need it, but it really is important. I mean, I just think that that visual was really, that was the last plastic straw moment for millions of people. And I mean, literally, it was in a matter of months. I could count on one hand how many straw campaigns there were around the world. And it was literally over by the end of the fall, there were over 200 new campaigns popping up everywhere. And that's how I got involved with Plastic Pollution Coalition, because, it became such a demand that we ended up creating a straws working group where I can share the information, because a lot of people were coming to me, because who was the geek that had a whole website on plastic straws but me? And so everyone was just bombarding me, and it went viral. Yeah. It's
really amazing. I just want to just share in the chat room, there's been an individual that's been watching since 9 o'clock this morning. It says, quote unquote, Captain Watson is finally here. Quote, the grandfather of the ocean. Paul, you must have a huge fan base. I'm not sure if you're aware, but early in the morning, I've been like dying to hear your voice. So it's just kind of interesting, the legacy of Sea Shepherd. And if I got it correct, it's been about a 40-year journey, or has it been longer?
Well, I established Sea Shepherd 42 years ago, but before that, I was a founding director of Greenpeace beginning in like 1969, so it goes way back.
Got it. And I always think to myself, I've done different initiatives myself, and they're so hard, and in terms of creating a movement, getting people to believe in your cause, because there are so many causes. Paul, can you share a little bit of the trials and tribulations of what it was like to begin that initiative with Sea Shepherd, and what it's been like over that journey for you?
Well, it was difficult in the beginning because during the 70s, early 80s, so what we were doing was considered to be quite radical, even though we always look at what we do as being conservative because we're conservationists. But so what we were doing then is now much more acceptable today. Because I think people have become more aware of the problems, the contradictions, and the issues. And so our work is a lot easier today than it was 20, 30, 40 years ago. But there's still a lot more challenges. In fact, on the reverse side of that is there's a rapidly escalating more diminishment in our ecosystems, which is leading up to some very difficult times in the very near future.
So I have a question. It's really funny. I haven't really followed the chat, but there's so many that are coming through. But I do want to get this one out. It says, Paul, you have a strong opinion about plastic pollution. As a captain, can you speak to this?
Well, I first got involved with Dr. Back in the late 80s with Charles Moore. When he first, gave a lecture on that, and I attended that. And so I've been very concerned about it ever since. But, just briefly go back in 1971, we actually had a very interesting encounter. We found hundreds and hundreds of plastic bottles floating in the Bering Sea. And inside each bottle, there was a Bible in Russian, a stick of chewing gum, and a plastic straw, which was a real mystery to us. We couldn't figure out what this was. But we did make some inquiries, and we found out it was a church that had been dumping thousands of these plastic bottles. I said, well, what's with the straw? And I can understand you putting the Bible in there, to send over to Russia. Well, the straw was a sample of American superior technology. And that really didn't make any sense to me at all. I said, well, what's with the chewing gum? And they said, well, that's a reward for getting the bottle. So anyway, when we said to them, look, you're polluting the Bering Sea with these plastic bottles, here was their answer. Yes, but it's pollution in the name of Jesus.
Wow.
So, you know, people are just do these things willfully, deliberately, because really we have two kinds of views of the world, of reality. One is biocentric, one is anthropocentric. And most of society today is anthropocentric. That is, we're the most important thing on this planet. It was all created for us. We're, you know, it's a delusion that we're divine. You know, we're just divine legends in our own mind. And most indigenous people and what we were originally were biocentric. That was, we were part of everything. We understood the relationship with everything. And we realized that we're not more important than anything else, that everything is interdependent. And if we don't get that, that view back again, then it's not going to bode well for our future. Because if we don't learn to live in harmony with all other species, and there's no interdependence, there's no diversity, and there's no future for life or for us.
No, I completely agree. You know, it's a symbiotic relationship, you know, that we have between ourselves and our aquatic universe. You know, I want to go back to you, Jackie, about your last your last plastic straw initiative. Was there any adversity as it relates to, you know, dealing with the restaurant owners? You know, has there been any, I mean, I don't know, I think there are, how many, like 100, how many restaurants are in North America? Over 1 million plus? 15,000? I have no idea. Do you know what the number is?
I don't. And, you know, and I actually wonder how many are still going to be, especially the mom and pop semi, are still going to be in business. I know there's hundreds of millions of fast food for sure.
Right.
And yeah, so yeah, there was a little bit. But really what was happening was I came from a place of, you know, want you try it. If the least you can do is just write, you know, straws upon request on your menu. Because I knew my brother owns a restaurant. I've worked a lot in my, you know, years of river guiding and doing all these seasonal work. I've worked a lot as a waitress or a bartender and worked in that realm. And I knew it was all about profit margins and stuff. And, you know, if you give them an excuse or a way to, I mean, even pennies, I mean, it makes a difference, right? But once they try it and they see how little they actually give out, like that cost analysis, because I said, well, you're asking me to change. And like, well, no, if you just do that, I mean, I mean, literally overnight, the waste reduction is, you know, plummets. It's something like 90% of the people will not ask for a straw if you don't give it to them automatically. And so to me, you know, when you talk about, I just want to hit on something that Captain Paul Watson said about single-use, you know, straws in that straw. In that, I just cringe when you said American ingenuity and how it was just like superior. To me, the plastic straw is like the embodiment of all that is wrong. It's like the physical embodiment, even of climate change, right? That how we're, you know, this wasteful, disposable culture, and how far we've just become removed. So, to me, to just, when I tell people, when I talk to restaurants, I said, listen, that straw that nobody really asked for, it's going to last moments, sometimes less than seconds, because they take it out in your drink, but it's going to outlive you in generations to come. Is that the legacy you want to leave? Is this what you want to put into your community? And it gives them pause. So yeah, so that's kind of how I approached it. And so when they saw that, you know, Hannah Tessa hit on this as well. I mean, people don't set out to pollute the planet. We're just not aware, a lot of us. And so if you raise that awareness, people time and again want to do the right thing. They're just not, you know, we're caught up in this system that this really doesn't serve us or any life really. And so when you give them that, then they really do change. And so even restaurants, when they looked at their straw usage and just really saw how much, they started looking around like what else they can do without my prompting. They were, you know, changing to bamboo toothpicks, doing other things, and just really kind of looking at their waste stream because they just weren't aware.
Interesting. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It seems like it's just more an education and just making them aware, it seems. Paul, I just want to cut back. Is that the same thing as it relates to, like, you know, I was watching, I don't know, maybe we can show a video real quick of Chasing the Thunder. Can we just, I want to lead into my question. Let's cut real quick.
There's a lot of crime out there because nobody was looking. Now we are looking.
The Thunder is the kingpin of the toothfish poachers. This is a vessel that has evaded justice for 10 years. Thunder, this is Bob Barker. You are fishing illegally.
We've got our eyes on our target and we're not going to let them go.
His crew have attacked my crew.
You're in the right, he's in the wrong.
It's as simple as that.
He said he's got a problem and they're sinking.
Stand by for possible impact.
The reason why I wanted to cut to this, it was sort of leading on, Jackie, to like just the information. And when people are aware of it, you know, they want to change. I thought it was just very interesting when I saw Chasing Thunder, you know, I was oblivious that we still have, you know, pirates running around, you know, the ocean, and we're still dealing with, you know, with this, you know, with this issue. Paul, can you explain how this film came to you and why Sea Shepherd got behind it?
Well, we were aware of the southern toothfish poachers for some time, and we were hoping that Australia and New Zealand would actually take some action against them, but they didn't. So we decided that we'd go after them. We found them. As soon as we found the Thunder, they dropped their net and ran. And the Sam Simon, our second vessel, its job was to confiscate that net, which it did. And that was 72 kilometers of net weighing 70 tons. And they set that down at 2 kilometers down on the bottom and just takes everything. So that became the longest pursuit of a poacher in maritime history, 110 days, all the way from the coast of Antarctica to the west coast of equatorial West Africa. And finally, after 110 days, they had nowhere to go. So the captain on the Thunder decided to sink his own ship to destroy the evidence on board. And then we ended up having to rescue the Thunder crew. But we also boarded the sinking ship and got the evidence. And the captain ended up going to prison along with 2 of his officers. And the company was fined 17 million euros. So, but the other thing is that that led to the arrest of all the other ships. So that one campaign shut down all toothfish poaching in the Southern Ocean completely. But
how many other ships were there, Paul? Just to give us an understanding of the breadth and scope of this work.
That particular group were 6 large vessels that were, we arrested, 1 in Thailand, 1 in Malaysia, 2 in Cape Verde, and in Indonesia they actually blew up the Viking, which I think there was some footage on that. But really get back to your original question there. There's about 4 million commercial fishing vessels out on the ocean right now, and 40% of them are illegal. So 40% of them are pirates. So there's a lot of pirates out there. And this goes well beyond just looting the oceans of fish and everything else. It also involves slavery, human slavery. A lot of these ships have slave labor. We've actually freed people who, on ships that we've arrested, who were there, who hadn't been home for years, and we were able to help repatriate them. And so it's an overlap of human rights abuses, ecological destruction, and just plain greed. That one ship, the Thunder, by the way, before we got it, had pulled $60 million worth of toothfish. And by the way, toothfish, for people who aren't aware of it, is sold in restaurants under the label of Chilean sea bass. It's not from Chile, and it's not a bass, but that's a marketing term.
No, I was going to ask that question when you were explaining the net and how long it goes down. And how long did you say it was again?
Oh, well, the one we pulled 72 kilometers out, and it goes down 2 kilometers. But some of these nets can be well over 100 miles.
And 100 miles, wow. Yeah. And how much, when they pull that up, how much cash when they pull up all that fish? How much money are we talking about in terms of their inbounding on a ship and then bringing back to port?
Well, I think that the net that we pulled up and the fish that we caught got in the net. We threw them back. I mean, they're because the net had been there for a while. While we were pulling it up, they were pretty, deteriorated. We figured we took about $250,000 worth of fish out of that one net on that one set.
Wow. Yeah, I have to say, the work was just brilliant. And when I saw that film, which we're showing at the Blue Water Film Festival, it really hit home. I mean, we're also showing another film called Ghost Fleet, which is another riveting film that deals with human slavery. And you mentioned that Sea Shepherd does that as well. Or can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, right now we've had 3 ships dedicated to going after poachers on the east coast and the west coast of Africa. Over the last year, we've intercepted and arrested 52 poaching vessels. And by the way, one of those vessels is actually listed as with the sustainable seafood. You know, it has a reputation of providing sustainable seafood. These are Asian and European ships that are looting African waters, really. And here's one of the things that not many people realize about fisheries. Say a West African country, they have the world, the World Economic Council. They give them a quota of X amount of fish. But if they don't catch those fish, then that quota can be taken by foreigners. So even if they choose not to take their own fish, then foreigners can come in and take them. So the problem is, for thousands of years in Polynesia, the shamans would have this thing called kapu. They would declare a bay or an area kapu, no fishing, 20 years. Anybody caught fishing in that bay, it was a death penalty. And people thought, oh, that's a little extreme. No, it wasn't, because the shamans understood this one thing. If the fish disappeared, so would they. They couldn't live without them. It was a very, very important thing, and the law was very rigid. Here's the problem today. There are no kapu areas. There's no safe places. The fish have nowhere to hide. They have nowhere to go, and they're just being pulled out at an unprecedented rate. And we have removed 90% of them. 90% of the big fishes have been removed, and many of them are on the brink of extinction.
So, Paul, what authority do you have to arrest them? When you say can you explain that? How does that work?
Well, we have developed partnerships with numerous African and Latin American countries. So right now we're in partnership with Liberia, Cape Verde, Gabon, Ghana, Tanzania, and Namibia. Also with Ecuador, Peru, and Colombia, and Mexico. And these partnerships, we provide the resources, we provide the crew, and they provide the authority, the enforcement. And so it works really, really well. Now, outside of territorial waters, we operate under the guidance of the United Nations World Charter for Nature, which allows for non-government organizations and individuals to uphold international conservation law, especially in areas beyond national jurisdiction. So that's what we've used for 42 years, really. Well, actually, not for 42 years. The Charter for Nature came in '86, so we've used that since '86. But prior to that, I guess we could be called vigilantes. On that, even though we still are called that. But the fact is that I found that the only way to really deal with these guys is to intercept them and shut them down. They're not going to abide by the laws. They don't care, and there's too much money being made. Incredible amounts of money being made from poaching fish.
Yeah, no, I totally agree, and I want to pivot now back to Jackie. I'm curious, Jackie, what are you working on? I'm seeing, it's in the chat. I just love Deanna Cohen. She loves to feed the questions, and I love to. She says, "How are you sharing your work, the Straw Films and Expedition? Can you share that with us?"
Yeah, well, right now, things have shifted. A lot of what I do is in-person outreach and doing a lot of policy, which for me is a little bit ironic because, like I said, I was pretty much a slacktivist until I turned activist, and I voted, but barely. I always didn't really, as most people who really like the environment, we were really disillusioned with politics. And I always feel that, politics is not really a place. They're not really defending the environment, and it actually benefits the polluters is to politicize our environment, right? I mean, we have the right to clean air, water, and soil. If you politicize it, it's just like, it's not a political issue. So it always really bothered me that they make it a political issue, but here we are. And there is space for that as far as regulation, as Paul, so eloquently put and showed in that video. I mean, businesses or people, they will not self-regulate. There is a space for that, and we need to really seriously defend that. And so what I'm working on now is I had to shift with the whole COVID thing. Usually what I would be doing this time of year is finishing up going to schools and doing presentations. I also got chosen to be part of the X expedition. As part of
what is that, Jackie?
It's a round the world expedition that started in August of 2019. I mean, October 2019. And they picked 300 women out of a pool of over 10,000. And I was fortunate enough to be chosen as one of them. So they have 30 legs, and my leg is leg 15 from Darwin to Perth, Australia. And really excited about this new chapter because these women that I met, they're just incredible women, all working towards the conservation of the ocean, but everywhere from artists to teachers to activists to a lot of science. We're taking samples out there where the theme is making the unseen seen. The reason why it's all women is there's not really represented in STEM, and also with scientists, you get a lot of women scientists with these kind of opportunities. And so we really wanted to bring all these pretty much, they talk about what is your superpower, and all these women with this incredible stuff. So I'm embarking on that, but I was supposed to go in August 2020, but everything got put on hold with COVID. So the boat is they went to leg 8. They're in Tahiti right now. So they're waiting it out for cyclone season and to see what's happening with the travel restrictions and everything. And we're supposed to start up again in April of next year. And so what we're doing now is a year of virtual impact. And so actually the X Expedition is launching a platform tomorrow for World Oceans Day called the Shift Platform. And it's an app, an online app, and it has a lot of resources from Plastic Pollution Coalition, but all kinds of organizations all around the world, everywhere from like policy to, alternatives to everything. So we're going to be working together throughout this year with the X Expedition, and whether it be film events or depends how much virtual we're going to be doing, but really kind of getting the crew together and all of these organizations that are represented.
Can we show the video?
Yeah, if you want. Yeah, show it.
Show it.
Forecast for the next 24 hours, Viking, north at Sierra, south at Sierra. Cyclonic, becoming northwesterly, 5 to 7, decreasing 4 to 8.
Every day I wake up, I choose love, I choose light. Every day I wake up, I choose love, I choose light. Every day I wake up, I choose love, I choose light. Every day I wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up.
We now know there are over 5 trillion fragments of plastic floating on the surface of our ocean. There are many times that have sunk to the depths, so deep in a place that we can't even measure them. Trying to clean up these microplastics is the most enormous challenge, and the solutions start upstream on land. X Expedition Round the World is an all-women sailing voyage studying plastic and toxic pollution. Over 2 years, 300 women will sail 38,000 nautical miles, exploring 4 of the 5 oceanic gyres and the Arctic. We have 3 main goals. One is to do solutions-focused science. We need to get out there and understand what type of plastic is in our ocean, and therefore where is it coming from, so that we can stop it on land. Secondly is about communications. We all know we have an issue of plastic in our ocean, but we need to move that narrative along to actually talk about what that problem is. The fact that it's microplastic and the fact that it's sinking means it's so hard to clean up. And thirdly, it's about building an army of inspired change makers. These 300 women who've been out there, seen the problem for themselves firsthand, understand what the solutions are and the role that they can play in solving it. What we realise is there's no silver bullet solution to solving the marine plastic issue, but we need to be working from every angle, from every sector to solve the problem here on land.
In virtual world, there's no audience but me, but I can clap.
Thank you.
Great, Jackie.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited for the opportunity and just looking forward to, just being part of this amazing group of women. I want to touch on something that she said that she said in the video that I cringe every time she says it, and I've spoken to the organizers, so this is not anything new, about warring language in our outreach, and I do want to acknowledge that it is a fight for a lot of people. We are basically, a lot of people are fighting for their own survival, which we've spoken about, and the environmental justice issues. So I want to acknowledge that, and also the indigenous nations that are just impacted by this every day as well, and these marginalized communities. And with that said, I deal a lot with children, and so I was always very conscious about, with my messaging, to keep it positive and to talk about solution-based alternatives. I always said that, and I think they mentioned that in the video, that the fact we use plastic for single use is a design flaw, and you guys can redesign your future. It doesn't have to be this way. And so one of my favorite quotes about water and that I think you touched on, and even Paul talked about, it's like, the health of our water is the principal measure of how we live on land. And that's a famous quote by the famous hydrologist Luna Leopold, but that was actually taken from indigenous wisdom. And, so it's just paraphrased from a hydrologist, but that's really is, we really need to honor the indigenous cultures and the way that they've lived throughout millennia on our, on this planet, and in tune with nature. As a river guide, I know the best river guides aren't the ones who execute each rapid flawlessly. It's the ones who and fight it. It's the ones who it's all in the recovery, right? So you never know what's going to happen on the river or with the flow of it, and it's all in the recovery. And so, how are we going to recover from this? How are we going to adjust? And really, a lot of the solutions are fairly simple. They flow when they gel. I mean, it's you're all in tune with nature. But the fact is that we've been so far removed from nature in all of our decisions, and just so skewed in our what we value, that we need to really kind of bring it back and really hear these voices and heed these teachings. Danny Washington talks about biomimicry. I love that study of biomimicry, and really looking and listening to nature and these teachers from before us, this wisdom that really does work with the natural world.
Yeah, William McDonough once said, when I interviewed him a bunch of years back, who's like a world-renowned green architect, he said, nature is our best teacher. If we could just listen more, it guides us, in our design and everything. And, he said there are no wastes. It's all nutrients, and just what a purpose they serve. Really amazing. I'm so excited for you and your expedition, Jackie, and wish you, the most success. Just pivoting back to Captain Paul. Sea Shadows. Can you talk a little bit about that film? Did I get that wrong? Did I get that right? Is it? Yeah, Sea Shadows. Yeah. The Sea of Shadows. Can you hear me, Paul? Your mic is on mute, Paul.
Okay. Yeah, Sea of Shadows.
Yeah. I was it was like a lapse. It's all good.
Yeah, that film really is focusing on what's happening with probably the most endangered porpoise on the planet, the vaquita. And we've been there for 6 years now fighting those poachers. We've confiscated about 1,200 nets, so about 120,000 meters in total of these nets. And I'm quite confident if we hadn't been there that the vaquita would now be extinct. We believe there's between about 17 and 22 of them remaining. This is also a problem with other dolphins around there. For instance, there's about 56 Maui dolphins left, and right now we're engaged in suing the U.S. government to embargo New Zealand seafood products in order to put pressure on New Zealand to actually do something about it. Also, by the way, I just should mention, if people aren't aware of it, yesterday, Donald Trump, I won't even call him president, Donald Trump reopened the marine sanctuary off the coast of Maine, the only marine sanctuary that we have on the Atlantic. And he did this despite the fact that the fishermen who were opposing it had already lost with a federal court decision, which was upheld by the Supreme Court. So he just went right over that and negated that monument. And this is what's happening more and more. And I think you're going to see it. We're seeing it in Brazil, we're seeing it all throughout the world, is that it doesn't matter what people think or what people want. The politicians are in the pockets of the corporations and they do what they're told. And we're all addicted to drugs like oil and plastic and things like this. And they're going to pull that last drop of oil out of the earth no matter what anybody does, because they have everybody in their pockets. They have the media in their pockets. They have the government in their pockets. And what happened yesterday really illustrates that. Here we have an established monument, a sanctuary, upheld by the Supreme Court, and just like that, it's overturned because the President of the United States decided that he wanted to make some political capital amongst the fishermen in Maine. And this is an ongoing thing. We're seeing it in Brazil and everything else. Really, this leads us to this one thing that I've maintained all my life. Do not ever expect any solutions to come out from any government body. Governments are corrupt by their very nature. Throughout history, all social change has come about because of the passion, the imagination, and the courage of individuals. Governments take credit for it, but all they really do is cause the problems. They don't solve the problems. Slavery wasn't ended by Abraham Lincoln. It was ended by Wilberforce and Douglas and all those others who fought for it. And the same with women's rights movement and everything like that. So we have to not depend upon government for solutions.
One second, we're going to cut to see a shot. I want to show this trailer as well.
I have visual on their ship. This is organized crime.
Mexican narco traffickers call Totoaba the cocaine of the sea. The fishing of the Totoaba by Chinese traffickers and Mexican cartels is killing the vaquita. The vaquita is getting extinct.
There were 100, and then there were 60. And now there's fewer than 30.
Come on, sweetie. Come on, mama.
To stop the killing of the vaquita, we have to take down those traffickers. The whole thing stinks.
It is corruption all the way. Who is the Chapo of the Totoaba?
There's some really bad guys here. They don't want to see us succeed.
If we don't save the vaquita, we will lose the most beautiful places on the planet. I keep thinking about the moment when only one vaquita will be left in the wild. This is a war against the extinction of a species.
We have to hold on to the hope that it's going to work.
The poachers are unacceptable. They'll take any means necessary.
Clock's ticking.
We will fight for every single life. We won't stop.
I love it. I love about videos is that it keeps us, fresh and just allows the flow and the visual part of it when you say it, and then when you see it, I feel like it really takes root. God, what a controversial issue, Paul. What can we do to save this species? I mean, what do you want to tell the audience about this particular issue?
Aside from actually protecting the vaquita, we're also trying to protect the totoaba fish, which is the real target of these fisheries. The vaquita is a byproduct. And the reason that they're going after the totoaba is that the swim bladder of the totoaba is worth about $20,000 a kilo in China. So that kind of price tag on its head is what's driving all of this. This is all part of what I call overall the economics of extinction, the profits to be made from driving species into extinction. And we're seeing this happening over and over with many species. But, you know, we don't look on fish in the same way we do as marine mammals all the time, but you know, it's actually even more devastating what we're doing to the fish populations, to sharks. And but it's money that's being made. It's all driven by greed and corruption. And what can we do about it? Well, you can support our efforts, because I think that the only way that we're going to stop this is by direct intervention, confiscation of their nets, and confronting them in the sea. If we can protect the vaquita refuge, if we can keep the poachers out, which we've been doing now for years, then we can save the vaquita. That's the key to it. Keep them out of the refuge. And I've got 3 ships dedicated to doing just that.
Do you feel, Paul, that you have enough resources to deal with just this? I feel like it's almost like a global sea pandemic. This issue that you're dealing with. Do you feel like you're under resourced, or do you feel like it's the David Goliath story? Where do you stand?
Well, we're always under resourced. I mean, we are actually the largest conservation navy in the world, but we're, you know, that's our 12 ships up against, you know, 4 million fishing vessels. So yeah, we're completely overwhelmed there, but we're doing the best we can, and setting an example where and when we can. But I think that the victories that we have make it all worthwhile. We drove the Japanese whaling fleet out of the Southern Ocean Whale Sanctuary. Vaquita has not gone extinct. And, you know, we've destroyed the market for seal products in Europe. It took us a few years to do that. So we're making there's a lot of inroads here. But really, the thing that's going to change everything is for a real paradigm shift amongst humanity, and to understand that we have to look at things in a completely different way from a biocentric point of view, and we have to reject all this anthropocentric nonsense that drives our society, and understand what the true economics of are, and that is ecology. A tree, a fish, everything is worth far more alive than it is dead. We have to understand that they're more. In fact, you know, a few years ago, the Fox Network attacked me quite viciously because they said, "Did you actually say that bees and trees and worms and that were more important than people?" I said, "Yes, I did." And they said, "How can you say something so outrageous as to say bees and trees and worms are more important than people?" Because they are more important than people, for the very simple reason that they can live here without us, but we cannot live here without them. We need them. They don't need us. We have to understand the true economic contributions of all of these species if we're going to survive.
Yeah, no, you know, when I see both of you, I just have just a deep sense of awe. And I see these, it's almost like you guys are you are the true ocean heroes, right? You know what I mean? You're carrying the flags, one on land, one on sea, you know, and it's an amazing to hear the fight and struggles and truths that come out in dealing with corruption and greed and government. What do we say to the youth, Jackie? You know, I mean, here you are, you've done the last plastic straw initiative. You know, for the young youth that are coming up, what guidance? And I would say this to both of you. What can we say to them?
Well, really, what I try to invoke in them is that, you know, they have a lot more power than they think, and to use their voices, use their talents, and their passion. But that we have their back. You know, it's not one of these things that we're going to put onto our youth and have them, you know, solve it for us. That we are really working alongside them, and we know that our actions and what we do today is going to affect their future. I am more hopeful when I love dealing with, you know, going to schools and talking to youth more so than I do adults. It's like, shoot me now. You tell a kid, this is a turtle, what does a turtle eat? Jellyfish. This is a plastic bag. What does it look like in the water? Jellyfish. End of story. They bring their own bag. They're looking at us like, what are you guys doing? What are you thinking? And so they get it. And so, anything in my power that I can do to really kind of, help them. But when I think about, I kind of cringe about the whole true ocean hero and the whole hero, mindset. And even the one artist who had that great song about, there's no cowboys, there's no heroes. It is us. And it's what Dan and Jay talked about, the Mui. And I always said that I always knew that the last plastic straw would be a movement, and it's nothing on me. I knew that what was really going to make it move was going to be not the me, but the we. That when people really kind of embrace it and take it on, and people just time and again, and especially youth, they just amaze me of how you give them a little bit of information, you give them some tools, you help cross them along. I mean, your community better than I do, and these kids really do get it, and what they come up with in their ideas and everything, it's just really amazing. So, I listen a lot to them actually, and they are really kind of my teachers. I do what I can to support their efforts, but they have eyes. They see the problems. They start with. I always say start with yourself. You got to clean your own house before you can clean anyone else's. So you see where your participation in it, where it's difficult, like what Crystal spoke about. Really what the limitations are. Sometimes maybe that's all you're getting. You're in a food desert, and everything you have is wrapped in plastic, and you don't really have choices. And why is that? You really kind of look at your food system. Where can we make these changes? With these kids right now, I'm speaking to, and they're at home with COVID, they're doing like little home waste audits. They're not stopping. They're thinking about all these systems. And I think one of the great things is people are seeing how much waste they're generating. It's kind of like Christmas, right? Like the holidays, and how much waste everyone's getting at. That they're seeing. I think home waste generation's gone up 30%. Wow. But we're not seeing it as much outside because it's all of the restaurants, everything else are closed. A lot of the single-use plastic that we're seeing, or we usually see, but we're seeing a lot of medical waste. We're seeing a lot of the mask and the gloves and everything. So it's just people are really, I really do feel people are looking at it and thinking about what next, and I really do want people to start thinking about investing in functional systems and not dysfunctional systems in which we've been living in. And you really see it magnified in this current time.
And Paul, what would you say to the youth?
I don't think we really need to say anything to young people. I think we just need to listen to them. And I see so many young people coming up with incredibly wonderful ideas and they're making a difference. I mean, Greta Thunberg's a good example, a 16-year-old who's captured the attention of the world, just because of her passion. So we need to listen to them, and I think that's where the future lies. I mean, the future is far more important to them than it is to many of us on that. But I actually wanted to relay one experience I had back in the 70s. I had the opportunity to speak to a school back then. It was on the Haida Reserve up in British Columbia, Canada. And in the morning, we spoke to the kindergarten kids and the middle school and the senior school. And in the kindergartens, I said, how many here speak Haida? They all spoke Haida. How many people here know anything about whales? Oh, we didn't have to say anything. We just listened to them. They knew everything about whales. Middle school, half of them spoke the language, half of them cared. By the time we got to the seniors, nobody spoke the language and nobody gave a damn. So what we did was take these beautiful, intelligent, wonderful children and throw them into an educational system which turned them out at 12 years later to be total morons. That's our problem, really, is this way what we approach that. We have to encourage their intuition, encourage their imagination, because kids know these things. When I was a child, I cut up a map of the world and I put it all together. And I said, I think this was one continent one time. And I got in trouble for it. The teacher said, you don't know what you're talking about. That's a stupid thing. It turned out I was right. Now, why was I right? Not because I was smarter. It just made sense. It was intuitively made sense. And that's where children's intelligence comes into it. Intuition. They understand the natural world.
They do. And I always say, that everyone, I think as part of their senior graduation, should have to go to the Grand Canyon and do that hike, that 10-mile hike, so they get rooted in nature. Paul, I want to show your trailer, Watson. We're going to do a little break.
Life started in the ocean. It's the lifeblood of the planet. I said, everything I do in my life will be to protect our ocean. And then they punished me for having the audacity to oppose their illegal activities.
Interpol has issued a red notice for eco-terrorist Paul Watson.
Anyone who know of his whereabouts, contact authorities.
And you have to rock the boat. And if you're not doing that, then you're not doing your job.
Watson, a special event, Wednesday, April 1 on Animal Planet.
Okay. You know, our time is going so fast. I just love all these videos. I only pulled 3, you know, of yours, and obviously Jackie, you had 2, and it's just really great. These, you know, it's so wonderful that you guys have such great storytellers helping you with your mission. Let's talk a little bit, you know, in the last bit, you know, about storytelling and why storytelling is important, you know, and why we capture these stories. What is it for you, Paul, that you think is important as it relates to storytelling?
Well, I've always said that the most powerful weapon on the planet is the camera. You know, if it's not on camera, as we're seeing now in many cases, if it's not on camera, it didn't happen. It didn't exist. So that's why right from the beginning, we make sure that every campaign we do is well documented for our own protection and also for educating. And one of the reasons I did the Whale War show or got it together was because I understood that television is what you need if you're going to reach millions of people. You know, back then when we started it, the biggest show on Discovery was Deadliest Catch, about a bunch of guys that going into a very hostile, cold area to catch a bunch of crabs, you know, and the same thing every week. So I went to Discovery and Animal Planet. I said, look, I can give you men and women from all over the world going to a far colder place, a much more hostile and remote place to save whales. It's got to be more compelling than saving crab and catching crabs every week. And they went for it, and it turned out to be a success in that respect. But again, this is what I think that's very important, that journalists, filmmakers, and everything contribute an incredible amount to raising global awareness about these issues. And in our case, Leslie Chilcott, I was very happy to do the film with her, Watson. You know, she had done Inconvenient Truth with Al Gore, and so I was quite flattered that she had asked me to do that. And Mark Benjamin and Brick City, along with Vulcan and Animal Planet, did Chasing the Thunder. They did a wonderful job with that also. So we actually have a film coming out later this year called Seaspiracy by the same guys who did Cowspiracy. And I think that that's also going to have an impact too for people's understanding of what's happening in the ocean.
And Jackie, what's your thought on storytelling?
No, I feel it's really important. I mean, I think that's how we as a species or humanity, we're tribal in nature, right? And that's how we share information throughout the generations. You know, with that said, I think it's really important, like Paul said, I mean, the visuals, like I saw that firsthand with the turtle video, but that could go so far. And I really feel that the stories, and I think that's why you see influencers and all that, you know, you have these different ways that people are learning their information. It can get abused as well. It also shows, you know, how things can get so skewed. So I remember I'm really strong on language, and especially now that we're dealing with policy, to really stick to how you communicate an issue. And with plastic in particular, they've done such a good job of misinforming us and telling the story of plastic that's not true. And that's the great thing about this movie, The Story of Plastic, is really telling the true story of plastic. But industry's done a great job of just deflecting the whole responsibility and the issue to, you know, don't litter and recycle, and that it actually is something that could be, you know, used once. And so I would never say disposable plastic. It's single use. Plastic never was and never will be disposable. It's not recyclable. So I'm not going to say recyclable plastic because we don't truly recycle it. So things like that. So that's just kind of like, I'm really strict about language. But I remember speaking to a friend of mine who's actually teaches English and literature about this whole little spiel about, you know, words, the importance of it. And she just kind of looked at me and laughed. She goes, yeah, no, that's important. She goes, but, you know, the environmentalists, you guys get it wrong. You're killing everybody with data. You're not, you know, telling a story. And conservatives, it's been proven that it's the optics that move. And it doesn't even have to be factual. I mean, it makes totally sense. I mean, you see the current situation we're in. There's got to be a balance, but I also think too, I tell people all the time, I was on Fox News as well and got yelled at on Fox News. I was interviewed. And one of the things that I think kind of saved me was I did get my blue mind on. I'd spent 3 days up at this high alpine lake, and I got called out of the blue when I was coming down off the hill saying that this interview was happening. And unbeknownst to me, there was a lot of, the reason why they were calling me into Fox is that Santa Barbara had just passed an ordinance on plastic straws. And there was a lot of press, negative press around that. And, but I didn't know that. I wasn't watching TV. I just came up off the hills. I had to go someplace in San Francisco, a friend's house, take a shower and look presentable. And then, and you know, and I get down there and I just didn't really have an idea, because my first reaction was like, hell no, I don't want to go on Fox News and get yelled at by a bunch of white guys. And they said, well, it's actually a woman and she seems nice. And it's like, oh, okay. So I get there, put the makeup on me. I'm sitting in the chair, and the segment before me, the guys are yelling. And all of a sudden my heart starts racing, my stomach's turning, and I'm thinking to myself, this is a bad idea. Like, why am I here? And I had to like close my eyes and take a few deep breaths. And I kept telling, this is the mantra I told myself, is like, you know, this is not a fight. This is not a fight. I've got truth on my side. And that's what I said to myself. And then they did the light. They actually, I think they prompted me on the earphone, and I looked at the red dot, and it was getting live fed split screen to New York. And then the woman just all this batshit crazy stuff in my ear. I had no idea what I looked like or even what I said. And after, I just felt like I got attacked. I couldn't get a word in. I had no idea. And I felt really down, like, wow, that sucked. I never want to do that again. But when you watch the video, I'm smiling the whole time. I don't take the bait. I don't argue with her. I knew enough about policy. I've been involved in it, that even though they're like, isn't it crazy what, I mean, a waiter will get put in jail if he served a straw and this, you know, $1,000. And I knew that, you know, the waiter wouldn't get fined. It would be the business, and it would be after 3 strikes and you're out. And that it wouldn't be this huge fine. Usually when they start a ordinance, sometimes it comes in under a certain, you know, classification, and you might have a fine, but then they adjust it to the crime. So I didn't react to any of that. And to my advantage, I hadn't been watching TV, so I had no idea what she was talking about. So I didn't bite. And I actually got a few of my points in, and I got the last word. And then the more relaxed I looked, the more batshit crazy she looked. And I never want to do it again. And I felt like I took one for the team. But it really kind of, and I got the most, I started getting trolled and everything else. But it was really interesting, because I started seeing conservatives get on and try to bash me on social media. But what was funny was they were starting to talk about plastic pollution. Like, well, what's with the straw? Like, you know, well, what about water bottles? What about this? I'm like, yeah, what about that? And they started this conversation, and I never really engaged. Usually my followers would just knock these guys down. But every once in a while I'll look somebody up, and I'm like, okay, is this person really, because they start going off like all these statistics they found in the ocean and this and that. And I was like, wow, okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah, there's a lot of, you know, overfishing and ghost nets, and that's all a problem. And so I look them up, and they never, in their feeds, you know, never talking about the environment or the ocean or plastic, but here everybody was talking about plastic. And so that's kind of the power of the story, and even reaching out and doing these things with these people that tell themselves these stories. But if you can get in there and tell a compelling story and come from a place of truth and knowledge, like Danny said, have the facts right, and be able to tell the story, it goes a long way.
Yeah, they always say truth shall set you free. Paul, any last words before we conclude?
Well, it's been an honor to participate with this. I'm glad that it's been successful, especially in the fact that nobody can really be anywhere in person anymore, at least now. So I think you guys are making quite a wonderful thing in doing that and making it work.
Yeah,
and I realize how difficult that is. That is,
Absolutely.
and hopefully it'll get better, and we'll be able to. Unfortunately, when it comes to this COVID virus, one of the things that people aren't really talking about is really the fact that diminishment of ecosystems, diminishment of species, leads to zoonotic transmission of viruses from diminishing species to species like ourselves, plus also the release of pathogens and viruses and that from the melting permafrost. So it's very much a climate change issue. And if this continues, we're going to be seeing more pandemics. We've already seen many of them in the last 20 years. You got West Nile disease, hantavirus, Lyme disease is becoming more and more of a problem. And I think, unfortunately, this is going to escalate more and more. And so we have to really be prepared for that. And we can't just accept that it's going to go away, because it's not.
No, it's not. And on that note, I want to thank you guys. You guys were awesome. It's been an amazing hour. It did go quick. Thank you, Captain Paul. Thank you, Jackie. I hope to see you guys next year in person.
It's not something that's often discussed, how your food gets to you.
Fish from all around the globe, frozen aboard the factory.
Shipped to China, thawed out, filleted.
Processed, refrozen, and sent back to us.
And people don't know it.
That creates an alarm bell in my mind.
We can consume these fish out of the ocean more than any other animal on Earth.
It's rounding up all of the buffalo on the Great Plains.
It's about how much stuff can we take and how much stuff do we need to leave.
Dozens and dozens of Pacific Island observers have died because they bear the truth of what they have been hiding from us.
We've changed the Earth's surface so much. What's ubiquitous around the world is plastic.
Our showers, our sinks, and our toilets all flow through wastewater treatment plants and then to the ocean. Marine mammals are exposed to all that pollution.
That's chemicals, I'm telling you.
They're hiding something.
You want to take everything that you know and turn it against an iconic American company, like an informant. Isn't that right? Isn't that right? Isn't that right?
Yes.
Take 2 deep breaths. Do you realize that one of those 2 breaths were created by the ocean? If we disrupt the system any more than we already have, we are basically ruining our source of life.
So great. Just want to let everyone know that tomorrow is UN World's Oceans Day, and we will be having the inaugural Blue Water Film Festival. This is the very end of our show, and I'm delighted to bring Kebmo onto the live stream now. Hi, Kebmo.
Hello, Greg. How are you?
I'm tired. I know everyone talk about virtual world, but it's like a real show. The only difference is it's going through a computer, but it's still a 9-10 hour day. But I gotta say, it's been truly amazing. It's been inspirational. It's been educational. It's been informative. And it's also just been a delight that we're able to take the day. And the day really isn't for us, but it's about our ocean. So for me, it sort of, it always it keeps me centered, in terms of my understanding of my symbiotic relationship with my planet.
We kind of need the planet.
Yeah, we do, don't we? I got to tell you, yesterday when we were chatting, you really touched my heart and my my being, when you were talking about plastic pollution, as an issue. And maybe you could share a little bit about, what it means for you.
Well, I without the people like Deanna Cohen, who is a warrior for this, I feel pretty helpless. I mean, when you're talking about plastic, and in addition to what's going on now with the social situation, I mean, the plastic and global warming, not to put make anything not important, but that's the big one. If we could just take everyone that's out in the street right now, and say, okay, when we get through with this thing and like this, let's just get over this whole race thing for a minute, and let's all focus on global warming and plastics and the things that matter even more, because You know, if we got no planet, we have no air, we have no, you know, if everything's poisoned, everybody's screwed. So that's one common thing that unites everyone, and the enemy is all of us, because we're all participating in it.
And you know, Kevmo, I mean, obviously there are a lot of causes, there are a lot of charities. Why this one for you?
Well, it's I'm not by nature an activist. I'm by nature kind of like all about what's going on and how can I help in some kind of way. And whenever I get an opportunity to help, I help. And this is probably the biggest thing I'm involved with. So every time I think of doing something, I want to say, who can I help when I'm doing this? You know, how can I, you know, how I feel like, how can I help the Black Lives Matter, maybe by staying out of the streets and being healthy and not, you know, staying home for me. You know, that's not my mission to be out in the streets, but I'm out in the streets all the time in my mind. I'm out in the street thinking like, what are we doing here? And looking at the overall picture. And the oceans and plastic, you're going against, man, I mean, you're going, and we shouldn't be going against anybody on this. We should be working with people on this, you know, working together with the plastic industry to figure something out. You know, they're just trying to make a buck. They put a lot of people to work. We got a lot of, I mean, plastic. I look at the plastic in my house. I'm just ashamed. You know, I go to the store and I'm just embarrassed, you know, that all this plastic is everywhere. And so the things that we make in the world, we should be figuring out how to get rid of it once it's worn out too, as well as its wonderful use. Like what's the afterlife of these products? You know, these computers that we're on right now, you know, we got to update them every couple of years because they become obsolete. And I'm sensing there's a lot of plastic on these things.
Yeah.
You know, where do they go? You know, and that's not a single use plastic thing. That's just something we use every day. But you know, I think about that, and while we're thinking about the bottom line and thinking about, you know, the value of our house or the stock portfolio or how many people cops are killing, which is bad. You know, the planet issue is the biggest issue we have, and it always has been for many years. Rainforests, oceans, you know, Roundup, you name it. You know.
Yeah, no, it's been it's a very challenging subject, but I think what's really wonderful is the ability for us to communicate, the ability for us to educate, the ability for us to inform. And, you know, they always say the mind will set us free. I really believe that. And I really believe music opens people's hearts. So without any further ado, we're gonna close this amazing Blue Water Summit. I thank you, Kemo, for coming on, for just, you know, to help me close this amazing inaugural Blue Water Summit. Before I close it out, is there anything you want to say to the audience?
Well, I've been thinking about this all day. What I would like to say is just, guys, so that's a big question. I mean, like, you know, I'll say one little thing. Let's all get over whatever problems we have with each other and go for the big kahuna. Let's go for the big prize, which is, you know, our planet. Let's go for everything. Let's unite. You know, let's get over all our little stuff. You know, our little issues that really don't mean anything. Let's go to the big stuff. You know, the environment, squirrels, earthworms, birds, whales. You know, and our relationship to that. You know.
Awesome. Yeah, I always believe, you know, it's a symbiotic relation. I love my turtles. I love my whales. I love my dolphins. And I'm truly, you know, humbled to have you with me to close out the 2020 Blue Water Summit. Thank you, Kevmo. Thank you, everybody, for joining us today on June 7th. And we wish everybody an amazing World Oceans Day tomorrow. And If you're inspired, there's an amazing group of filmmakers that have shown about 20 films. They'll be shown on the BlueWaterFilmFestival.org website. Tickets are $5 for shorts, $12 for features. Buy one, support a filmmaker, and support your ocean. Thank you.
A big idea, something that would last for 1,000,000 years. You see, someday we will all disappear, but the big idea will still be here. You got to use it again, baby, don't you throw it away. Now who can imagine everything it would bring? You can turn that plastic into any old thing. It's so convenient, you just can't beat it till it gets in the ocean and the fish start to eat it. You got to use it again, baby, don't you throw it away. Well, now a turtle can't swim and a bird can't sing when they're stuck in the hole of a six-pack ring. We got bottles and bags, caps and cups. We got too much stuff, we got to clean it all up. You got to use it again, baby, don't you throw it away. Well, the face of this planet, as far as I can see, well, it could use just a little plastic surgery. Now Leo didn't know he was starting a mess. How it all turns out is anyone's guess. I use it all the time, I must confess. But if I care a little more, I'll use a little less. You got to use it again, baby, don't you throw it away. 'Cause it's a beautiful world, baby, don't you throw it away.
They done cut the light on, so finish now.